Chapter 1060. For a moment, most people woke up from their cultivation and chased after the huge team, mainly to watch the show. In the sacred martial palace, there was not much excitement. The millions of people had just left less than an hour ago, and there were still many people who hadn't left. They were alarmed and chased after the seven sacred gang. What's going on? It seems that the seven sacred gang is chasing someone. Are they stupid? It's fine if they show off their power in private. After causing such a commotion, if Senior Martial Addict were to make a scene, he would definitely be in trouble. Senior Martial Addict couldn't be bothered with the establishment of a gang in the sacred martial palace, so he would turn a blind eye to it. However, since they have caused such a commotion, Senior Martial Addict will definitely not hold back. Of course. Let's go and watch the show. Long Chen moved forward and soon arrived at the sacred martial square. At this time, Gong Zheng had calmed down. He realized how crazy and powerful Long Chen was. While moving forward, he steadied his mind and asked, "Brother Long Chen, what are you going to do?" "Old Gong, what do you think the true Martial Emperor Palace's people will react if they see me beating up 1,000 of them?" Gong Zheng was stunned for a moment. Only then did he understand what Long Chen meant. This was crazy. You should be able to enter the true Martial Emperor Palace if you make Senior Martial Addict happy. But, is it possible? There are thousands of divine martial realm cultivators. I'm afraid you can't do it without reaching the 6th level of the divine martial realm. It could be said that the divine martial realm was a divine existence. Even the starry realm had nearly 10,000 acupoints, and their bodies were like stars. The 2nd level of the divine martial realm awakened the divine sense, and the 3rd level strengthened the realm, mobilized the power of heaven and earth, and became one with nature. When thousands of such warriors gathered together, they formed a terrifying spiritual and physical power that ordinary people couldn't bear. Unless it was a peak existence like Nangong Lai, the martial addict. I can do it. Long Chen threw Gong Zheng away without saying anything. Just watch from the side. They won't notice you. Gong Zheng was quickly thrown into the crowd by Long Chen. The members of the seven sacred gang didn't pay any attention to him at all. Instead, they chased after Long Chen relentlessly. When they opened their eyes, they saw that they were already in the extremely spacious sacred martial plaza. This was already the territory of the envoy of true martial. However, seeing that the person who had humiliated the seven sacred gang was still alive and kicking, no one was willing to give up. They continued to chase after him fiercely, and their eyes were about to burst into flames. Apart from the Seven Saints gang, tens of thousands of martial artists began to surround the sacred martial square. Gong Zheng, who was caught in the crowd, was one of them. At this moment, his mind was completely blank, and he could only subconsciously follow the footsteps of the crowd. Who is that young man? The Seven Saint gang? Why did they send so many people to deal with him? Could it be that this youngster is very strong? Isn't he the type who has just activated his divine sense? No one could figure it out. At this moment, when he was about to reach the center of the sacred martial square, Long Chen came to a halt. When he turned around, he saw thousands of martial artists from the seven sacred gangs sweeping up sand and dust as they charged towards him in a frenzy. Behind them were tens of thousands of onlookers. Had the sacred martial palace ever caused such a sensation? Long Chen didn't believe that the martial maniac and the alcoholic maniac didn't know about such a huge commotion. They must be watching him from a corner. Those envoys from the true martial imperial palace would probably be very interested in him. In fact, there wasn't a strict selection system to enter the true martial imperial palace from the sacred martial palace. One only needed to get the approval of the two old ancestors. Because of this, Long Chen didn't mind being high profile for once. Just as Long Chen thought, on the other side of the sacred martial square, the envoys of the true martial palace had also noticed the commotion. They originally wanted to stop it, but the alcoholic maniac, Han Yunxing, was still drinking like a walking corpse. Instead, the martial maniac, Nangong Lai, stopped them. The martial maniac, Nangong Lai, looked at Long Chen in the distance with a face full of passion and excitement. The envoys of the true martial palace exchanged glances. They all knew that he had seen an opponent that made his blood boil. Therefore, this time, the strange and high-profile youngster was probably going to suffer a tragedy. It was extremely terrifying to be entangled with a martial maniac. The reason why he was called a martial maniac was that he not only fought with experts but also with martial artists of the same level. He even fought with the weak. As long as the opponent was a genius, he would fight happily. That was Nangang Lai. Long Chen could vaguely feel a burning gaze on him. The big fish has taken the bait. Long Chen smiled. Just at this moment, the thousands of people of the Seven Saints gang arrived in a shocking manner. Everyone was stunned. Long Chen didn't escape at this moment. Was he going to learn from the martial maniac and fight so many people alone? Was he crazy or stupid? The answer was soon revealed. Long Chen wasn't crazy or stupid, but he still accepted the challenge from the thousands of people. Moreover, Long Chen didn't even take out the Blood Scarlet Heaven Desolation. Long Chen didn't need the Blood Scarlet Heaven Desolation to deal with them. He clenched his fists. After absorbing 10% of the Ancestral Dragon Essence blood, the strength of his body had already surpassed the 7th level body refining combat skills. They wouldn't be able to hurt Long Chen even if he just stood there and let them hit him. Under the tempering of the Golden Thunder Dragon, Long Chen's speed had reached the level that a martial artist at the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm should have. With these 2 points alone, Long Chen could single-handedly defeat the thousands of martial artists at the Divine Martial Realm. Ha! When the Seven Saints gang arrived, everyone was shocked. Long Chen let out a roar and suddenly rushed forward like a fierce horse. Golden lightning surrounded his body. In just an instant, Long Chen turned around and rushed into the crowd. With a wave of his hands, the other 2 leaders of the Seven Saints gang were directly sent flying by Long Chen's palm. They flew hundreds of meters into the sky and spat out a mouthful of blood. The martial artists at the 3rd level of the Divine Martial Realm were almost instantly killed. Of course, Long Chen didn't really kill them. Such injuries could still be cured. Long Chen didn't have a strong killing intent. At least, compared to the martial maniac, his attack was slightly lighter. Originally, they thought that Long Chen would be trampled to death. But looking at the current situation, everyone had a magical illusion. It was not a sheep entering a tiger's mouth, but a wolf entering a flock of sheep. A giant beast that covered the sky rushed into the weak crowd and could casually trample countless people to death. Tens of thousands of people couldn't help but rub their eyes. Damn, could it be that they were seeing things? After rubbing their eyes hard a few times, they found that everything was real. In the Seven Saints gang, Long Chen's figure couldn't be seen clearly. Wherever he went, figures were sent flying one after another. They fell to the ground and rolled a few times, not daring to get up again. This scene was extremely similar to the previous battle with Nangang Lai. Fighting Nangang Lai would give them the opportunity to enter the true martial emperor palace, so they weren't afraid and didn't scatter. But in the face of Long Chen's terrifying attack, the Seven Saints gang became the Seven Bugs gang. When the remaining 6 bosses were instantly killed by Long Chen, the others looked at each other. Those who could escape escaped, but those who couldn't escape couldn't withstand a punch from Long Chen. Different from Nangang Lai, Long Chen used powerful strength and abnormal speed to beat people, while Nangang Lai used his attainments in the martial Dao. The method was different, but the effect was the same. The shock to people's hearts was also the same. But the shock caused by Long Chen was greater. That was because Nangang Lai was a martial maniac, while Long Chen was a nobody. This kind of speed and physical strength would only appear on a member of the Yao clan. Long Chen was clearly not a member of the Yao clan, yet he was able to reach this level. Looking at that golden bolt of lightning, almost everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. 1,000 people, a whole 1,000 people. In less than an hour, under everyone's shocked gazes, they all fell to the ground and wailed in pain. To them, Long Chen, who was originally a pushover, was as terrifying as the martial arts fanatic Nangong Lai. Among the crowd of onlookers, Gong Zheng looked as if he had been nailed to the ground. He stood there in a daze. He recalled what Long Chen had asked him before and finally understood what Long Chen was doing. Today, I witnessed the birth of a legendary genius. Gong Zheng was extremely emotional. He even almost burst into tears. Until the last person fell, Long Chen was still a little carried away. It was such a great feeling. It had been a long time since he had such a feeling of looking down on all living things. Among the disciples of the sacred martial palace, there was absolutely no one like Long Chen. Even if he went to the true martial emperor palace, he would still be a middle-level disciple. Standing among the crowd that fell to the ground and wailed in pain, Long Chen seemed to stand out. Looking around, he saw that everyone was talking about him. At this time, more than 100,000 people had gathered outside. Basically, their attitude toward Long Chen was one of admiration and worship. Among these 100,000 people, no one thought that they could do this. After all, an expert in the divine martial realm was not as simple as chopping melons and vegetables. But for Long Chen, it was really as simple as chopping melons and vegetables. Under the rays of the sun, Long Chen and the 100,000 people's gazes met. In terms of physique, he was tiny, but in terms of spirit, it could be said that Long Chen had directly suppressed the 100,000 people. His eyes contained a divine light, and in the eyes of the 100,000 people, it was as if they were seeing an illusion, as if they weren't looking at a person, but a giant beast that could blot out the sky. That disdainful aura wasn't something that any martial artist could achieve. Many people subconsciously took a step back. A real king should be like this. It was finally done. Next, it was time to see how the big fish would react. Long Chen believed that the big fish would not let him go. After all, the current Long Chen was actually the fish bait in the eyes of the big fish. Sure enough, when Long Chen turned around and looked in the direction of the envoy of true martial, a violent laughter came from that direction. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A tall red figure suddenly appeared 10 meters in front of Long Chen. A strong wind directly blew Long Chen away. He hurriedly stabilized himself to be able to land safely. "You, fight with me." Nangong Lai looked at him with blazing eyes, extremely excited. Chapter 1061. Nangong Lai was a battle-hungry person. Regardless of whether the opponent was stronger or weaker than him, Nangong Lai's blood would boil with excitement as long as there was something special about the opponent. Long Chen's performance, the Thousand Slaughter, had aroused Nangong Lai's desire to fight. Among the millions of sacred martial palace disciples, Long Chen was the only one who could complete the Thousand Slaughter. Judging from his performance, it was possible for him to complete the 10,000 slaughter. More and more people gathered there. The millions of people who had dispersed earlier had almost all gathered in a short time. No matter what happened today, Long Chen would basically become the legend of the sacred martial palace. This was the most high-profile time for Long Chen. Millions of people looked at him in shock. At this moment, Long Chen actually accepted Nangong Lai's invitation to fight. The huge uproar created a huge shock. It was like the rumbling of thunder, causing everyone's ears to ring. Everyone's gazes were fixated on the youth in the center. Everyone was fantasizing about their heroic moment. However, they had no choice but to admit that when they faced Nangong Lai, they were so scared that their legs almost turned to jelly. There weren't many who could be as calm as Long Chen. Many people, like Gong Zheng, had struggled in the sacred martial palace for hundreds of years but still didn't have the opportunity to enter the true martial imperial palace. Some people only needed one day. That was the difference. In everyone's eyes, as long as Long Chen survived the battle with Nangong Lai, he would definitely enter the true martial imperial palace. This was the reason why Long Chen was so high profile. In the eyes of the crowd, Nangong Lai's beast-like aura gave him a lot of deterrence. It was like a towering mountain towering in front of him, suffocating him. The pride in Long Chen's bloodline didn't allow him to be easily overwhelmed by Nangong Lai. Therefore, his strong spine was always standing firm. Your realm is far beyond mine. Tell me, what are the rules of the battle? In front of a super major power like Nangong Lai, Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. He knew that Nangong Lai would not use divine essence to bully him. That kind of battle would be too meaningless. What courage! Nangong Lai's fanatical gaze revealed a look of approval. He thought that Long Chen would be scared witless. To be able to live until now, Nangong Lai was also a wily old fox. At this moment, he let out a thunderous laugh and said, "We don't need to use divine essence. I can see that your physical body is abnormally strong. Let's just use our physical strength to have a head-on clash. I will suppress my strength to the same level as yours." All right. Both of them were well aware of the purpose of the battle. Long Chen knew that he didn't need to say anything. Nangong Lai already knew his intention. That was the true martial emperor palace. Accompanying Nangong Lai in this battle was probably paying the tuition fee. For someone like Nangong Lai who was addicted to battle, fighting with him was like making friends with him. Long Chen was still too young. He didn't have the advantage in terms of physical strength. Therefore, Nangong Lai didn't dare to be careless. At this time, those who were defeated by Long Chen's thousand slaughter had already fled in embarrassment. It was very likely that the Seven Saint Gang would cease to exist after today. Even if they still existed, they wouldn't be able to raise their heads in front of others. They wouldn't be able to be arrogant anymore. Their resistance was originally lax. After being warned by Long Chen, it would be strange if they could survive. Long Chen retreated a few steps. After distancing himself from the battle, Nangong Lai couldn't bear it anymore. He raised his head and roared like a wild beast. The earth trembled. Nangong Lai turned into a long line of flames and instantly rushed towards Long Chen. His strong arms were drenched in sweat as he condensed terrifying power. Compared to Nangong Lai, Long Chen could only be considered as small arms and legs. However, Long Chen's battle will wasn't inferior to Nangong Lai at all. This was probably what Nangong Lai valued the most about Long Chen. Nangong Lai's terrifying physical body was like a wild beast. Rumbling sounds could be heard as a huge mountain pressed down on Long Chen. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The might of a single punch was so terrifying. This was a contest without any battle skills. It was a contest of physical strength, speed, and reaction speed. Nangong Lai would not take advantage of Long Chen, so his physical strength and speed were the same as Long Chen's. This was a test of their reaction speed. Long Chen remained calm. His eyes erupted with sword-like radiance. This punch and kick required calmness the most. Being calm was the best way to fight. Ha! Long Chen easily dodged Nangong Lai's punch. The golden lightning took a detour and disappeared. In an instant, he rushed behind Nangong Lai. Facing Nangong Lai's incomparably broad shoulders and wild muscles, Long Chen didn't say a word. He kicked towards Nangong Lai's lower body ruthlessly. The reason why he did this was because Long Chen knew that with Nangong Lai's strength, it was impossible for him to hurt him. Of course, Nangong Lai wouldn't be hit so easily. As soon as the battle between the two of them started, the intensity of the following battle exceeded the imaginations of millions of people. The most terrifying thing was that Long Chen wasn't sent flying by Nangong Lai's attack like the other warriors. Instead, he engaged in a fierce battle with Nangong Lai. In a short period of time, due to their strong physical bodies, the earth shook and the mountains swayed. The sacred martial square directly cracked under their fists and a huge crack appeared. Long Chen was incomparably shocked. This guy's body was too strong. When he fought with Nangong Lai's hands, it was like using his body to collide with steel. Long Chen's arms were now swollen. Blood-red dragon scales appeared, increasing Long Chen's defense. Bang! Huh, where can you hide? Nangong Lai entered a very excited state. He would never feel tired. To him, fighting was a kind of pleasure. It was very dangerous to fight with such a person. Although Long Chen wasn't addicted to fighting, he had another kind of tenacity. No matter how crazy Nangong Lai's attacks were, he was still calm. In terms of agility, Long Chen had a slight advantage. Although it seemed that Long Chen was constantly escaping from his opponent's attacks, so far, Long Chen hadn't been hit by his opponent even once. Even if he was hit, Long Chen could rely on the strength of his body to dissipate the opponent's attack. The earth-shattering sound kept reverberating. In the eyes of the crowd, a blood-red figure and another tall and sturdy figure were constantly fighting. Every time they exchanged blows, the crowd's hearts were in their throats. Towards the end of the battle, the dragon scales on Long Chen's body appeared to protect his body. His appearance is not bad. Nangong Lai smiled approvingly. His hands moved faster. At the beginning, he used pure strength to attack. In the following battles, Nangong Lai used his own martial arts. The divine martial realm was to cultivate one's own martial arts. Judging from Nangong Lai's situation, his martial arts and Long Chen's martial arts were similar. Nangong Lai's martial arts were constantly fighting, crazily fighting, stimulating his own potential, while Long Chen's cold-blooded killing. A blood-red aura spread out from Long Chen's body. Martial arts. In terms of martial arts, Nangong Lai was Long Chen's senior. Therefore, when he launched his mysterious martial arts, Long Chen almost couldn't hold on with the same body and speed. Martial arts was a kind of spiritual mystery. It couldn't be explained with words. Long Chen could only seize the opponent's spirit bit by bit from Nangong Lai's display. This young man hasn't been defeated yet. Who the hell is he? He's so terrifying. He has almost annihilated the Seven Saints gang, but he still managed to hold on for such a long time under the attack of senior martial addict. He is really a monster. I bet his strength is definitely higher than the second level of the divine martial arts realm that we have seen. Millions of people were talking about it. Long Chen had become famous today. As soon as he arrived here, everyone in the sacred martial palace knew who he was. At this moment, Long Chen was forced to retreat again and again. He was only able to persist by relying on his willpower. He would definitely lose to Nangong Lai in the end. After all, Long Chen estimated that Nangong Lai was at least in the 8th LV divine martial realm, or even a super expert in the 9th LV divine martial realm. This was his intuition. Logically speaking, there was no reason for such an expert to be here. Not only the martial addict, but also the drunkard seemed a bit strange. Long Chen had an intuition that these two people were very strong, so strong that they shouldn't appear in a place like the true martial imperial palace. As for why they appeared here, it was their secret. Nangong Lai's martial arts cultivation was of great help to Long Chen. In this extremely tough battle, Long Chen quietly opened the true martial imperial soul and absorbed everything from Nangong Lai. He was worried that Nangong Lai would know about the true martial imperial soul, so he opened it carefully. Even so, Nangong Lai's help in martial arts was too great. After dodging his opponent's attacks countless times, Long Chen's comprehension of martial arts advanced by leaps and bounds. He was heading toward the completion of the 2nd LV divine martial realm. Only when he reached the completion would he have a chance to reach the 3rd LV, the celestial realm. When the true martial emperor's soul was activated, Long Chen entered into a mysterious battle state. In this state, he felt that he didn't need to think and could make the most accurate response to dodge or block the opponent's attack, and then give the opponent an even more terrifying attack. The power contained in each of Long Chen's punches was not much weaker than Nangong Lai's. Hiss. Nangong Lai had reached the peak of excitement. His eyes were blood red, and he let out a roar. He suppressed his strength to the same level as Long Chen, otherwise, he would have already killed Long Chen. Chapter 1062. Everyone was looking forward to it. Of course, it was impossible for Long Chen to defeat Nangong Lai. At this moment, Long Chen was struggling at death's door. Gotcha! Long Chen's hand was broken in the process of clashing with Nangong Lai. Nangong Lai seized this opportunity and launched an even more ferocious attack. After a while, Long Chen was almost forced into a dead end. Huh, kid, you have a good idea and you are quite strong. You have fought with me for so long. As long as you can hold on for another 15 minutes, I will send you to the true Martial Emperor Palace. Just as Nangong Lai said this, a gust of wind suddenly appeared in front of him. The blue-robed drunkard, Han Yunxing, who reeked of alcohol, suddenly stood in front of him. Without a word, he grabbed Long Chen and dragged him towards the envoy of true martial. After arriving, Han Yunxing burped and threw Long Chen in front of a man in a dark green robe. He said, "Listen, this brat belongs to the evil dragon palace. You haven't left yet, right? Then take another one." The man in the green robe nodded quickly. He had witnessed Long Chen's battle and was extremely shocked. Even if the two seniors hadn't said anything, he would have gone to invite Long Chen. At this moment, he quickly supported Long Chen. It was obvious that this man was the leader of the true martial envoys. Long Chen felt dizzy and didn't know what had happened. Han Yunxing's actions were a little strange. After sending Long Chen off, this guy found a place to lie down. He poured the wine jar in his hand and gulped down large mouthfuls of sweet and stimulating wine. As for Nangong Lai, he was cursing and cursing. "All of you, disperse. If any of you are still on the sacred martial plaza in 10 breaths, I will make you stay here and fight with me for 3 days and 3 nights. Nangong Lai scolded the millions of onlookers. Everyone was also confused, but when they heard Nangong Lai's words, their hearts jumped in fright. They scrambled to be the first to leave. When the scene in front of Nangong Lai became empty, they knew that they wouldn't have the chance to see Long Chen again in the future. He had only been here for a day and had already obtained the opportunity to enter the true Martial Emperor Palace. This was an opportunity that others had spent hundreds of years to obtain. Nangong Lai also did not understand Han Yunxing's actions. He walked in front of Han Yunxing and the two of them whispered a few words, but no one could hear what they were saying. As they spoke, Nangong Lai turned his head to look at Long Chen with a puzzled look in his eyes. Then, he continued to chat with Han Yunxing. Long Chen also didn't understand what was going on. Fortunately, he had achieved his goal. He didn't need to wait for 10 days and he could enter the true Martial Emperor Palace in a high-profile manner. 3,000 palaces, a vast number of experts, hundreds of millions of true Martial Emperor Palace disciples were waiting for him to conquer. "I am Lu Qingfeng, the leader of the true martial envoy who is recruiting new disciples for the Evil Dragon Palace. Congratulations on obtaining a spot to enter the Evil Dragon Palace. You have become a disciple of the Evil Dragon Palace. Your name is..." The man supporting Long Chen didn't have much of an imposing aura, and he was quite approachable. He looked at Long Chen curiously with a hint of admiration in his eyes as he spoke slowly. "I am Long Chen." Long Chen briefly introduced himself and looked around. The disciples who were going to enter the true Martial Emperor Palace with him were all looking at him with respect. The other true martial envoys' eyes were also filled with surprise. Someone like Long Chen could rise very quickly even if he entered one of the 3,000 palaces. Once his deeds spread to the Evil Dragon Palace, those elders would probably flock over to take him as a disciple. Lu Qingfeng was very satisfied with Long Chen's neither servile nor overbearing performance. He smiled and patted Long Chen's shoulder. "Welcome to the Evil Dragon Palace as our new member. The Evil Dragon Palace is one of the 3,000 palaces. There are a total of 38,000 disciples. When you reach the Emperor's Star, you will be able to see the majesty of the Evil Dragon Palace. This Emperor's Star must be where the true Martial Emperor Palace truly existed." Long Chen nodded and said, "It's my honor to join the Evil Dragon Palace." After entering the true Martial Emperor Palace, one had to first join one of the 3,000 palaces. This time, the Evil Dragon Palace was recruiting new disciples. Long Chen had no choice. From what Lu Qingfeng said, the evil dragon palace should be a good palace. At least the name had the word dragon in it. Long Chen gave Lu Qingfeng a very good impression. He wasn't arrogant or rash. He answered indifferently, just like when he was fighting. He had a mature will that surpassed his age. Such a young man could become the symbol of the evil dragon palace. With Long Chen's current strength, he would be popular wherever he went. Lu Qingfeng's strength was at the peak of the 4th level of the divine martial realm, the same level as Su Yang. In Long Chen's eyes, he wasn't very strong. However, he was at least the strongest cultivator here apart from the martial addict and the wine addict. Such a cultivator must be famous in the Serene Hell Mansion. However, in the true Martial Emperor Palace, he was just a small character in one of the 3,000 palaces. Only by going to the true Martial Emperor Palace would there be enough experts. Originally, we were preparing to leave with our disciples. We didn't expect you to cause such a big commotion. Now that it's over, we should return to the Emperor's Star. We don't want to delay our journey. Lu Qingfeng smiled and explained to Long Chen. All right. Long Chen nodded and went to the true Martial Emperor Palace with the other young people. Because of Long Chen's outstanding performance, the other young people didn't hate him. Instead, they were in awe and respect. At this moment, there were a few people talking with Long Chen, including Zhong Yi, Jian Ling, and the others. Long Chen didn't have a domineering attitude. Instead, he was easy to get along with. Soon, he started talking with the young people who would be going to the same place to cultivate in the future. I've been in the sacred martial palace for a year. This year is the nightmare of my life. I've been cultivating desperately and finally reached the peak of my life today. I've entered the peak martial arts holy land of the dragon sacrificial continent. You, on the other hand, entered in one day and you're so impressive. One of the men smiled bitterly. That's because he has the strength. If it were you, would you dare to fight with the martial addict for so long? Thinking of Nangong Lai, everyone's hair stood on end. Long Chen smiled. He was vigilant and looked in the direction of Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing. At this moment, the two of them were also looking at him with an indescribable emotion in their eyes. Long Chen was stunned and thought to himself, their behavior was very strange. Could it be that my true martial monarch's soul was discovered? This should belong to the true Martial Emperor Palace. But if they found it, why didn't they snatch it? While Long Chen was puzzled, Nangong Lai suddenly said, Lu Qingfeng, ask your palace master to take good care of this little brother. If he isn't nurtured well, I, Nangong Lai, will go and raid his home. Lu Qingfeng sweated in his heart and quickly nodded. He guessed that Nangong Lai must be happy with Long Chen's outstanding performance, which was why he said such words. This old ancestor came from the core area of the true Martial Emperor Palace. Even the evil Dragon Palace's palace master didn't dare to provoke him. The doubts in Long Chen's heart grew stronger. The true Martial Emperor Palace was the most suitable place that Lingxi had chosen for Long Chen. It was impossible for Long Chen to give up halfway because of such a small matter. Moreover, the other party didn't seem to have any malicious intent. As he thought of this, Long Chen tossed this matter aside and focused on the matters of the true Martial Emperor Palace. Following Lu Qingfeng and the others, Long Chen and the group of rookies looked around curiously. First, they walked into a forbidden area of the sacred martial palace. It was a spacious hall. After walking for about 10 miles, Lu Qingfeng turned around and said to everyone, the path to the Emperor's Star, the sky reaching martial Dao is right in front of you. The Emperor's Star must be the lifelong dream of many of you. In that case, follow me. In front of Lu Qingfeng, a resplendent blue door appeared. It looked like a gem. On the two doors, there was a golden, martial, word that looked like it was cast in golden liquid. At this moment, the martial word gradually split into two halves and the blue door suddenly opened. The resplendent starlight assaulted Long Chen's face, causing him to hurriedly close his eyes. What made Long Chen feel the most was the almost liquefied Emperor's spiritual energy in the air. The Emperor's spiritual energy was extremely dense, 100 times denser than outside. This was the place with the densest Emperor's spiritual energy that Long Chen had ever seen. It was terrifying. In this place, anyone from the myriad kingdom's domains Biyao town would probably be able to cultivate to the 3 martial realms. Sometimes, the environment was the biggest reason for the difference. It wasn't that the people of the myriad kingdom's domain had no talent in the martial Tao. It was just that the environment they lived in was too harsh. After Long Chen adapted to the starlight, he opened his eyes wide and could clearly see the scene in front of him. The people beside him exclaimed in admiration. This was the first time they had seen the real true martial palace. In fact, what they saw was the sky-reaching martial Tao. The sky-reaching martial Tao was a path to the Emperor's star. And this door was the entrance to the sky-reaching martial Tao. Looking up, what appeared in front of Long Chen was a path completely formed by solid Emperor spiritual energy. This path was suspended in the void. It wasn't endless darkness below, but layers of clouds. Although it was said to be layers of clouds, it was actually clouds formed by liquid Emperor spiritual energy. This sky-reaching martial Tao flickered with blue and purple starlight. It was incomparably magnificent. The clouds in the sky were not only white, but also had other colors, like rainbows. Chapter 1063. Once you finish walking the heavenly martial path, you will be able to reach the Imperial Star. Time waits for no one, hurry up. Under Lu Qingfeng's command, the team began to speed up. Long Chen and the group of rookies were mixed in the crowd, heading towards the exciting Imperial Star. The Imperial Star was filled with dreamy colors. Stepping on the heavenly martial path, Long Chen felt like he was floating. The surrounding Emperor's spiritual qi was too rich. With just a little breath, a large amount of Emperor's spiritual qi rushed into his body, nourishing his body that was slightly injured from the fight with Nangong Lai. Through the countless beautiful clouds formed by the Emperor's spiritual qi, in the deepest part of the void, Long Chen could vaguely see a huge planet. This must be the Imperial Star that Lu Qingfeng mentioned. A long time ago, Long Chen had seen this Imperial Star in the Star Demon prison of the Lingwu family in Yuanling City. There was a void there, and there was a small star in it. However, that star was too small. In the ancient cemetery, the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords was also on a star, but that star was also very small. The Imperial Star in front of Long Chen was too big. Standing so far away, Long Chen could feel its size, not to mention approaching it. At this time, Lu Qingfeng was standing next to Long Chen. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions when they saw the outline of the Imperial Star, he smiled and said, "The Imperial Star is incomparably huge. Don't think that we're very close to it. With our speed, it'll take us at least 10 days to reach the Imperial Star. When we get there, you'll know how big the Imperial Star is. From the Imperial Star, it looks like we're in the clouds in the sky, and these clouds are completely formed by Emperor Spiritual Qi. The density of Emperor Spiritual Qi in the Imperial Star is the densest in the entire Dragon Sacrificial Continent. I believe that you can feel it. This small cosmos world is called the True Martial Imperial Domain. It is the core of the entire True Martial Imperial Domain and controls the entire True Martial Imperial Domain. How big is the Imperial Star? If the surface area of the Imperial Star is spread out, it should be the size of half of the Eastern Imperial Domain. Half of the Eastern Imperial Domain has a total of more than 50 prefectures and tens of billions of people, while the population of the Imperial Star is only 100 million. The Imperial Star is divided into more than 3,000 regions, which are where the 3,000 Great Halls are located. Long Chen came from the Eastern Imperial Domain, so he knew how big half of the Eastern Imperial Domain was. This Imperial Star was like an independent world. If the True Martial Imperial Domain was already so big, one could imagine how big the other 9 realms of the 3 regions and 9 realms were. Along the way, everyone listened to Lu Qingfeng's explanation of the Imperial Star. Lu Qingfeng took good care of Long Chen and explained these things while standing beside Long Chen. In Long Chen's understanding, the outline of the imperial star was gradually formed. This huge planet was divided into 3,000 regions, and each region had a great hall. There were frequent exchanges between the 3,000 great halls, so the flow of people in the imperial star was very fast. The people of the true martial imperial palace seemed to be living in a small world. One planet, one sect. This was the true martial imperial palace. However, were there only 3,000 regions? Long Chen knew that compared to the true core of the true martial imperial palace, although the 3,000 great halls were the core of the true martial imperial palace, it was nothing. The true super experts and super geniuses were in that core. Our evil dragon palace is not considered strong among the 3,000 great halls, but we are not considered weak either. The experts in each of the 3,000 great halls are equivalent to the strength of the Eastern Imperial Palace in the Eastern Imperial Domain and the Western Imperial Domain. The strength of the weaker experts in the 3,000 great halls is also stronger than ordinary prefecture cities. Some of you came from the Four Emperors domain, so you can roughly understand the difference in strength. In fact, to the people of the true martial imperial palace, the Four Emperors domain is like a countryside. Lu Qingfeng's face flashed with pride when he said this. The strongest expert in the 3,000 great halls is actually as strong as the Eastern Imperial Palace. Long Chen was still very surprised when he heard this. One should know that there were 3,000 great halls in total, and they were not the true core of the true martial imperial palace. Seeing the shock in the eyes of the rookies, Lu Qingfeng was a little proud. Our evil dragon palace has a total of more than 30,000 people. Among them, the evil dragon palace master is also a famous warrior in the imperial palace. Under the palace master, there are a total of 10 deputy palace masters. Each of the deputy palace masters is also quite powerful. Next, there are 100 elders and 100 hall masters. The overall strength of the elders is a bit stronger than that of the hall masters. Whether it is the elders or the hall masters, they are at least in the 5th level of the divine martial realm. Lu Qingfeng changed the topic and said, speaking of the elders and hall masters, listen carefully. What I'm going to say next is related to you. The evil dragon palace is divided into 100 halls, and each hall has about 300 disciples. Most of you will join these halls and become part of the evil dragon palace. Each hall has a hall master to lead you. You and the hall master are superior and subordinate. The hall master is not allowed to accept disciples. Then who can accept disciples? Don't the disciples of the true martial imperial palace call each other senior and junior brothers? One of the rookies asked. Lu Qingfeng smiled and said, the hall master can't accept disciples, but the elders can. In the true martial imperial palace, every elder is independent. For example, the 100 elders of the evil dragon palace can accept 1 to 10 disciples according to their strength. The elders can accept disciples according to their own will. So if you perform well and catch the attention of one of the elders, your future will be even more boring. Normally, the treatment of a true martial disciple is better than that of a normal disciple. After all, the hall master has 300 subordinates, while the elders have less than 10 disciples. When you arrive at the evil dragon palace, you must try your best to show off and catch the attention of the elders. That way, your future will be easier. Among the 3,000 palaces, the other palaces were probably arranged like this. One palace master, several deputy palace masters, and elders and hall masters of the same rank. The hall masters and the disciples were superior and subordinate, while the elders and the disciples were master and disciple. The status of a true martial disciple was higher than that of a normal disciple, especially a true martial disciple of a high rank. Then, what is your status in the evil dragon palace? After Lu Qingfeng finished speaking, Long Chen suddenly asked. He was very interested in this point. Lu Qingfeng's strength was not strong, he was not even at the level of an elder or hall master. Speaking of this, Lu Qingfeng said a little awkwardly, to tell you the truth, I am a true martial disciple of the evil dragon palace master. However, I am the most disappointing one. I have followed my master for the longest time, but my achievements are the lowest. So, I can only do this small thing of leading you into the evil dragon palace. Lu Qingfeng even said this. He was not worried that others would laugh at him. Not only did they not laugh at him, they were envious of Lu Qingfeng's identity. In their eyes, his strength of the peak of the 4th level of the divine martial realm was not bad. At least, Lu Qingfeng was not even half of Sumo's age. Sumo was considered a genius in the Netherworld Palace. In other words, the palace master and deputy palace master can also take disciples. Long Chen understood. With Nangong Lai's previous words, when Lu Qingfeng arrived at the evil dragon palace, he would definitely introduce Long Chen's performance. With Long Chen's performance, there would definitely be many seniors fighting for this genius. Lu Qingfeng said with a smile, "Of course." Lu Qingfeng said with a smile, "Of course. To tell you the truth, if your performance in the sacred martial palace was known by them, I'm afraid all the deputy temple masters present would take you as a disciple. As for my master, it's also possible. Unfortunately, he's not in the evil dragon palace recently. In the evil dragon palace, the young core disciples who can bring glory to the evil dragon palace are basically the disciples of the temple master and the deputy temple master. In the evil dragon palace, there's someone who has reached the 6th level of the divine martial realm at such a young age, and that's my second junior brother. My other senior brothers and junior brothers are also very powerful. The first disciples of the other deputy temple masters also have terrifying cultivation. The 6th level of the divine martial realm. Long Chen squinted his eyes. The true martial emperor palace was indeed a holy land for experts. Even a small evil dragon palace had experts comparable to Chu Tiange. Long Chen was currently not Chu Tiange's match. At most, he could only deal with those in the 5th level of the divine martial realm who had just passed the fire-devouring tribulation. In other words, there were many young disciples in the evil dragon palace whose cultivation was higher than Long Chen's. Long Chen put away his impatience. Keeping a low profile was his style. Long Chen's goal was not a small evil dragon palace, but to conquer the 3,000 palaces and then charge into the mysterious core. That was the cradle of true experts. As he chatted with Lu Qingfeng, Long Chen became familiar with many things in the 3,000 palaces. As he walked through the boundless clouds, he felt as if he had descended to the mortal world. In their eyes, there was celestial qi swirling around them and celestial cranes dancing in the air. This was definitely a legendary celestial emperor star. This was a world that only existed in legends. Although he was still very far away, Long Chen could already smell the fragrance of the plants, hear the sound of the waterfall, and see the layers of clouds above the emperor star. The world within the immortal realm appeared in front of Long Chen. Just as Lu Qingfeng said, the closer he got, the more he felt the size of the emperor star. As he followed the blue jade-like martial path, he was only a short distance away from the emperor star. Long Chen felt a powerful force acting on his body. Everyone was persevering. Chapter 1064. The Imperial Star was another marvelous world. In the process of rapidly descending, some scenes flashed in front of Long Chen's eyes. Countless palaces and pavilions were suspended in the air, countless fountains and waterfalls filled the air, countless cranes and other strange beasts were flying in the air, running in the air. A desolate and heavy aura came from the ground. This was what Long Chen saw in a flash. At the same time, on this imperial star, the aura of countless experts formed a wave of heat that soared into the sky. Even Long Chen felt a sense of fear when he encountered the divine origin chi flow formed by hundreds of millions of divine martial realm experts. That majestic aura rushed towards the sky, as if everyone's body was burning with flames. A total of hundreds of millions of flames soared into the sky. This was the aura of the Imperial Star. This aura was very difficult for Long Chen to bear, let alone the other rookies, whose faces were even paler. Looking at the Imperial Star from this angle, they felt as if they were fighting against the Imperial Star. Although it was a ridiculous illusion, everyone was still very afraid. The power of hundreds of millions of experts was too terrifying. The beautiful imperial star gradually became clear in front of Long Chen's eyes. Suddenly, on the side where the imperial star was about to disappear into the darkness, Long Chen saw a place that shocked him. There was a golden light in that place. Indistinctly, Long Chen saw dozens of golden pillars that soared into the sky. Each golden pillar was covered with black runes, and they all had an aura that made people bow their heads. Dozens of golden pillars formed a circle, surrounding a region. If the natural power formed by the hundreds of millions of experts of the imperial star was a huge shock to Long Chen, then the feeling that those dozens of golden pillars made Long Chen's heart tremble. Among the crowd, only he looked in that direction because he vaguely felt that direction was attracting him. But when his eyes came into contact with those dozens of golden pillars, his god martial spirit seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Long Chen hurriedly closed his eyes, his head was dizzy, and he almost fainted. What is that place? This question echoed in Long Chen's mind. He knew that the dozens of golden talisman pillars must have surrounded an area. An idea quickly appeared in Long Chen's mind. Are you all right? Lu Qingfeng supported Long Chen. Under the attraction of the Emperor Star, only he could reach Long Chen's side. Over there, I saw the golden pillar. What is that place? Long Chen didn't look in that direction. Instead, he pointed in that direction. That was because the impact of that direction was too great, so he didn't dare to look. A world-shaking martial power erupted from that direction. Speaking of that place, Lu Qingfeng's face revealed a sacred expression. He said proudly, that is the true core of the true martial emperor palace. It is the place that the disciples of the 3,000 halls yearn for their entire lives. Of course, that place is only a fantasy. The number of people who can enter that place can be counted on one's fingers. Those who are not the peak of the dragon sacrificial continent can't go there. It can be said that that place is not only the core of the true martial emperor palace, but also the core of the true martial imperial domain. Long Chen understood. That place should be the mysterious place above the 3,000 halls. 99 golden demon suppressing columns surround the sacred land of our true martial emperor palace. It is the pride and glory of the 100 and 300 million disciples of the true martial emperor palace. We have dreamed of its name since we were young. That is the true martial god palace. The true martial emperor palace has 3,000 halls surrounding the martial god palace. Even if the 3,000 halls are as strong as the eastern and western imperial palaces, they are only a part of the periphery of the true martial emperor palace. This was the pride of Lu Qingfeng as a member of the true martial emperor palace. Therefore, he told Long Chen everything without holding back. Long Chen calmed his mind and didn't look at that place again. He wasn't someone who would bite off more than he could chew. With his current strength, it was only suitable for him to mingle in one of the 3,000 halls. An existence like the martial god palace would probably take 100 years for one person to enter. There were probably many old monsters that were close to 10,000 years old. Perhaps only a genius like Lingxi could enter such a place. The people of the sacred martial palace risked their lives for the 3,000 halls. The people of the 3,000 halls risked their lives for the martial god palace. Long Chen had close to 80 years of free time. He was currently in the evil dragon palace of the 3,000 halls, but who knew where he, Long Chen, would be in 10 years. The ancestral dragon physique had brought him too many things. Under the increasing attraction of the Emperor Star, everyone's speed increased, creating a lot of sparks with the surrounding Emperor's spiritual energy. However, everyone had the divine martial body, so it wasn't a big deal to them. After the conversation with Lu Qingfeng, the fairy-like Emperor Star appeared in front of Long Chen. When he was about to hit the ground, Long Chen's strength exceeded that of an ordinary person's. His legs bounced on the ground, and he completely cushioned the impact of his fall. His physical body was already strong enough to surpass a large number of phase realms. In contrast, the others, even Lu Qingfeng, did not have it as easy as Long Chen. The rookies even fell head first to the ground, and it took them a long time to get up. The feeling of stepping on the ground was different from the sky-connecting martial path. Long Chen and the others had already come down from the sky-connecting martial path. While the others were tidying themselves up, Long Chen was already looking around. Is this the Emperor Star? The world was incomparably vast. It felt exactly like the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. However, the Dragon Sacrificial Continent was incomparably huge and had billions of people, while this Emperor Star could only accommodate 100 million peak cultivators. They were in the middle of a towering mountain range. The mountains were black and boundless, and the cliffs looked like they were carved by swords. The vast blue color extended from Long Chen's eyes all the way to the horizon. Above the mountains was a lush and verdant forest. The clear rivers were like long snakes, running through the mountains. A large river rushed past Long Chen's side. From time to time, there would be some demon beasts brimming with spiritual chi poking their heads out of the water, but when they saw that it was a living person, they quickly disappeared. Under the sky was a layer of clouds formed by pure white emperor spiritual energy. Under the clouds, there were many immortal cranes and other demonic beasts flying in the sky. On top of those demonic beasts that were filled with spiritual energy, there were also martial cultivators. The dense emperor's spiritual energy rushed towards Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't adapt to it for a while. In a place like this, even trash can probably cultivate to the sky martial realm. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is too dense. As far as Long Chen's eyes could see, spiritual herbs could be found everywhere in the mountain range. Ordinary trees contained a lot of spiritual energy. If such trees were placed in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, they would be treasures that would be fought over by billions of people. In the forest, there were also many rare demonic beasts that didn't harm people. Under the guidance of the martial cultivators, they lived peacefully with the true Martial Emperor Palace's martial cultivators and even became friends. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng had already come over. When he saw everyone sizing up the Imperial Star with shock in their eyes, he smiled complacently. Everyone who came to the Imperial Star would be like this because this place was simply too beautiful. More than 90% of the entire Imperial Star was filled with lush forests and tranquil lakes and oceans. The rest of the land was filled with the 3,000 halls of the true Martial Emperor Palace. Everyone, follow me. Don't run around. The Evil Dragon Palace's territory is not far from here. This is public territory. Don't wander around. If you barge into another palace's territory without an identity pendant, you will suffer a great loss. Everyone didn't say much and directly followed Lu Qingfeng. Not long after, a group of veiled women, led by a beautiful girl, soared into the sky about a few miles behind Long Chen, heading towards the sky-connecting martial path. Those are the people from the Wind Divine Hall. Most of them are beauties. If you are capable in the future, you can also go to the Wind Divine Hall and hook up with one of them. You can show our Evil Dragon Palace some prestige. They should be recruiting new disciples. Every 10 days, a new hall will appear in the Sacred Martial Palace. I didn't expect the Wind Divine Hall to be behind us. Originally, Long Chen didn't care much about it. However, he felt a little strange. He seemed to know the leader of the group of women, but he couldn't remember where. It feels like I've seen her somewhere before. The cold and arrogant aura of the other party was very familiar. However, Long Chen smiled bitterly and thought, this is my first time coming to the true Martial Emperor Palace. I might know someone here. Thinking up to this point, he didn't think too much and quickly followed Lu Qingfeng, disappearing into the lush forest surrounded by white mist. The woman who had just started on the sky-connecting martial path turned her head and saw a group of men submerged in the forest. She seemed to be familiar with one of the men. Who is that? She asked in a cold voice. Senior Sister Huifeng, he seems to be from the Evil Dragon Palace. It's just a small hall. Senior Sister Feng, don't worry about it, another woman said. The woman thought for a moment. She really didn't know anyone in the Evil Dragon Palace. Therefore, she didn't say much and continued in the direction of the Sacred Martial Palace. Following Lu Qingfeng, Long Chen flew through the mountains that were like a paradise on earth. After about half a day, Long Chen finally sensed someone's aura in front of them. When they flew over a clear lake and passed through a 100-meter-tall forest, an exquisite palace appeared in front of them. It was built in the middle of the mountains. There were 1 or 2 palaces on each towering mountain. Chapter 1065. Everyone, this is the Evil Dragon Palace. The Evil Dragon Palace is built on top of the True Dragon Mountain range. There are a total of 300 mountains, and the buildings of our Evil Dragon Palace are built on top of them. Among them, 100 are the 100 halls. The rest are the elders, vice hall masters, pill hall, weapon hall, tower of trials, and so on. After you settle down here, you will slowly familiarize yourself with the Evil Dragon Palace. Because you are new disciples, I will first bring you to the Cloud Ascension platform. After you meet the elders there, you will be able to determine where you belong. Yes. Long Chen and the others noted it down and nodded. Long Chen raised his head and looked at the majestic mountain range in front of him. It was roughly 100,000 li, or even 1,000,000 li. In such a huge place, there were a total of 300 mountains with majestic palaces. This was only one of the palaces of the true Martial Emperor Palace. In terms of size, it was almost the same as the Emperor Dong Imperial Palace. Moreover, how could the Emperor Dong Imperial Palace have so much Emperor spiritual qi? If even the Evil Dragon Palace was like this, what about the other peak palaces? What about the Martial God Palace? While Long Chen was lost in thought, Lu Qingfeng had already brought them to the Cloud Ascension platform. The Cloud Ascension platform was located on top of a very tall mountain. At the peak, there was a platform with a radius of 1,000 li. This was the so-called Cloud Ascension platform. The Imperial Star's cloud layer was very low, and it was shrouded in clouds all year round. At this time, the Cloud Ascension platform was also shrouded in clouds. Standing on the Cloud Ascension platform and looking down, Long Chen could see many demonic beasts flying around the Evil Dragon Palace. Among these demonic beasts, there were many experts, and even divine realm existences. Long Chen personally saw one of the demonic beasts flying and transforming into human form, walking together with the disciples of the true Martial Emperor Palace. Although the disciples who could enter the Imperial Palace weren't necessarily strong, their potential and quality were indeed much stronger than the divine martial realm disciples of the Martial Saint Palace. This is an immortal beast raised by our Emperor Palace. Just like the demonic beasts, it also possesses intelligence and can transform into a human form. However, its heart belongs to our true Martial Emperor Palace. Immortal beasts are the companions of our Emperor Palace's cultivators. Therefore, in the future, you must refrain from ordering immortal beasts around. It's very possible that this inconspicuous immortal beast is a pet raised by some almighty expert. Noticing the doubt in everyone's eyes, Lu Qingfeng turned around and chuckled. After leading Long Chen and the others to the center of the Cloud Ascension platform, Lu Qingfeng faced them and said, "In the Imperial Palace, every palace hall has an opportunity to replenish new blood once every 300 days. It has been almost a year since the last time you came up to the Cloud Ascension platform. In this 1 year, among the 30,000 disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace, only 20 or so have died due to various accidents. Your arrival just so happens to balance out the situation." Speaking up to here, Lu Qingfeng looked at the other peaks shrouded in clouds and said, "The Evil Dragon Palace values new blood very much. Currently, there are 6 Vice Palace Masters permanently stationed in the Evil Dragon Palace. I don't know how many will come, but I reckon there will be 20 to 30 Elders and Hall Masters. When the time comes, I will tell them about your performance in the Martial Saint Palace. Whether you can become an Elder's true disciple or enter 100 halls and become an ordinary disciple will depend on your luck." Everyone nodded. It seemed like this was also a test. After Lu Qingfeng returned, someone from the Evil Dragon Palace had already gone in to report. Everyone waited for a short period of time before Elders and Hall Masters arrived on the cloud platform. Some of them rode on immortal beasts, and even more of them rode on immortal cranes. After arriving, the immortal cranes would usually transform into handsome men and women, standing behind these warriors. Basically, the hall masters and elders were all existences in the fifth layer of the divine martial realm, and they were not young either. These people were all around the same level as old devil Su Zhen. There were even some at the level of underworld Emperor Gao Yan. Of course, there were also one or two at the level of the netherworld mansion master. In about 15 minutes, all the elders and hall masters who were interested in the new blood had arrived. Long Chen stood in front of Lu Qingfeng, not daring to move. After all, among these elders and hall masters, there were already people whose battle strength surpassed his. Each hall had roughly 200 hall masters and 200 elders. In other words, there were 3,000 halls in the true martial emperor palace. In total, there were around 60,000 fifth-layer divine martial realm cultivators, or even higher, reaching a terrifying number of 100,000. After arriving, the elders and hall masters did not say anything. They just watched from the side and chatted with others of the same status. This gave Long Chen and the other rookies a lot of pressure. Lu Qingfeng was still standing there quietly. He was the disciple of the evil dragon palace master, so his status was not lower than these people. Therefore, he did not need to salute. After a short while, the hall master and the elders arrived. There were around 50 strong cultivators of the fifth god Qi layer. After glancing around, they didn't find anyone particularly eye-catching, so they didn't really care. Of course, even if someone was eye-catching, it wouldn't be their turn to look at them. At this time, several strong gusts of wind broke through the clouds and arrived in an instant. Long Chen felt a terrifying pressure descend. The feeling he had when facing Chu Tiange appeared again. Long Chen immediately realized that this was the Grand True Martial Emperor Palace. Even if it was just one of the halls, it could not be underestimated. There were 3 people in total, 2 men and 1 woman. The men were middle-aged men and the woman wasn't young either. She was an attractive and charming woman. If Long Chen wasn't wrong, these 3 people were all in the 6th layer of the divine martial realm and had already mastered the peerless golden body. Following the arrival of the 3 people, a few young disciples appeared behind them. They were probably the disciples who had followed them. These 3 people should be the vice palace masters that Lu Qingfeng had mentioned. In the evil dragon palace, they were only below 1 person and above 10,000 people. Among the 2 men, one of them was a short and stout cultivator. His skin was dark, and he had a barbaric aura. His pair of blood-red eyes were waiting for Long Chen and the others. He gave Long Chen the feeling that he was a bit weaker than Chu Tiange. He should be in the 6th layer of the divine martial realm. The other man was the opposite. He was a handsome middle-aged man like Sumo. His long black beard fluttered in the wind, and he looked very gentle. In his eyes, there was a kind of indifference and tranquility as if he had seen through the world of mortals. Compared to Sumo, he was slightly older. In terms of strength, he was the most terrifying person present. He should be on the same level as Chu Tiange, at the peak of the 6th layer of the divine martial realm. Long Chen would definitely not be able to kill Chu Tiange a second time. Last time, if it wasn't for Lingxi, Long Chen's ending would have been very miserable. Therefore, Long Chen was in awe of this man with long black hair that fluttered in the wind like a waterfall. That man's eyes were like a deep pool of water, unfathomable. That feeling of being able to see through one's heart was enough to make one's heart tremble. That simple blue and white robe on his body added a kind of ethereal temperament to him. In general, putting aside his strength, he was a very amiable person. Behind this middle-aged man, there was a pair of twins. They looked very similar. At this moment, they were curiously looking at Long Chen's side. After discovering that there wasn't a single cultivator of the same level, they raised their arrogant heads, disdain flickering in their eyes. Before the vice palace masters could say anything, they had already spoken. Today's level is even worse. Not even one of them is at the peak of the 3rd layer of the divine martial realm. Moreover, they are not young either. It seems that they don't have much potential. That's right. 2 years ago, the Fire Cloud Hall brought back a 10-year-old youth. Today, he is already at the peak of the third layer of the divine martial realm. For these people to reach this realm, they must be 100 years old. Just as the two were about to say more, the middle-aged man in front of them turned around and gave them a very ordinary look. However, it made them shut their mouths. The main characters had already arrived. Lu Qingfeng cupped his hands towards the 3 palace masters and said, Palace Master Jiang, Palace Master Chen, and Palace Master Li, these are the young disciples that Senior Nangong Lai selected to enter my evil dragon hall. Their cultivations are not bad. Let me introduce them one by one. Lu Qingfeng didn't waste time and directly introduced the 20 people one by one. Along the way, no one interrupted to ask for them. In other words, no elders were willing to accept them as true disciples. Among the vice palace masters, the handsome middle-aged man said, since it's like that, then first enter the various great halls to gain experience. If you have impressive results, then there will only be people willing to accept you as disciples. If you have outstanding talent, then I, Jiang, will personally accept you as disciples. The other 2 vice palace masters smiled and nodded, but didn't express their opinions. This time's meeting on the cloud platform was just a formality. There weren't any particularly outstanding disciples, so everyone was dispirited. Since Palace Master Jiang had spoken, then it meant that they could disperse. Among the 3,000 great halls, the position of the elders was slightly higher than the hall masters. They were also slightly stronger, had slightly more authority, and had higher horizons. When the elders accepted disciples, they had to consider a certain amount of things and couldn't be done casually. Here, there weren't any disciples that would make people want to fight over them. The Evil Dragon Hall was only a mid-tier hall. The possibility of those envious disciples appearing was very small. At this time, those elders were preparing to leave, but the hall masters didn't. After all, these new disciples were going to join the 100 great halls and become ordinary disciples. Ordinary disciples could also become true disciples through hard work, or even higher. Just at this time, Lu Qingfeng took out Long Chen. He gently pushed Long Chen to his side and said in a clear voice, "Let me introduce the last one to everyone." Previously, he didn't introduce Long Chen, so everyone left him out. After all, Long Chen was only at the 2nd layer of the divine martial realm and had just developed his divine sense. Among the new disciples, he wasn't that outstanding. A total of 5 chapters. I still owe everyone 7 chapters. I'll pay it back slowly. Chapter 1066. Lu Qingfeng's words piqued everyone's interest. Lu Qingfeng was the eldest disciple of the Evil Dragon Palace's palace master. Although he did not have the strength of the eldest disciple, his identity was still there. Although everyone secretly despised him, they still had to show some respect in front of him. Oh, then tell me, what's so special about this little guy that he's worthy of me taking him as a legacy disciple? One of the elders sized up Long Chen. He noticed that Long Chen's god martial soul was very young, in his 20s. Compared to the others, he was younger. Lu Qingfeng sneered in his heart. These old fellows were easy to anger. Lu Qingfeng wanted to use Long Chen to fiercely intimidate them and let them experience the feeling of not being able to eat grapes. Thus, he sneered and said, "Yang Dong, you still don't have the qualifications to accept him as a true disciple." Lu Qingfeng's words caught the attention of everyone who didn't care. Everyone was curious as to just what kind of youth could make Lu Qingfeng say such words for him, to the point of contradicting Elder Yang Dong. No matter what, Yang Dong was someone who had passed the devouring fire tribulation. Yang Dong did not expect that he would suffer such a loss. He sneered and said, "What kind of achievements can a little boy in the 2nd level of the divine martial realm, who is only at the divine sense realm, have? Tell us, let us see what kind of disciple he is. Even I, Yang Dong, am not qualified to take him as a disciple." Lu Qingfeng did not expect that he would suffer such a loss. He sneered and said, this little brother is called Long Chen. On the first day he arrived at the sacred martial palace, he was personally valued by the martial maniac, Senior Nangong Lai. On his way back, that senior even asked me to take good care of Long Chen, otherwise, he would cause trouble for my master. Everyone was shocked. Lu Qingfeng definitely wouldn't joke around with Nangong Lai, which meant that what he had said was the truth. Originally, they hadn't thought much of Long Chen, but from what Lu Qingfeng had said, they realized how much Nangong Lai valued Long Chen. Just how special was this young man? Some of the people on the scene could still see that Long Chen's divine awareness had just been awakened, which meant that his realm was at the second level of the divine martial realm. However, this youngster's body indeed had a kind of dangerous aura, as if he was a ferocious beast. That disdainful murderous aura, although he was concealing it, could still be felt. Then tell me about Long Chen's performance in the sacred martial palace. That handsome palace master Jiang spoke in an amiable tone, like a spring breeze. He was probably the only one whom Lu Qingfeng dared not to slight. Among the 10 deputy palace masters, basically all of them were warriors at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm with a supreme golden body. However, some of them had just entered the 6th level, while some had reached the peak. Palace Master Jiang was one of the few who had reached the peak. His words were very useful in the entire Evil Dragon Palace. Lu Qingfeng nodded and started to tell everyone what had happened to Long Chen in the sacred martial palace. Actually, it was very simple. It was nothing more than completing the 1,000 slaughter and fighting with the martial maniac Nangong Lai for nearly half an hour. The people present, especially the deputy palace masters, naturally knew that the martial maniac Nangong Lai was from the martial god palace. For Long Chen to be able to achieve this, it was really heaven-defying. If that was really the case, then Lu Qingfeng's earlier statement that Yang Dong was not qualified to take Long Chen as a disciple was the truth. Nangong Lai had not brought Long Chen into the Evil Dragon Palace to hand him over to an elder. However, this matter was too strange. A mere second level of the divine martial realm could achieve this. The crowd did not believe it, especially some of the youngsters, who were eager to try. The elders and hall masters also looked at each other in dismay. They looked at Long Chen with shock and doubt in their eyes. At this moment, among the 3 deputy palace masters, the female deputy palace master spoke. Since you are a little genius, then become my disciple. You are called Long Chen, right? I have many beauties under me. While the elders and hall masters were still in disbelief, the 3 deputy palace masters had already started fighting. It did not matter if Lu Qingfeng was real or not. It was better to be safe than sorry. If Lu Qingfeng was really so amazing, missing out on such a talented disciple would be a lifelong regret. Now that even the vice palace master had spoken, the elders present had basically lost their qualifications. Everyone exchanged glances with each other, feeling somewhat helpless. That elder called Yang Dong's face alternated between green and red. He had been a little embarrassed earlier. Long Chen's earlier performance was like a slap to his face. After the female palace master finished speaking, the short and sturdy deputy palace master He was unwilling. He glared at the female palace master and said, "Li Bijiang, how can you snatch him just like that? Do you think I, Chen Yuantong, don't exist?" After saying that, he, who was originally ferocious, tried his best to put on a gentle expression. He looked at Long Chen and said, "Little brother, I saw that you were able to compete with Senior Nangong in terms of physical strength. I, Chen Yuantong, have cultivated a grade 7 body refining battle skill, the Rock Devil Divine Body. Among the deputy palace masters, my body is the strongest. If you become my disciple, this grade 7 divine skill, the Rock Devil Divine Body, will be yours in the near future." The 2 of them fought to be the first. One of them used a beauty to tempt Long Chen, while the other used the Rock Devil Divine Body. This scene was an eye-opener for the other elders and hall masters. At the same time, they also realized how precious Long Chen was. They could not help but blame Lu Qingfeng. If Lu Qingfeng did not tell them about Long Chen's battle achievements, such a heaven-defying disciple would definitely become their disciple. The hall master was not present. Only the 3 deputy palace masters had come. The other deputy palace masters who did not come would probably be beating their chests and stamping their feet in their homes after hearing the news. The 2 deputy palace masters continued to argue with one another, causing the atmosphere to be extremely lively. At this moment, Deputy Palace Master Jiang waved his hand and said, "That's enough. As a dignified Deputy Palace Master, don't embarrass yourself in front of the young disciples." The 2 Deputy Palace Masters seemed to be a little afraid of this Deputy Palace Master Jiang. After he spoke, the 2 of them angrily rebuked each other, but then shut their mouths. The 2 Deputy Palace Masters were fighting like this, causing the disciples behind them to feel a little jealous. Back when their masters were taking them as disciples, they did not act like this. At this moment, behind Deputy Palace Master Jiang, the 2 identical twins glanced at each other and understood each other's intentions. Long Chen was so popular, and had even surpassed them when they were in the past. This made the 2 of them feel very uncomfortable. No matter how they looked at it, Long Chen was only at the 2nd level of the divine martial realm. Although his body was very strong, it was impossible for him to fight against the 2 of them who were at the 4th level of the divine martial realm. Although he had just entered the 4th level of the divine martial realm and was not as strong as Lu Qingfeng, the crucial point was that the 2 of them were still young, not more than 50 years old. At this moment, one of them suddenly took a few steps forward and said to Deputy Palace Master Jiang, "Master, we brothers have a request. We don't know if this Long Chen's strength is as incredible as Lu Qingfeng said. How about I test him, so that we won't become a laughingstock when the 2 Deputy Palace Masters fight over him, only to end up with a piece of trash?" Hearing this, the other 2 Deputy Palace Masters glanced at each other. They were a little curious about how Long Chen was able to complete the 1,000-people slaughter. There were warriors at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm in the 1,000-people slaughter. Basically, only warriors who had a very high level of comprehension in the way of sword could kill someone at a higher level. However, it was only a little bit higher at most. How on earth did Long Chen accomplish this, or was he hiding his strength? If they took a piece of trash back, they would become a laughingstock. Furthermore, the one who was going to test Long Chen was Deputy Palace Master Zhang's disciple, and not the 2 Deputy Palace Masters' disciples. Therefore, the 2 Deputy Palace Masters naturally didn't mind. They took the initiative and said, "Go ahead, but you have to know when to stop. Don't hurt this little brother." Deputy Palace Master Zhang's disciple hurriedly nodded his head in excitement. He then glanced at his master, and seeing that his master didn't say anything, it meant that he had agreed. Therefore, he took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Long Chen. He looked at Long Chen with disdain, then said with a clear voice, "I am Jiang Lingguan, the 5th disciple of my master. My cultivation has just entered the 4th level of the divine martial realm, and I have already comprehended the pinnacle of martial arts, the peak of martial arts. Do you dare to fight with me?" This teenager had delicate features. If he were to change his appearance, he might even be able to disguise himself as a girl. After all, he was just a kid. Although he might be older than Long Chen, his experience was far too lacking. In this kind of situation, it was taboo to stand out. Yet, he had come out to stand out. Obviously, he wasn't mature enough. However, Long Chen was very satisfied with this. It just so happened that someone had come out to show his might, so why not? Lu Qingfeng didn't feel any pressure. He knew that what he said was true, but in fact, everyone still didn't really believe him. Therefore, he sensibly took a few steps back, and gave the battlefield to Long Chen and Jiang Lingguan. Long Chen raised his head. That kind of firm willpower had already made everyone admire him. He took a glance at Jiang Lingguan, then suddenly said, "Aren't you two coming together? Since that's the case, come at me together." What? Jiang Lingguan was infuriated. Long Chen's words were simply too ignorant. He actually wanted to challenge both of them at the same time. How hateful. Jiang Lingguan clenched his teeth and angrily said, "What a country bumpkin who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think the people of the true martial emperor palace are as simple as you think they are? If you're courting death, I alone will be enough to beat you up. Behind him, Hall Master Jiang furrowed his brows. He was a little dissatisfied with his disciple's temperament. It wasn't a good sign for him to get angry so easily. Thus, he said, Lingwen, cut the crap and face the battle calmly. Yes. Jiang Lingwen hurriedly nodded. After that, he looked at Long Chen and said in a clear voice, be careful. I'm going to execute the famous battle technique of my evil dragon palace, the evil dragon heaven-defying fist. If you can't block it, feel free to shout for mercy. I will stop immediately. If you don't blame me for injuring you. The reply he got was a faint smile from Long Chen. Jiang Lingwen couldn't stand the fact that Long Chen could still pretend to be indifferent when facing him. He felt that he was being looked down upon. Hence, he immediately executed his grade 4 divine skill. The evil dragon heaven-defying fist blasted towards Long Chen. The might of this fist contained the will of the martial Tao. Jiang Lingwen's strength wasn't any weaker than the vine dragon that Long Chen had encountered. In fact, under Hall Master Zhang's nurturing, Jiang Lingwen didn't have any flaws and was even stronger. Chapter 1067. Jiang Lingwen's punch contained the will of martial. Seeing the performance of this punch, the surrounding spectators were all nodding their heads in approval. As expected of Hall Master Zhang's disciple, the strength he displayed was indeed extraordinary. Against existences of the same level as him, many would not be a match for him. If Long Chen was really as incredible as Lu Qingfeng had said, he should be able to resist Jiang Lingwen. Therefore, the spectators were looking forward to the result of this battle. Evil dragon defying the heavens, the might of a single punch. A majestic image of an earth dragon rushed out from Jiang Lingwen's fist, bringing with it a powerful aura. It broke through the clouds and attacked Long Chen. This was a huge beast covered in thick armor, and it looked a bit like a pangolin. This punch was also like a pangolin, and it was filled with a piercing power. Rip! A blood-curdling scream resounded in the air. Under the attack of the evil dragon against the heavens, Long Chen was as weak as a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea, swaying with the wind. Jiang Lingwen's punch basically had no flaws. However, to the current Long Chen, even if he didn't use the desolate scarlet blood, this punch was still too weak. After Jiang Lingwen's punch arrived, at the most crucial moment, Long Chen suddenly rushed forward, using his own body to receive Jiang Lingwen's punch. The spectators all squinted their eyes. Long Chen's performance was too bold. Even they wouldn't dare to approach such a punch so easily. In an instant, the entire cloud ascending platform trembled slightly. This Long Chen is dead for sure. Under such an attack, basically no one believed that Long Chen would be able to withstand it. Jiang Lingwen must have been enraged to use such a killing move right from the start. Seeing that Long Chen was already in front of his fist, Jiang Lingwen smiled. He secretly thought that Lu Qingfeng was boasting too much. He didn't want to take Long Chen's life. Just as he was about to withdraw his attack, he didn't expect that at this critical moment, Long Chen's speed would suddenly increase by more than 10 times. Before the evil dragon against the heavens, he directly reached out his hand and destroyed the evil dragon against the heavens before grabbing Jiang Lingwen's fist. All of this happened in an instant. Long Chen had broken Jiang Lingwen's attack with his bare hands. Moreover, he had even managed to grab hold of Jiang Lingwen's hand. This result caused everyone to be dumbfounded. In their opinion, no matter how heaven-defying Long Chen was, it was impossible for him to achieve such a feat. He had blocked Jiang Lingwen's evil dragon against the heavens with his bare hands. Everyone was stunned, especially Jiang Lingwen himself. In that instant, Long Chen had given him the illusion that he could control his life at any time. How could this be possible? He was the disciple of a dignified deputy hall master. An ordinary elder's disciple couldn't compare to him. His first reaction was to struggle free of Long Chen's control with all his might. However, he quickly realized that he was overthinking. Long Chen's strength had exceeded his expectations. When he sent the divine energy in his body to attack Long Chen's arm, Long Chen's tyrannical dragon blood divine energy counterattacked, causing his blood to churn. Boom! Long Chen let go of his arm, and Jiang Lingwen was sent flying backwards. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, his younger twin brother stabilized him in the end. Both of their faces were filled with shock. Their minds were connected, and they could already feel Long Chen's strength. It wasn't just a facade, it was real. The three deputy hall masters glanced at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. There was no need to mention the elders and hall masters. Disciples like Long Chen, whose fighting strength far exceeded his cultivation level, were exactly what they liked. Unfortunately, a truly good disciple like Long Chen was far from being their turn. He actually blocked Jiang Lingwen's attack with his bare hands. He even used divine energy to push Jiang Lingwen back. In other words, this young man is stronger than Jiang Lingwen in terms of both physical strength and divine energy. However, isn't his cultivation level only at the second level of the divine martial realm? Cultivation level can still be concealed. This little guy is amazing. He must have some method to conceal his strength that we don't understand. Nowadays, this little guy likes to play the pig to eat the tiger. While the crowd was discussing, Jiang Lingwen and Jiang Lingwu's faces were burning. As the disciples of Hall Master Jiang, their position in the evil dragon palace wasn't low. As long as it was an arranged battle, they would basically never lose. However, today, they were actually pushed back by Long Chen. How could they face the ordinary disciples in the future? One should know that they were in the fourth level of the divine martial realm. I already said, you two should come together. Long Chen's eyes had a kind of majesty that didn't match his age. Who said I lost? If you want to defeat me, this doesn't count. Jiang Lingwen stood up angrily and rushed towards Long Chen. Jiang Lingwu, who was beside him, did the same. They were all powerful in the evil dragon palace. Even the elders and hall masters present didn't dare to do anything to them. Yet, a newcomer like Long Chen dared to defeat them. However, when compared with Long Chen's speed and physical body, they quickly despaired. Even if Long Chen stood there and let them hit him, they wouldn't be able to cause much damage. At the same time, with Long Chen's speed, no matter what method they used, they wouldn't be able to catch up with Long Chen. After fooling around with them for a while, Long Chen saw that Hall Master Zhang's face was a bit unsightly. So, he stopped and didn't do anything to the two. When Long Chen stopped and stepped back, the two guys who were fooled by him fell to the ground in exhaustion. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock towards Long Chen. It had to be said that Long Chen was indeed as strong as Lu Qingfeng said. He must have concealed his cultivation of the second level of the divine martial realm. The two looked down on Long Chen at the beginning, but after witnessing Long Chen's true strength, they realized that they were not strong enough. At the same time, they felt a trace of reverence towards Long Chen. Your strength is indeed not bad. We are sincerely convinced. Welcome to the evil dragon palace. If there is a chance, we will seek you out again and truly determine the winner. Long Chen nodded with a smile. These two guys were actually not arrogant or vicious people. Previously, they did not agree with Lu Qingfeng's words and wanted to test Long Chen. Now, they realized that Long Chen was indeed very strong. They were sincerely convinced. Although they were unwilling to accept their defeat, they did not have any other thoughts. If it was those people that Long Chen had encountered before, they would probably be thinking of how to take Long Chen's life. Anytime, said Long Chen. His attitude was neither servile nor overbearing, which made the warriors present admire him again. They had a premonition that this young man would become a rising star of the evil dragon palace. Whoever accepted him as a disciple would have a higher status in the evil dragon palace in the future. When Long Chen finished his performance, Li Bijiang and Qin Yuantong's eyes were already blazing with fighting spirit. There was no doubt that they both thought highly of Long Chen. The elders and hall masters crossed their arms and prepared to watch the show. They wanted to see how Xiao Qin and the two vice palace masters would fight. As for the other palace master Jiang, he did not have any intention of fighting over the disciple. Qin Yuantong and Li Bijiang exchanged glances and saw the hostility in each other's eyes. Hence, Qin Yuantong smiled and said, "Since both of you have taken a liking to him, let's go with the old rules. Whoever wins slightly will get Long Qin." Li Bijiang, do you dare? Qin Yuantong, do you think I'm afraid of a dark dwarf like you? Li Bijiang sneered. Her words directly poked at Qin Yuantong's weak spot. It was precisely because of his good looks that Qin Yuantong was basically bullied when he was young, especially by those women who had a little bit of beauty. They often gave him a bad look, just like Li Bijiang. The anger of the two of them had successfully erupted. The crowd quickly moved away from them, worried that they would be affected by the fight. They were undying cultivators at the 6th level of the divine martial realm, with a supreme golden body. Just a casual attack from them could easily injure the crowd. An enormous aura was emitted from the two cultivators. The two of them confronted each other with equal harshness, not willing to give in at all. Li Bijiang's words, "dark dwarf," had directly provoked the hatred between the two of them. Palace Master Jiang, who was in the middle, did not move at all. "Senior Jiang, you will be the judge of the matter between the two of us today. I would like to see if Li Bijiang is really qualified to be my opponent." "That's great. Senior Jiang, just watch. Don't let this dark dwarf use some shameful methods. You can get to this stage with your looks. You must have used some schemes to kill many people." Qin Yuantong's face turned red from being scolded. He thought for a while and said, "You have the nerve to criticize others for what you have done. You probably used your body to exchange for that 7th grade battle skill. Shameless." When the two of them were fighting, how could they have known that someone would be shocked by their words? That person was Long Qin. Senior Jiang, this name was incomparably familiar. Long Qin recalled what Feng Yangzi had told him in the 5 Emperors' secret territory. Jiang Qing was in the true martial emperor palace. Long Qin had almost forgotten about this matter. He had never thought that he would meet him on the first day he came to the true martial emperor palace. "Senior Jiang, are you the person who plotted against Feng Yangzi and his junior sister?" Jiang Qing's gentle and scholarly appearance made it impossible to tell that he was such a person. However, Long Qin understood that most hypocrites would look like this, just like Sumo. Of course, because Sumo was a member of the Netherworld Army, he had a wild aura that was slightly different from Jiang Qing's. One could wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, but by chance finding it without even looking for it. This phrase was very suitable to describe Long Qin's current mood. He stared blankly at Jiang Qing a few times. After startling Jiang Qing, he hurriedly lowered his head. Chapter 1068. At this moment, the conflict between Li Bijiang and Qin Yuantong had reached its breaking point. Seeing that a huge battle was about to break out, Jiang Qing finally could not stand it anymore. She said coldly, "Aren't the two of you just letting the new disciples laugh at you? The palace master does not wish for the two vice palace masters to lose the reputation of the evil dragon palace. Since you both want this disciple, then let him decide. What's the point of fighting to see who is stronger?" Jiang Qing's words were intimidating enough. The two of them were very confident in themselves. Thinking of this, they also felt that it was not suitable to fight in public. However, when they saw Qin Yuantong's face, they really wanted to beat him up. "Since that's the case, little brother Long Qin, you decide for yourself. Follow me, Qin Yuantong. As long as it's a body-tempering battle skill, I can get it for you. Let's not talk about anything else. In any case, becoming my disciple is much better than being a woman." Qin Yuantong guided Long Qin patiently. Li Bijiang coldly snorted and said, "It would be strange if I'm willing to follow someone as fierce as you. Which one of my disciples isn't handsome, confident, and beautiful? Moreover, I, Li Bijiang, am not any weaker than you. Now, it was up to Long Chen to make his own choice. Jiang Qing glanced at him and asked, "Do you want to join one of them?" Qin Yuantong and Li Bijiang looked at Long Chen in anticipation. They tried their best to put on friendly smiles. The current Long Chen was like a delicious cake. What made them despair was that Long Chen actually shook his head and said, "I don't want any of them." Everyone was stunned. Long Chen actually rejected the good intentions of the two vice palace masters. "Then which elder's disciple do you want to become, or an ordinary disciple?" Jiang Qing continued to ask. He felt that with Long Chen's arrogance, he would choose to become an ordinary disciple and slowly climb up. However, what surprised him was that Long Chen shook his head again. "Then what do you want?" Jiang Qing asked. Long Chen said bluntly, "Could it be that I can't take you as my master?" The tone of this sentence was very arrogant, but only Long Chen could speak in such a tone. After listening, Li Bijiang and Qin Yuantong were stunned. It turned out that all this trouble was for them. The most difficult thing was that this was Long Chen's own choice, and they couldn't refute it even if they wanted to. At this time, they also doubted Jiang Qing's intention of letting Long Chen choose by himself. In fact, he had long valued Long Chen, but he didn't participate in the quarrel between Qin Yuantong and Li Bijiang. When they quarreled, Long Chen's image in Long Chen's heart would be lowered, thus highlighting Jiang Qing. In fact, Long Chen finally chose Jiang Qing, which was actually very reasonable, but they couldn't understand it for a while. Not everyone understood Jiang Qing's thoughts. However, what Jiang Qing didn't know was that Long Chen truly chose him purely because of his name. Everyone was waiting for Jiang Qing's answer. The two vice palace masters at the side were so angry that their faces turned red. Today, they had lost a lot of face. Regardless of whether Jiang Qing agreed or not, the two of them snorted coldly, flicked their sleeves and left. Jiang Qing didn't even look at Li Bijiang and Qin Yuantong leaving, and said to Long Chen with a slight smile, "Since that's the case, then you are my seventh disciple. These two are your sixth senior brother and fifth senior brother." The other elders and hall masters exchanged glances. They knew that Jiang Qing was the one with deep foresight, subduing Long Chen without batting an eyelid. They admired this hall master Jiang a lot. It could be said that the most famous person in the Evil Dragon Palace was the Evil Dragon Palace Master, and Jiang Qing was the person closest to the Evil Dragon Palace Master. He could be said to be the brains of the Evil Dragon Palace Master, and he was the number 2 person in the Evil Dragon Palace. Even if the other Vice Palace Masters were as strong as him, their positions might not be higher. If he wanted Long Chen to be his disciple, the others would not be able to compete with him. Hence, Qin Yuantong and Li Bijiang swallowed their anger and left without saying a word. Congratulations, Hall Master Jiang, for taking in a genius. In the future, Long Chen will definitely become a pillar of support for our Evil Dragon Palace. At that time, it will all be Hall Master Jiang's credit. Little brother Long Chen will definitely bring glory to our Evil Dragon Palace. I believe that in the future, you will definitely be a rising star of our Evil Dragon Palace. The others quickly sucked up to Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing waved his hand and said, "All right, that's all. If any of your halls lack people, bring these youths over and teach them well. Let everyone have a chance to grow." Yes. The others were very tactful. Now that Jiang Qing was in a good mood, no one would waste this opportunity to curry favor with her. One by one, they brought away the dozen or so young martial artists who had come with Long Chen. There were even 1 or 2 elders who publicly accepted them as disciples. These people could be considered to have benefited from Long Chen's light and had a good place to go. Those elders and hall masters understood that Long Chen had great potential. If he became amazing in the future, these people would definitely take care of each other since they had spent a lot of time with Long Chen and were from the same batch. With this relationship, they would be able to build a bridge between them and Jiang Qing, which would be very beneficial to them. Thanks to Long Chen, everyone was in a good mood. After everything was settled, everyone bid farewell to Jiang Qing and left one by one. Only Jiang Qing, his 2 disciples, Long Chen, and Lu Qingfeng were left. Brother Long Chen, I hope you have a good time in the Evil Dragon Palace. If you have any problems that you can't solve, you can come and find me, Lu Qingfeng. I will definitely help you, Lu Qingfeng said with a smile. He was very satisfied with handing Long Chen to Jiang Qing. He did not let down Nangong Lai's last warning. Lu Qingfeng exchanged glances with Jiang Qing and did not say anything. Everything was understood without words. After that, he also left. Behind Jiang Qing, his two disciples looked a little awkward. Previously, they could not bear to see how powerful Long Chen was. After fighting with Long Chen and experiencing Long Chen's true strength, they were filled with admiration. Now, Long Chen suddenly became their junior brother, and they would have to spend time with each other in the future. Thinking about how they were defeated by their junior brother, the two of them felt their faces burning. Seventh junior brother, let's formally introduce ourselves. I am Jiang Lingguan, my master's fifth disciple. I am older than you. Although I am not as strong as you, in terms of seniority, you still have to call me fifth senior brother, one of the twins said. One of the twins said. After acknowledging Long Chen, he no longer had an overbearing attitude. That overbearing attitude was aimed at ordinary disciples, not his own junior brother. At the side, Jiang Lingwu also said, my brother and I were born at about the same time. It's just that he came out first. I am your sixth senior brother, but I am also very impressed by seventh junior brother's combat strength. It's even better if you can become my master's disciple. In the future, there will be more opportunities for you to exchange pointers. Long Chen discovered that these two senior brothers weren't as annoying as he had imagined. He felt relieved. After coming to the true Martial Emperor Palace, Long Chen didn't want to have any life and death conflicts with others in the short term. As for Jiang Qing, Long Chen didn't have any feelings for him now, and he would try his best not to. When Long Chen's strength reached a certain level, he would definitely stab him in the back. Jiang Qing was very satisfied with Long Chen. At this moment, he was sizing up Long Chen with a smile and nodded in satisfaction, neither arrogant nor rash. Good temperament. Both of you should learn from junior brother. In terms of mentality, you two are much more childish than him. At this moment, Jiang Qing's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Long Chen and said, since you have become my disciple, you naturally have to shoulder the responsibility of being a role model for the other disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace. After we arrive at the River Heart Pavilion, I will teach you the sect rules of the true Martial Emperor Palace. At that time, you must memorize them and strictly enforce the sect rules. You will be the role model for the other disciples. If you commit any crimes, commit fratricide, deceive your superiors and subordinates, or invert right and wrong, even if you are my disciple, I will place righteousness before family. Do you understand? At this moment, Jiang Qing's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Long Chen and said, since you have become my disciple, you naturally have to shoulder the responsibility of being a role model for the other disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace. When we arrive at the River Heart Pavilion, I will teach you the sect rules of the true Martial Emperor Palace. At that time, you must memorize them and strictly follow the sect rules. You will be the role model for the other disciples. If you break the law, kill each other, deceive the superiors and subordinates, or invert right and wrong, even if you are my disciple, I will still put righteousness before family. Do you understand? Although Long Chen had acknowledged him as his master, he didn't acknowledge him as his master. It was just a formality. Long Chen wouldn't stay in a place like the Evil Dragon Palace for too long. He only had one goal, the Martial God Palace surrounded by the 99 golden demon suppressing pillars. Only by reaching there would he be able to match Lingxi's identity and status. The strongest palace among the 3,000 palaces was only at the level of the Eastern Emperor Palace. It was far from being comparable to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Disciple understands. Long Chen lowered his head temporarily. As for the sect rules, he could just close one eye. As long as he didn't let others find out, everything was fine. Long Chen was rebellious by nature. He understood this very well. Very good. Jiang Qing nodded and said, "All right, I will bring you to the River Heart Pavilion now. I will bring you to meet the other senior and junior brothers. You can recuperate in the River Heart Pavilion for a period of time. Your senior brothers and sisters will bring you to familiarize you with the evil dragon palace. At the same time, they will give you cultivation tasks." Long Chen didn't say much. He just nodded. The huge evil dragon palace was filled with mysteries. The dense monarch's spiritual energy was hidden in the forest. Following Jiang Qing's imposing figure, the three disciples followed behind him. They headed towards the River Heart Pavilion where Jiang Qing was. The River Heart Pavilion was located on one of the main peaks in the True Dragon Mountain range. The height and size of this peak were among the top 5 peaks in the True Dragon Mountain range. Only Jiang Qing and his direct disciples could enter this place. The density of the spiritual energy here was incomparable to ordinary peaks. At the peak of this peak was a vast lake. The lake was shrouded in mist, making it look like a fairyland. The lake water was snow-white, as if it was covered with a layer of snow. In the center of the lake was a huge palace, hidden in the mist. It had golden bricks and green tiles, birds chirping, and the fragrance of flowers. It was a very enjoyable place. "Seventh junior brother, we won't get to know each other until we fight," Jiang Lingwen and Long Chen whispered behind Jiang Qing. Chapter 1069. The two brothers looked almost the same. They could only be distinguished by their personalities. Jiang Lingwen was the elder brother. He was more active and talkative, while the younger brother was the opposite. "Probably," said Long Chen. At this time, they had arrived at Jiang Xian Pavilion. Jiang Qing was expressionless. Beside the lake, there was a wooden bridge that led to the River Heart Pavilion. At this time, everyone didn't fly but walked directly to the River Heart Pavilion from the bridge. It seemed that the people in the River Heart Pavilion felt the aura of their master. They came out and stood on the other side of the bridge, waiting for everyone. They should be Jiang Qing's disciples. There were a total of 3 people waiting. Long Chen was Jiang Qing's 7th disciple. Including him, there were 6 disciples. In other words, Jiang Qing only had 1 disciple who hadn't arrived. The 3 disciples were very surprised to see Jiang Qing leading a newcomer. One should know that Jiang Qing hadn't accepted a disciple for a long time. Most of his disciples were brought back from the outside world. There were only a few that were selected from the sacred martial palace. In fact, the true geniuses in the true martial emperor palace were usually nurtured by their own experts or brought back from the outside world. There weren't many that were selected from the sacred martial palace. While the 3 were sizing up Long Chen was also looking at the 3 disciples. Long Chen could see the strength of Jiang Qing's disciples at a glance. Except for Jiang Lingwen and Jiang Lingwu, who had just entered the 4th level of the divine martial realm, the extreme realm of martial realm, the other 3 were all in the great circle of the 4th level of the divine martial realm. Among the 3, there was a man who had a similar temperament to Jiang Qing. He was holding a folding fan made of steel with surging energy. It should be his weapon. He had a gentle and elegant temperament. It was obvious that he liked to read, but he didn't have the aggressiveness and sharpness of Chu Tiange. The other one was tall and had a similar temperament to Nangong Lai. However, he didn't have the disdainful and violent temperament of Nangong Lai. The third one was a woman. She looked pretty good and bore some resemblance to Jiang Qing. Presumably, she was related to Jiang Qing by blood. She wore a blue dress and stood between the 2 men. She was also looking at Long Chen curiously. Her eyes were somewhat lively. She should be the kind of woman who was more intelligent. The 3 of them weren't very old, but they were able to reach the great circle of the 4th level of the divine martial realm at this age. No wonder they became Jiang Qing's disciples. In a place like the Netherworld Manor, a cultivator at the great circle of the 4th level of the divine martial realm could already be considered an overlord. In the true martial emperor palace, they could only be a disciple of a vice hall master. Although they discovered that Long Chen was only at the second level of the divine martial realm, they didn't ask anything. When Jiang Qing arrived in front of them, she said to the man with the folding fan, Qin Feng, "This is my new disciple. His name is Long Chen, your 7th junior brother. He's new here, take care of him. Later, teach him the sect rules and show him around the evil dragon palace. Tomorrow, bring him around the evil dragon palace and let him gain some experience." The skinny man called Qin Feng quickly nodded and said to Long Chen, 7th junior brother, "I'm your 2nd senior brother, Qin Feng. I'm currently managing the Jiang Heart Pavilion. If you have any problems, you can find me for help." The other two also quickly introduced themselves. That's Qin Kong. However, he isn't related to 2nd senior brother by blood. It's just that they share the same surname. The tall and honest-looking man said with a silly smile. Although his muscles were bulging, he looked somewhat cute. The girl full of spirit said, "As for me, I'm your 4th senior sister. I'm called Jiang Cha, but you can't drink it." Hearing her words, everyone laughed. This girl was indeed humorous. From her name, she should be related to Jiang Qing. However, from how familiar they were, they shouldn't be father and daughter. These three people seemed to be easy to get along with. Long Chen was at ease. At least the people around him wouldn't find trouble with him. He could cultivate in peace in the evil dragon palace for a short period of time and didn't need to offend anyone. Jiang Qing saw that they were very familiar with each other and was very satisfied. She said, "I still have things to do. I'll leave Long Chen to you guys. Take good care of him. If I come back and find anything wrong with him, I'll hold you responsible." From Jiang Qing's words, the other three could tell how much Jiang Qing valued Long Chen. So they quickly nodded. 2nd senior brother Qin Feng guaranteed, "Master, don't worry. We'll definitely raise 7th junior brother until he's healthy and fat. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Qin Feng's joke made everyone feel much more relaxed. Jiang Qing nodded and said, "That'd better be the case." After looking around, he asked, "Where's your 1st senior sister?" Everyone's smile suddenly stiffened and they heard the 1st senior sister's name. A trace of fear appeared in their hearts. Seeing that no one said anything, Qin Feng quickly said, "Master, 1st senior sister has been cultivating in the Tower of Trials recently." Jiang Qing nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, she glared at everyone and said, "You guys should learn from your 1st senior sister. Don't always play around in the Jiang Xian Pavilion. You guys aren't young anymore. I, Jiang Qing, have accepted all of you as my disciples. So far, only your 1st senior sister is worthy. As for you guys, as long as you don't ruin my reputation, I'll be satisfied. Let me tell you, especially you, Qin Feng. How long have you been with me? You haven't even reached the 5th level of the divine martial realm. If you still can't break through within 10 years, scram home." Qin Feng was shocked and quickly promised, "Master, don't worry. I'll work hard and learn from 1st senior sister. I'll reach the 5th level of the divine martial realm and pass the Oblivion Wind Tribulation." Jiang Qing sneered and said, "Your 1st senior sister didn't just pass the Oblivion Wind Tribulation." After that, he said a few words to Long Chen before leaving. Everyone quietly looked at each other. After Jiang Qing left, they heaved a sigh of relief. Jiang Cha stuck out his tongue and said, "Master is really strict. 1st senior sister is a monster. How can we catch up to her?" Qin Feng's face changed and said, "4th brother, don't talk nonsense. If she hears you, even if you're master's relative, she'll still kill you. It's not like you don't know 1st senior sister's temper." Everyone felt a lingering fear. Seeing that Long Chen was there, they got rid of the unhappy atmosphere and the scene suddenly became lively. Jiang Lingwen was a man who couldn't hold back his words. He had fought with Long Chen, so he had the most right to speak. At this moment, he hurriedly told his senior brothers and sisters about Long Chen's deeds in the sacred martial palace and on the cloud ascending platform. Originally, the three of them didn't care much about it. But after listening to them, the three of them opened their mouths wide and looked at Long Chen in shock. No matter how they looked at it, they couldn't tell that Long Chen had such strength. Qin Feng felt his mouth go dry as he asked, Long Chen, can you tell us exactly what level your battle prowess is at? They obviously didn't believe that Long Chen had easily defeated the Jiang Lingwen brothers, so he had just entered the 4th level of the divine martial arts realm. So, Long Chen said, actually, it's not as incredible as 5th senior brother said. At most, I can only fight against a warrior in the exceptional 4th level of the divine martial arts realm. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if they had to live with a monster like 1st senior sister, it would be very stressful for them. 7th brother, do you mind if we call you that? Actually, the 5 of us, excluding you and 1st senior sister, don't call each other 2nd senior brother when we're together. We just call you 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 4th brother, and 5th brother. If you don't mind, you can be like us, the little beauty Jiang Cha said mysteriously to Long Chen. Of course, when master is here, we can't call him that, Qin Feng said. As for the 3rd senior brother, Qin Kong, he kept smiling and didn't say anything. It turned out that these people were quite happy. Long Chen suddenly felt that he had come to the right place. He was a person who didn't care about worldly affairs, and could even be described as unrestrained. The temperament of these 5 people was exactly what Long Chen liked. So, Long Chen smiled and nodded. Yeah. Jiang Cha jumped up and cheered, Master is out, and 1st senior sister is not here. We finally have a happy time. In order to celebrate the arrival of 7th brother, we have to have a good celebration tonight. I agree, Jiang Lingwen said quickly. I also agree. I agree with both of my hands. I will raise both of my legs. I will raise my 3rd leg. Die, you scoundrel. Jiang Cha chased after Jiang Lingwen angrily and gave him a beating. Compared to them, Long Chen was like a little old man. While they were having fun, Long Chen was also pondering what kind of person this 1st senior sister that Jiang Qing was very satisfied with, but the others were afraid of. She has at least passed the fire-devouring tribulation and is on par with me. I can't offend her easily, Long Chen concluded. He came here to cultivate in peace. Tonight, he would familiarize himself with Jiang Xian Pavilion. Tomorrow, they would naturally bring Long Chen around the Evil Dragon Palace. From today onwards, Long Chen's name had spread throughout the Evil Dragon Palace. After all, every disciple of Jiang Qing had a position in the Evil Dragon Palace, second only to the Evil Dragon Palace Master's disciple. Tonight, Long Chen became familiar with these 5 weirdos and quickly integrated into their lives. Especially that Jiang Cha. She was very happy, bouncing up and down with boundless energy. She also loved to drink. She was simply a drunkard's disciple. However, her alcohol tolerance was not good. Once she drank, she would go crazy. She kept shouting that Long Chen needed to take off his clothes because it was hot. Qin Feng and the others were used to it and threw her into the lake. She would naturally wake up after a while and continue to participate in the celebration of welcoming Long Chen. In reality, the person they were going to welcome was just silently studying the sect rules of true martial emperor palace. These things had to be studied clearly. Otherwise, even Jiang Qing couldn't protect herself if she made a mistake. Moreover, Jiang Qing would protect herself. Chapter 1070. In fact, Long Chen spent a few days in Jiang Xian Pavilion before the 5 senior brothers and sisters brought him out to familiarize him with the layout of the Evil Dragon Palace. During these few days, Qin Feng and the others explained a lot about the Evil Dragon Palace and the 3,000 palaces to Long Chen, as well as some of the taboos here. Long Chen had a premonition that the true Martial Emperor Palace would be the place he would stay the longest, so he listened very carefully. Only after familiarizing himself with the rules could he break them. Long Chen memorized all the rules of the true Martial Emperor Palace. Long Chen had plenty of time. After interacting with these senior brothers and sisters for a few days, the 5 of them formed a group and protected Long Chen in the middle. They set off towards various places in the evil dragon palace. One reason was to let Long Chen familiarize himself with the evil dragon palace. The other was to let Long Chen, this new figure of the evil dragon palace, display himself in front of the 30,000 disciples and let them get to know Long Chen better. After all, among the 30,000 disciples of the evil dragon palace, only 7 were qualified to become Jiang Qing's disciple. Compared to the other disciples, even Jiang Lingguan and Jiang Lingwu, who had the lowest cultivation, were superior. Long Chen's combat strength actually surpassed the 5 of them. This meant that Long Chen was considered very good at his age in the entire Emperor region. Under the guidance of these 5 senior brothers and sisters, Long Chen swept through the entire True Dragon Mountain range where the Evil Dragon Palace was located. The Evil Dragon Palace was really huge. The distance between each mountain peak was actually quite far. There were more than 300 mountain peaks in this area. Some of the larger halls occupied 2 to 3 mountain peaks. Apart from the halls and the elders, there were also some public places, such as the Martial Cultivators Market. It was very lively. Many of the 30,000 disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace traveled through this market. The market was very big. It occupied several mountain peaks and was divided into several areas. Apart from these places, there was also the Pill Hall where the Evil Dragon Palace stored pills, the Weapon Hall where the various divine weapons were stored, and the Martial Hall where the combat techniques were stored. Long Chen visited all these places. However, even as Jiang Qing's disciple, he couldn't enter these places easily. As they swaggered through the market, the surrounding people would look at them curiously, especially Long Chen, who was surrounded by them. This unfamiliar face quickly made people think that he was a new disciple that Jiang Qing had accepted a few days ago. I heard that Deputy Palace Master Chen Yuantong and Deputy Palace Master Li Bijiang almost fought for this disciple. Moreover, I heard that this disciple fought against 1,000 people in the sacred martial palace and completed the 1,000 slaughter. However, it seems that he is only at the 2nd level of the divine martial realm. Even if those 1,000 people had just entered the 1st level of the divine martial realm, he would still be unable to defeat them. Not to mention being besieged to death, he would be exhausted to death. This youngster looks very immature. He shouldn't be very old. How could he have such an achievement? Nonsense. If he was old, would Palace Master Jiang have accepted him as a disciple? When Long Chen passed by, all kinds of discussions appeared around him. He had received so much attention because of his strength. However, there were actually more people who were skeptical about his strength. I heard from my master that on the Cloud Ascension platform, this guy called Long Chen defeated Jiang Lingguan and Jiang Lingwu together. They have just entered the 4th level of the divine martial realm. They are much stronger than us. They can be ranked among the young disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace. That's impossible. I heard that he is only at the 2nd level of the divine martial realm. My master said that the 2nd level of the divine martial realm might be a method of concealment. His true level should be around the great perfection of the 4th level of the divine martial realm. With his age, to reach this level in his 20s, he is already at the level of a first-rate genius. Otherwise, why would Palace Master Jiang Qing take him as a disciple? I still don't believe it. How can there be such a miraculous method of concealment? I felt that his divine sense had just formed. Long Chen's journey had caused quite a stir among the 30,000 disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace. In the Evil Dragon Palace, there were about 20,000 ordinary disciples who belonged to the various halls. There were also about 500 true disciples who were the disciples of the various elders. The highest-ranked disciples were actually the disciples of the various vice palace masters. Of course, there were even higher-ranked disciples, which were the disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace masters. The ordinary disciples were all envious of Long Chen. The true disciples were half envious and half jealous. As for the disciples of the vice palace masters of the same level, they were basically doubtful of Long Chen's strength. At this moment, Long Chen had already followed the crowd and arrived at the last place of the evil dragon palace. It was also the most important place for the disciples. It was also the landmark of the evil dragon palace and even the 3,000 palaces. This place was the trial tower. Actually, Long Chen was not a high-profile person. However, he had no choice but to follow these guys who were used to being high and mighty. In fact, he felt that these guys were quite cute. When he was with them, Long Chen's murderous heart would show some happiness. Although it had only been a few days since Lingxi left, Long Chen was lonely. Kitten had been eyeing Little Butterfly. He was a wretched uncle through and through. After Little Butterfly left, he was also dejected. The two dejected males had completely different reactions. Long Chen was full of fighting spirit while Kitten hid in the Great Void Realm every day and washed his face with tears. Of course, it was just a joke. Old 7, haha. Next, Big Brothers will show you the most important place of the evil dragon palace. It's also our nightmare. Ever since we entered the evil dragon palace, we've basically spent 3/4 of our time here. Jiang Lingwen ran to Long Chen's side and pointed to the front. That was the center of the evil dragon palace. There was a towering mountain that rose into the sky like a huge sword piercing through the clouds. Go? That's because you're useless. You don't want to go there. I think 7th brother will definitely want to go. One look and you can tell that he's a cultivation maniac. In the future, our faction will have to rely on him and first senior sister, Jiang Cha said bitterly. Old 4 is right. Take a look at Long Chen. He is indeed a cultivation maniac. You will definitely be looking forward to the next place. Qin Feng walked at the front and said with a smile. Beside him, Qin Kong was still laughing foolishly. Jiang Lingwu, who looked exactly like Jiang Lingwen, did not talk much. What is that place? Compared to them, Long Chen's will was much more mature. In this place, probably only Qin Feng was similar to Long Chen. The others were just like wimpy kids. Trial Tower, the evil dragon palace's trial tower. The place where everyone cultivates is on the Sword Pagoda Peak ahead. Speaking of the trial tower, Qin Feng's eyes were filled with reverence. He pointed to the front and said, the Sword Pagoda Peak is that mountain in front. Once we go up, we will be able to see the trial tower. There are at least 3,000 disciples gathered in the trial tower. Ordinary disciples have to complete missions to obtain rewards in exchange for the right to enter the trial tower. However, there is a time limit. True inheritors can only enter the trial tower for 5 days a month. Beyond that, they have to complete missions. As for us, we are the disciples of the Vice Palace Masters. We can enter the trial tower without limit. This is our unique advantage. Speaking of this, Qin Feng and the others were very proud. Sometimes, status was a great power. Similarly, as our master's 7th disciple, you also have the right to use the trial tower as you wish, Qin Feng said with a smile. What is the use of this tower of trials? Long Chen asked carefully. You can choose a martial puppet from the 1st to the 9th level of the God Martial Realm. When you fight with them, you will be like a real person. Moreover, they will try their best to display their comprehension of the martial Tao, which is helpful to everyone's battle. Of course, due to the limitations of your strength and authority, we cannot choose a martial puppet that is too powerful. With my strength, I can only choose a martial puppet that is at the 4th level of the God Martial Realm. If you want to choose a martial puppet that is at the 5th level of the God Martial Realm, you have to get the approval of the elder guarding the Tower of Trials. If you want to use a martial puppet of a higher level, you have to get the approval of the Vice Palace Master guarding the Tower of Trials. A martial puppet, this thing made Long Chen's eyes light up. He could already guess that if he opened the true martial emperor spirit, he might get unexpected benefits when fighting with this martial puppet. It was simply a natural opponent. Moreover, there were special training rooms in the Tower of Trials. All of this seemed to be designed for Long Chen. Of course, every disciple needed actual combat to go further on the road of the God Martial Realm. Therefore, this was suitable for all disciples, not just for Long Chen, but for Long Chen. Our first senior sister is called Zhao Xueji. She ranks in the top 10 or even the top 5 among the young disciples of the evil dragon palace. She spends every day in the Tower of Trials, reading the comprehension of the seniors, meditating, fighting with martial puppets, and so on. Her strength is quite terrifying. When others think of Master's disciple, they will think of Zhao Xueji. It has nothing to do with us. Chapter 1071. It could be seen that he was a little unwilling, but there was nothing he could do about it. She was stronger than him, so they were always the ones being scolded by her. Long Chen also paid attention to the other disciples of the evil dragon palace. From their words, Long Chen could roughly guess that although he had just joined the evil dragon palace and was considered a rookie, his strength was at least in the top 5 among the disciples. Compared to the other 3,000 palaces, he shouldn't be too far off. At least among the 3,000 palaces, Long Chen was considered very strong. After a period of cultivation, his cultivation would explode by leaps and bounds after leaving Lingxi. Following their footsteps, many people arrived at the foot of the Sword Pagoda Mountain. They were all warriors of the divine martial arts realm, so it was very easy for them to fly in the air. After the 6 of them arrived at the Tower of Trials, the number of disciples around them had obviously increased a lot. While more people were in awe of them, they were also discussing Long Chen's identity. The Sword Pagoda Mountain was a very large mountain peak that extended for dozens of miles. It soared into the sky, and it took a very long time to reach the peak from the foot of the mountain. Many disciples who did not have the qualifications to enter the Tower of Trials could directly cultivate in the Sword Pagoda Mountain, and the effect was very good. Along the way, Long Chen saw many disciples sparring in the beautiful forest. After about a quarter of an hour, Long Chen went around a peak and finally saw the Tower of Trials. It was a pure black steel tower. It rose from the flat land of the Sword Pagoda Peak and soared into the sky, piercing into the smoky sky. The top could no longer be seen clearly. The Tower of Trials occupied a very large area. The black tower in front of him was like a black wall in front of him. Long Chen's heart trembled. There was a kind of soul-shocking power coming from the black and plain Tower of Trials, making people feel a vague sense of reverence. This was the vast aura of the martial way, the aura of the heavenly Tao. Old 7, you must have felt it, right? Jiang Lingwen said with a smile after arriving at the Tower of Trials. What? Long Chen asked. Qin Feng continued Jiang Lingwen's words and explained to Long Chen, the structure of the Tower of Trials is very complicated, it's like a maze. For disciples like us, being able to walk into a training room is actually more dependent on luck. The training rooms of the Tower of Trials are constantly moving. It's possible that the room you enter by chance is a room left behind by a martial arts senior, and you might even be able to find some powerful battle techniques. I still don't understand the mysteries of the Tower of Trials. All 3,000 halls have their own Tower of Trials, and in each Tower of Trials, only those at the level of a Vice Hall Master would be able to truly understand the structure of the Tower of Trials. However, you have to ask. With divine sense, it's not easy to discover the structure of the Tower of Trials and find some of the more popular rooms. Long Chen nodded. After a period of introduction, he was already very interested in the Tower of Trials, especially the martial Tao puppets. This was what Long Chen was most interested in. That's because in the Tower of Trials, there's a soul-suppressing stone. Moreover, it's a level 7 soul-suppressing stone. Under the suppression of this soul-suppressing stone, including those at the 7th level of the divine martial realm and below, no one can use their divine sense. Speaking of this, Qin Feng felt a little proud. As a member of the true martial emperor palace, he still had the most basic pride. Soul-suppressing stone. Long Chen finally understood why their divine sense didn't work in Yi Wushang's Godslayer's mausoleum. It was definitely because Yi Wushang had placed a soul-suppressing stone there. The soul-suppressing stone is an incomparably precious item. It plays an important role in the defense of the sect. Otherwise, if the other party is strong enough, we won't have any secrets left. The higher the grade of the soul-suppressing stone, the rarer it is. This level 7 soul-suppressing stone is already very rare. However, among the 3,000 palaces, each palace has a soul-suppressing stone. Now you understand what kind of foundation the true martial emperor palace, a super force that has existed for millions of years, has. What made Qin Feng a little depressed was that Long Chen didn't have much of a reaction. He had seen a lot of novel things, so when he encountered something new, it was easy for him to accept it. The others looked at each other and laughed. With regards to Long Chen's reaction, the others were basically within their expectations. Outside the refinement tower, there were many people coming and going. They were standing outside, blocking the path of others. However, they were considered the most precious group of Evil Dragon Palace's disciples. When others saw them, they would make way. Long Chen and the others also walked to the refinement tower. The refinement tower can only be entered by true cultivators. Right now, I can only let you walk one round outside. I can't let you enter the refinement room. Qin Feng and Long Chen walked at the front and said to Long Chen. Long Chen nodded. There was no need to thank them. After these few days, he had already become very familiar with them. Just as they were about to enter the refinement tower, a girl in red suddenly walked out. This girl was about the same age as Long Chen and the others. Although she was petite, she had an astonishing charm. She emitted a cold and arrogant aura, making people not dare to approach her. In terms of appearance, she was the kind of girl that could become the focus of a crowd. There were many people here. Long Chen originally didn't pay much attention to her. However, after this girl glanced at them, she directly walked over. Seeing that it was her, Qin Feng revealed a smile. Before he could say anything, Jiang Lingwen, who was behind Long Chen, welcomed her with a face full of smiles. He said, Li Ying, I didn't hear you say you were coming to the refinement tower today. Why are you here today? On his face, a rarely seen gentleness could be seen. Long Chen also sensed the change in Jiang Lingwen. This kind of smile would only appear when Long Chen was in front of Lingxi. Could it be that this Li Ying was someone that Jiang Lingwen liked? Or could it be that they were already together, just like the relationship between Long Chen and Lingxi? Today, Li Ying's mood wasn't very good. She glared at Jiang Lingwen angrily and said, swaggering around the city all day, not focusing on cultivation. Even I'm disappointed in you. Come with me, I have something important to discuss with you today. After saying that, Li Ying silently glanced at Long Chen and the others. Even though Long Chen was a stranger, her gaze didn't linger on Long Chen for even a second. She immediately turned around and left. Jiang Lingwen awkwardly looked at the crowd, and finally said to Long Chen, Old 7, I have something to attend to today, so I'll be leaving first. After you and the others finish touring the refinement tower, they will bring you back. After saying that, he closely followed Li Ying's footsteps and quickly left. The two of them walked one after the other. Jiang Lingwen kept smiling and talking to Li Ying, but Li Ying kept walking with her head lowered, as if she had something on her mind. This is... Long Chen felt that something was wrong. It's nothing, they've been together for 3 to 4 years already. Usually, they just fooled around. Don't worry. Qin Feng said with a face full of envy. From what Qin Feng said, they were already together. Long Chen didn't bother too much about it. It was probably because Jiang Lingwen was unable to do something that had angered Li Ying. After all, it was normal for couples to quarrel. Jiang Lingwen's face was filled with the radiance of happiness. Old 6, look, your brother already has someone he likes. When are you going to get one back for your brothers and sisters? At this moment, Jiang Cha teased Jiang Lingwu. Get lost, I'm not interested in girls. So troublesome. Jiang Lingwu was startled and hurriedly took 2 steps back. How dare you say that girls are troublesome? Serves you right that no one likes you. Jiang Cha said angrily. The group of people laughed and joked around as they walked into the Tower of Trials, attracting the attention of the crowd. Behind them, Jiang Lingwen was chasing after the red-robed Li Ying, getting further and further away. After entering the Tower of Trials, it was a vast, black space. As they walked, their shoes made a hollow sound as they stepped on the ground. Indeed, after entering, Long Chen realized that his consciousness, which only had a radius of 10 meters, was suppressed by the soul-suppressing stone. However, he still had his spirit-devouring demon eyes. It was a pity that the spirit-devouring demon eyes could only see souls, and was useless against the structure of the Tower of Trials. Otherwise, he could have explored this Tower of Trials properly. As long as we continue walking forward, we will enter a maze. We won't be able to figure out the direction, and all sorts of training rooms will appear before us randomly. After entering a training room, we will need at least a day to exit. Furthermore, only one person can enter each training room. I won't be able to bring you in to take a look. However, I can explain to you what's inside the training rooms. As they moved forward, Qin Feng introduced everything in the Tower of Trials to Long Chen. He explained everything in detail to Long Chen. Every training room is different, but the most basic one will have a button to summon the martial Dao puppet. At the same time, our true martial emperor palace has also raised many fierce beasts. You can directly find a fierce beast to fight, or you can cultivate in the training room. No one will disturb you. When you actually enter, you will know the general idea after exploring. Along the way, Qin Feng and the others had basically explained everything to Long Chen. Long Chen's future life in the true martial emperor palace was no longer a problem. Long Chen was also very satisfied. At the very least, he had figured out the most important thing about the Tower of Trials. They walked into a long black corridor that appeared out of nowhere. After that was an endless maze, until a black door appeared in front of Long Chen. This is the door of the Tower of Trials. If there is someone inside, you won't be able to open this door. But if you can open it, you must enter. Do you understand? Understood. Long Chen nodded. Chapter 1072. Following Qin Feng, everyone headed towards the exit. Long Chen had already familiarized himself with the true martial emperor palace. It was time for him to cultivate. At this moment, everyone had already walked out of the maze. There were many people outside. When they walked out of the Tower of Tribulations, before they could say anything, they suddenly sensed a huge commotion in front of them. Someone is fighting. Don't they know that killing is forbidden outside the Tower of Tribulations? This was the rule of the true martial emperor palace. Previously, when Long Chen ascended the mountain, he only saw them exchanging pointers in the martial Dao. There wasn't any commotion. But now, there should be people fighting with their lives on the line. Only then would there be such a commotion. Here, Qin Feng and the others had the divine sense of the great circle of the fourth level of the divine martial realm. They could extend their divine sense to a distance of 7 to 8 li. This commotion gave them a bad premonition because that direction was the direction Jiang Lingwen had gone. Oh no, it's Yang Yu, he wants to kill old Five. Qin Feng screamed, his face turned pale. The others also sensed the commotion in that direction, except for Long Chen because the commotion happened 1 li away from Long Chen. However, he was the fastest to react. From Qin Feng's words, he knew that something had happened to Jiang Lingwen. Their expressions were extremely unsightly at this moment. Quickly go, Yang Yu is too ruthless. Brother. The one who was the most anxious was Jiang Lingwen's twin brother, Jiang Lingwu. He also saw how cruel the situation was. At this moment, his eyes were red as he rushed towards that direction like a madman. Originally, there were many people rushing towards that direction, but now, they all gave way to Jiang Lingwu. Although Long Chen had fought with Jiang Lingwen and Jiang Lingwu at the beginning, after these few days of interaction, he had already treated them as his own people. Jiang Lingwen still had the heart of a child. Although Long Chen wasn't as old as him, he still treated Jiang Lingwen like a younger brother. He naturally pledged allegiance to Qin Feng's organization. Today, they were enthusiastically introducing the true martial emperor palace to him, but someone actually dared to make a move against Jiang Lingwen. With Jiang Lingwen's temper, he naturally wouldn't sit idly by. Just as everyone was rushing forward anxiously, Long Chen's speed instantly surpassed everyone's imagination. Long Chen, who was originally at the back, instantly accelerated, transforming into a golden bolt of lightning. He instantly overtook Jiang Lingwu, who was running at the front. In an instant, his silhouette vanished from everyone's sight. That was seventh bro. Everyone was taken aback. However, they were worried about Jiang Lingwen, so they didn't have the time to think about how Long Chen could be so fast. In front of them, a scene that made them extremely sad and indignant was happening. This Yang Yu was simply arrogant to the extreme. In terms of speed, in the Evil Dragon Palace, only the Vice Palace Masters could compare to Long Chen. In the first instant, Long Chen had already rushed to the location of the incident. His spirit-devouring demon eyes could roughly grasp the situation. To Long Chen, 500 meters was practically a distance crossed in an instant. In front of him was a waterfall. In the forest beside the waterfall, there were actually hundreds of disciples gathered. Basically, they were all onlookers. Among them, a tragic battle was taking place. Long Chen was still late. They could only blame themselves for staying in the trial tower for a little too long. At this moment, Jiang Lingwen was already seriously injured. Although Long Chen's relationship with Jiang Lingwen wasn't as deep as Xiao Lang's and Yi Xian's level, a raging flame rose in his heart when he saw Jiang Lingwen in such a miserable state. Surrounded by the crowd, Jiang Lingwen's entire body was drenched in blood. His eyes were bloodshot, especially his right arm, which was covered in a pool of blood. It could be seen that his arm had been ripped off. At this moment, Jiang Lingwen had already fallen to the ground. From the degree of completeness of his legs, it could be seen that they had been completely broken and bent to an exaggerated degree. A few minutes ago, he was still alive and kicking. However, at this moment, he was incomparably miserable. Blood and tears mixed together. His face was pale and it seemed like he couldn't hold on any longer. The instigator of all of this was an overbearing young man. He was not very old and even looked to be slightly younger than Jiang Lingwen. He wore a platinum robe and had bright eyes and white teeth. His face was fair and tender, and he had delicate features. If he were to change his clothes, he would be an incomparably beautiful young lady. However, at this moment, such a young man was looking at Jiang Lingwen, who was being stepped on by his feet, with a pair of vicious and arrogant eyes. He spat at Jiang Lingwen's face. This youth should be Yang Yu. Who was Yang Yu? Long Chen wasn't interested in knowing. In his eyes, he was just a wimpy kid. But this wimpy kid was too vicious. In the Evil Dragon Palace, he actually acted so viciously. In terms of viciousness, Long Chen was much better than him. However, Long Chen never humiliated others. He always killed neatly. However, Yang Yu humiliated Jiang Lingwen in front of Li Ying. It was worse than killing him. That's right, at this moment, Li Ying was standing in front of Yang Yu. She tugged at Yang Yu's sleeves and looked at Jiang Lingwen with a pained expression on her face. However, this pained expression did not express anything else. Her arm that was tugging at Yang Yu's arm was also very soft. If Jiang Lingwen saw this, he would probably be even more heartbroken. The scene just now appeared in Long Chen's mind. Li Ying walked forward gloomily and said that she had something important to tell Jiang Lingwen. Jiang Lingwen didn't know anything and kept smiling at her indifference. Then, the next scene appeared in front of Long Chen. Judging from Li Ying's expression, Long Chen roughly knew what had happened. Not only did he feel sad for Jiang Lingwen. Not only did he lose miserably, but he also suffered such humiliation. At this moment, Yang Yu's foot was on Jiang Lingwen's head. He looked down at Jiang Lingwen and stretched out his little finger. His other hand held Li Ying in his arms and said arrogantly, Jiang Lingwen, you're just a pile of shit. How dare you challenge me and steal my woman? Why don't you take a piss and see how stupid you are? You can't even wipe my ass. To tell you the truth, Li Ying has been mine since 2 months ago. You're still in the dark, aren't you? I knew that you would have this desperate expression after knowing it. Very good, I like to see your desperate and resentful expression, but you can't do anything to me. He tightened his grip on Li Ying's arm. Although Li Ying couldn't bear it, she didn't resist Yang Yu, nor did she refute his words. This had already proven everything. In terms of strength, I'm younger than you, but I'm already at the peak of the 4th level of the divine martial realm. Even 10 of you aren't my match. In terms of status, I'm the disciple of the dignified evil dragon palace master, and your master is just a vice palace master. In terms of appearance, I, Yang Yu, am 10 times better than you. Trash like you, what qualifications do you have to compare with me? You even dare to challenge me? What a joke. When he said this, Long Chen had already arrived. He glanced at Jiang Lingwen, who was lying on the ground and had no face to raise his head. He suddenly felt a heartache in his heart. Just now, Long Chen had seen everything that had happened to Jiang Lingwen. He understood how desperate and devastated this young man was at this moment. At the same time, he also thought of himself. If he didn't work so hard, if he didn't risk his life, he would probably fall to the ground like this in the future and have his head stepped on. This was a world where the strong were respected. Martial power was supreme, and everything else was fleeting. Without martial power, there would be no dignity. One afternoon a few years ago, Long Qinglan had told this to Long Chen. Long Chen had always remembered that a man's dignity was not given to him by his parents, nor could it be obtained out of thin air. Only he could give himself dignity. When Jiang Lingwen's dignity was trampled on, especially in front of the woman he liked, Long Chen thought of himself. It seemed that he had also fallen into such an environment, which made him extremely angry. Roar! A surge of qi exploded out from Long Chen's body. Before Yang Yu could clearly see who the person who had suddenly appeared was, the other party had already arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Who are you? The other party's fist instantly reached his lower abdomen. The strong force shocked Yang Yu, and he hurriedly used his arms to block himself. However, the huge impact of the other party's punch still made him feel his qi and blood surging. His body shook violently, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been feeling proud just now, and of course, he could not lose face now. After suppressing his qi and blood, he was sent flying by Long Chen, along with Li Ying, who was in his arms. Long Chen had always felt that Li Ying was a little familiar. After taking a closer look, he guessed that she should be the deputy hall master from a few days ago, Li Bijiang's junior. The appearance of Long Chen shocked everyone. They remembered that Long Chen was the legendary Long Chen who had defeated Jiang Lingwen and Jiang Lingwen. If it was Long Chen, it was normal for him to send Yang Yu flying with one punch. After all, 2 hall masters had fought over Long Chen, including Li Ying's grandmother, Li Bijiang. The sudden appearance of this legendary figure made everyone realize that a new climax was about to come. Long Chen did not immediately find trouble with Yang Yu. Some things could not be vented by himself. He still needed Jiang Lingwen to stand up himself. Both of Jiang Lingwen's legs were already broken, and it was obvious that he could not stand up. His left arm was also broken. Long Chen did not say anything. Everyone was originally exclaiming, but at this moment, this youth called Long Chen emitted a thick murderous aura. It made everyone feel a sense of reverence, and they quickly shut their mouths. After helping Jiang Lingwen up, Long Chen felt that he was dispirited. It was as if he had already died, or rather, his heart had died. Long Chen did not say anything and gave him a slap. The slap was very loud, and a red mark appeared on Jiang Lingwen's face. Chapter 1073. Slap. This slap was like a slap to everyone's face, burning hot. This fiendish youth was like a death god that crawled out from hell, causing everyone to tremble in fear. They unconsciously took a few steps back. This was a subconscious action, and it also showed how terrifying Long Chen's aura was. After this slap, Jiang Lingwen also clearly saw Long Chen's existence. He saw the seventh brother who had once easily defeated him. His helpless heart finally had someone to rely on. Previously, he had been so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. But at this moment, he seemed to see his own hope. Long Chen's words had given him a great shock. As a man, he should have his own pride and self-respect. He definitely couldn't fall in front of his own woman, not even in front of the woman he used to be. Before him was Long Chen's blood-red eyes. Countless dragons were roaring in them. To Jiang Lingwen, Long Chen's gaze was passionate and unavoidable. It was like an irresistible flame in the dark night. A wave of heat came from Long Chen's body to Jiang Lingwen's. Jiang Lingwen felt his body regaining its vitality. He shook his head and came back to life from the gloomy and hopeless world just now. At this moment, Qin Feng, Qin Kong, Jiang Cha and the rest arrived. Although Jiang Lingwu's strength was weaker, the one injured was his blood brother. His potential burst forth. Even though it wasn't a long distance, he was able to rush over immediately. When everyone saw Jiang Lingwen's miserable state, their eyes were about to spit fire. This was especially so for Jiang Lingwu. The baleful aura radiating from him was something he had never seen before. Brother. Old 5. Everyone took Jiang Lingwen from Long Chen. Jiang Lingwu hugged his brother tightly. Looking at his broken arms and legs, Jiang Lingwen had basically crippled Long Chen. They were both from the evil dragon palace, yet Yang Yu was so ruthless. How could they not be angry? Long Chen looked at Yang Yu and said, "Let's go." When they thought of Jiang Lingwen's joyful expression when he saw Li Ying, and how miserable he looked now, everyone's faces burned with anger. They had spent a lot more time with Jiang Lingwen than with Long Chen. "I'm sorry, I've embarrassed myself." Jiang Lingwen's tears streamed down his face as his shoulders twitched. He couldn't control his emotions. "Brother, I will avenge you. I will beat this bastard to death." Jiang Lingwu felt like he was about to explode. Without saying a word, he turned around, his eyes burning with rage as he walked towards Yang Yu. Yang Yu laughed when he saw him and said, "I've already crippled a piece of trash." "Another piece of trash? Why do you want to challenge me?" "I won't accept your challenge." "Old 6, come back." Qin Feng and the others still didn't understand what was going on. Considering the opponent's strength and status, they couldn't be impulsive at this moment. Qin Feng was the oldest, they couldn't make the wrong decision at this moment. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. No matter what, Yang Yu was the disciple of the evil dragon palace leader. His status was higher than everyone else's, and his talent was also higher. If he could reach the 5th level of the divine martial realm in a few days, he would really soar to the sky. Jiang Lingwu didn't listen. In his mind, there was only Yang Yu's annoying appearance. He had long since disliked this guy. Today's hatred made him forget everything. In his mind, there was only the bloody broken arm. There was also that hypocritical woman by Yang Yu's side. Jiang Lingwu did not say it out loud, but in fact, he did not like Li Ying for a long time. It was only because Jiang Lingwen liked her too much and spoiled her too much that he could not say anything about it. Today, Jiang Lingwen had indeed fallen for this woman and paid a heavy price. Therefore, Jiang Lingwu also blamed himself for not persuading his brother to leave this woman earlier. "Lingwu, get back here." This was Jiang Lingwen's voice. It was extremely weak, but Jiang Lingwu couldn't resist it. At this moment, the tall and sturdy Qin Kong had already subdued Jiang Lingwu and dragged him back. Jiang Lingwu was unwilling, but he had no other choice. He understood Qin Feng and the others. He knew that if he acted rashly now, it would only make things worse. However, he still couldn't accept it in his heart. Qin Feng's eyes were gloomy. Although he was famous for his good temper, today's matter had touched his bottom line. He handed Jiang Lingwen over to Jiang Cha and stepped forward, coldly looking at the arrogant Yang Yu. He coldly said, "Yang Yu, although you are the palace lord's disciple, you have violated the sect rules of the imperial palace. You will also be punished. Don't forget that when the emperor breaks the law, he will be punished the same as the common people." Yang Yu glanced at Qin Feng in disdain and said, "A piece of trash, stuck at the 4th level of the divine martial realm for 100 years, and still the second eldest disciple of Palace Master Jiang Qing. If I were you, I would have already banged my head against a wall and killed myself. As for the sect rules you mentioned, everyone saw it today. It was Jiang Lingwen who attacked me first and challenged me. I didn't make a move in the beginning, but in the end, he was too ruthless, and I had no choice but to reluctantly accept his challenge. Challenges are the original rules of our imperial palace. As long as 2 people agree to it, it's fine. I feel bad for injuring him. After all, it's just a spar between 2 people. However, this can't be blamed on me. If you want to blame someone, blame Jiang Lingwen for being a spineless coward, trash, and a good-for-nothing." Qin Feng and the others clenched their fists tightly while their eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. If they hadn't thought too much and tried their best to restrain themselves, they would have already pounced on Yang Yu. What? What? You want to fight? I have to warn you, I didn't agree to your challenge. Everyone here can be my witness. If you injure me, you'll be violating the true Martial Emperor Palace's rules. You should know the consequences, right? The other party had 3 experts at the peak of the 4th level of the divine martial realm. Yang Yu was here alone today, and there were no other disciples present, so he was a little worried. You. Qin Feng and the others' eyes were filled with killing intent, but when they thought of the serious consequences, they couldn't make a decision easily. The only one who wanted to fight, Jiang Lingwu, was still under Qin Kang's control. Qin Feng's heart was in a mess. He was painfully hesitating whether he should impulsively teach Yang Yu a lesson or not. At this moment, Jiang Lingwen suddenly raised his head. Long Chen's words had greatly shocked him. Before he spoke, he glanced at Long Chen, who was standing quietly next to him. Long Chen smiled at him, and Jiang Lingwen seemed to be encouraged. He raised his head high, and his eyes moved from Yang Yu to Li Ying, who was sitting restlessly next to him. Jiang Lingwen said helplessly, "Li Ying, I just want to ask, why? Haven't I, Jiang Lingwen, been good enough to you all these years? If you don't like me, you should have told me earlier, and I would have let him go, and I would have blessed you. But when you were with me, you were sneaking around with him, hiding it from me, and only today did you tell me why." Facing such an answer, facing so many people's gazes, Li Ying was a little flustered, her face burning. She hated Jiang Lingwen for putting her in such a difficult and embarrassing situation. She took a deep breath, and coldly said to Jiang Lingwen, "I think Brother Yang Yu has already said it very clearly. He's more outstanding than you in every aspect, and he's also more hardworking than you. His future is limitless. You're just a person who doesn't want to improve. Why did I choose you? Are you worthy of me?" Hearing this, even the surrounding crowd felt sad for Jiang Lingwen. The girl he loved for so many years was actually such a person. Everyone looked at Jiang Lingwen with pity in their eyes. The person he loved the most had betrayed him, and he had been defeated so miserably in front of the other party's new love. This was something no man could accept. Jiang Lingwen was faced with 2 paths. One was to sink into depravity forever, which was the most normal path, and the other was to transform. Hearing Li Ying's words, Jiang Lingwen slowly closed his eyes. Just when everyone thought he would be heartbroken to the point of crying, he suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. "If that's the case, then I have nothing else to say. Forget it, forget it." At this most desperate moment, Jiang Lingwen suddenly thought of someone, and that was Long Chen. He struggled to turn his head to look, and Long Chen's eyes were also filled with the same kind of power that made Jiang Lingwen burn with passion. "Li Ying, let's go. Let this bunch of trash be sad here." Seeing that the matter was over, Yang Yu proudly held onto Li Ying's soft waist and laughed. At this moment, Jiang Lingwen and Long Chen were looking at each other. Long Chen took a few steps forward. He understood everything very well. Looking at Jiang Lingwen, he said word by word, "Not everyone is worthy of loving with all their heart. So sometimes, you have to open your eyes and see clearly that this woman is no longer the one you liked in the past. I dare say, she is no longer worthy of you." Jiang Lingwen understood what Long Chen meant. It was Long Chen's previous words that had saved him. He smiled and said, "I understand. It's just that even though I said that, it's still hard to let go of this beautiful memory in my heart. This ending is too cruel. It's better to be cruel. Remember what I said before, a man's dignity has to be reclaimed by himself. You know what to do next, right? Cultivate." Jiang Lingwen spat out these two words. After experiencing today's events, the look in his eyes had changed. The childishness in his eyes had disappeared and was replaced by unswerving determination. Men would only become mature after experiencing such things. Long Chen patted his shoulder, his eyes filled with praise. Chapter 1074. The spectators saw that things had ended just like that, and Yang Yu was about to run away. Since both sides weren't going to fight, there was nothing interesting to watch. Although everyone knew Yang Yu's status, and he was in the right, and Qin Feng and the others didn't dare to do this to him, they still subconsciously hoped that the conflict would be more intense. Just as Yang Yu turned around, he suddenly discovered that an unexpected young man had appeared in front of him. Yang Yu's eyes were filled with astonishment. "Who said you can leave?" That shocking killing intent was emitted from this young man. Yang Yu finally recalled that this malignant star was still here and hadn't spoken a word. "Long Chen, what are you doing?" Qin Feng and the others shouted in shock. Just a moment ago, Long Chen was still talking to Jiang Lingwen, but in the next instant, in the blink of an eye, he had actually appeared in front of Yang Yu, blocking her path forward. Everyone cried out in alarm. No one present could see how Long Chen had managed to get past them. His speed is truly heaven-defying. Qin Feng and the rest were extremely anxious. Only now did they realize that it was very possible that Long Chen's strength was not as simple as they had imagined. It could be seen from how he was so much faster than them just now. "Long Chen, stop." They didn't want a conflict to break out. Only Jiang Lingwen and his brother didn't say anything. Jiang Lingwen bit his lip. He had a premonition that Long Chen was going to do something. At this moment, Long Chen slowly stretched out his hand, coldly looking at Yang Yu. He was like a primordial beast, surrounded by a terrifying killing intent. Yang Yu's heart thumped wildly in his chest. "I recognize you. You're the new disciple of Senior Jiang, Long Chen, right? What do you want? You still don't know the rules of the Martial Emperor Palace. What can you do to me? You'll have to rely on your strength." Although his words were pretentious, Yang Yu still had a trace of reverence towards Long Chen. Long Chen's punch had caused his divine origin energy to churn and he had yet to recover. Long Chen did not waste time talking to him. He directly walked towards Yang Yu. His murderous aura suppressed Yang Yu's body, causing him to retreat subconsciously. Li Ying, who was beside him, did not look good either. "If you dare to attack the palace master's disciple, you will definitely end up badly. Brother Yang Yu, if he doesn't know what's good for him, beat him up." Li Ying pulled Yang Yu's arm and said fiercely. The onlookers stared at Long Chen and thought to themselves that the newcomer, Long Chen, was indeed a top-notch figure. However, even if he had the ability, he wouldn't dare to do anything to Yang Yu. The results were soon out. "I'm here to collect my debt." Long Chen's voice was very calm, but his speed was too fast. As soon as he said that, Yang Yu realized that Long Chen's body was actually sticking close to him. That murderous aura hit him in the face, making him feel suffocated. He looked up and saw that it was Long Chen's evil smile and blood-red misty eyes. It was like a giant beast looking at him from the endless sky. "You're courting death." Yang Yu was really panicking now. He gathered all his divine energy on his fist and pushed it forward. Shattering 8 desolation. Yang Yu pushed his fist forward. This was a famous combat technique of the Evil Dragon Palace, Divine Grade 4. It was the same grade as the combat technique Jiang Lingwen used before. It was also one of the moves of the Evil Dragon Heaven-defying fist. It had a strong shattering ability. If it hit a human body, it could directly shatter it. At such a close distance, shattering 8 desolation directly imprinted on Long Chen's body. Old 7. Countless screams could be heard. They were all stunned. Why didn't Long Chen dodge when he was so fast? The others could not bear to watch. Long Chen's body was about to shatter. He would definitely end up worse than Jiang Lingwen. Yang Yu had never shown mercy when he attacked. This is that Long Chen. Everyone doubted his strength. The only person who was not doubtful and was even shocked was Yang Yu. His fist was red and swollen. The divine energy he sent out was directly repelled by Long Chen's strong body. At an angle that no one could see, Yang Yu looked at Long Chen with his pale eyes. His right hand was trembling non-stop. A mouthful of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and dripped onto the ground. This was incomparably thick black blood. He punched Long Chen and heavily injured himself. How terrifying is Long Chen's strength? Yang Yu was already stunned. His mind was blank. Only the pair of blood-red eyes that seemed to be suspended in the sky made him feel respect and tremble from the bottom of his heart. You. Yang Yu could not speak. Brother Yang Yu, ah. Li Ying, who was hugging Yang Yu, had been venting her anger. But in the next moment, she realized the situation. She looked at Long Chen in shock, speechless. Long Chen stretched out his hand and pressed it on Li Ying's shoulder. That smile made Li Ying's hair stand on end. I said that I'm here to collect my debt. Your debt, Jiang Lingwen will pay you back, so. With a wave of his hand, Li Ying was thrown away by Long Chen. She fell to the ground with her but facing the sky. It took her a lot of effort to roll over. Her face was covered in dirt. Her arrogance was long gone. She could only stare blankly at Long Chen, filled with shock. You think your brother Yang Yu is strong? Let me tell you, in my eyes, he's just trash. At this moment, Long Chen's boldness and strength scared everyone. He and Yang Yu were not on the same level. After throwing Li Ying away, Yang Yu was completely under Long Chen's control. I'll return all the benefits you gave my brother. It'll definitely feel good. Long Chen whispered in Yang Yu's ear. But everyone could hear his words. This man is truly a lunatic. Yang Yu is the palace master's favorite disciple. He can't be, at this moment, seeing Yang Yu in Long Chen's hands like a useless piece of trash. Everyone recognized Long Chen's strength. Next, it was time to see his courage. Although Qin Feng was shocked when he thought about the problem of status and rules, he couldn't help but remind Long Chen, Old 7, please don't touch him. It'll cause big trouble. At this moment, Yang Yu was scared to the point of peeing. He struggled with all his might, but Long Chen pressed him to the ground with one hand. Yang Yu's huge strength caused the ground to shake, but he couldn't escape from Long Chen's palm. Long Chen, you can't hurt me. My master will take your life. Long Chen, spare me, spare me. From being tough at the beginning to begging for mercy, Yang Yu's change was huge. Li Ying saw all of this. Long Chen was doing this for her to see. At this moment, Long Chen was smiling at Li Ying. His gaze turned fierce. Under everyone's stunned gaze, he kicked Yang Yu's shoulder. There was a terrible sound of bones breaking. Blood splattered everywhere. Yang Yu's right arm was broken from the shoulder by Long Chen's foot. It was a bloody mess. Yang Yu let out an earth-shattering scream. That hoarse voice made everyone's scalp go numb. They were already afraid of Long Chen. It was as if Long Chen's foot was stepping on their bodies. Long Chen, Qin Feng and the rest were stunned. Although they were feeling good, this matter had really blown up. Long Chen didn't look at anyone but Jiang Lingwen. There was an incomparable calmness in his eyes. It was as if such a huge matter wasn't caused by him. Seeing the arrogant Yang Yu wailing under Long Chen's feet, everyone felt as if they were dreaming. Yang Yu was struggling with all his might, but he couldn't move at all. His body was covered in blood. It had reached a pitiful state. I think he broke your leg. Long Chen's words were directed at Jiang Lingwen. He was asking for Jiang Lingwen's opinion. He was also looking to see if this youth really had a backbone. Jiang Lingwen glanced at Yang Yu and then at Li Ying. Li Ying hurriedly begged for mercy and said, Jiang Lingwen, I'm begging you. He has already lost an arm. Don't let him torture brother Yang Yu anymore. She was crying her heart out. Jiang Lingwen's heart was broken. Indeed, he wasn't in her heart anymore. This time, he could be completely free. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, Jiang Lingwen had changed. Old 7, help me break his leg, Jiang Lingwen said calmly. Long Chen stepped on Yang Yu with one foot and used his other foot to break Yang Yu's leg. Then, he brought Yang Yu, who was howling in pain, to Li Ying's side. He turned around and walked towards Jiang Lingwen. His elegant posture and indifferent expression made everyone's scalp go numb. Today, everyone saw what a truly ruthless person was. Compared to Long Chen, people like Yang Yu, who used their status to abuse others, were just child's play. Even Qin Feng, Jiang Cha, and the others, who had interacted with Long Chen for a few days, had a feeling that they didn't know Long Chen. In fact, in their impression, Long Chen was rather easygoing and low-key. He basically had no emotions. They thought that Long Chen was a bit dull. Who knew that he would actually give them such a performance today? It was simply shocking. Other than Yang Yu's screams and Li Ying's panicked crying, there was complete silence. Jiang Lingwen had endured the same injury, but Yang Yu was still in pain. It could be seen that Jiang Lingwen's willpower was stronger than Yang Yu's. Long Chen was very satisfied with Jiang Lingwen's words. Help me break his leg. Many thanks. When Long Chen walked to his side, Jiang Lingwen looked at him with tears in his eyes. I'll carry you back. Without saying anything else, Long Chen carried Jiang Lingwen on his back from Jiang Cha and the others and prepared to leave. Qin Feng also didn't know what to do. Since things had already happened, he could only inform his master in time. Perhaps, he could alleviate the situation a little. Long Chen wanted to leave quickly, so they followed. However, at this moment, a strong wind rushed from the direction of the Tower of Trials. It was extremely fast, and a powerful aura suppressed the entire place. Long Chen looked up and saw a woman with a frosty expression floating in the air. Her face was frighteningly pale. What's going on? The woman's dignified voice rang out. Oh no, eldest senior sister. Qin Feng and the others looked at each other with ugly expressions. Chapter 1075. At this moment, this woman was slowly descending. This woman was clearly older than Qin Feng and the others. Her appearance couldn't be considered beautiful, but she was still very pleasing to the eye. Especially her curvaceous figure, it was very good. However, the frost on her face was too thick, destroying her entire feeling. Her eyes were very long and narrow. From her appearance, one could tell that she was a narrow-minded, proud and aloof woman. Zhao Xueji's arrival caused a new change in the original situation. At this moment, under everyone's fearful gazes, Zhao Xueji appeared beside Yang Yu with a swoosh. Her eyes were terrifyingly cold. Li Ying was crying at the side. Zhao Xueji checked Yang Yu's injuries and a trace of bloodshed appeared in her eyes. She turned to look at Qin Feng and the others. Jiang Lingwen's injuries were the same as Yang Yu's. It was also shocking. Someone had informed Zhao Shuiji of what had happened here, so she had rushed over. At this time, Yang Yu had already fallen into a coma after being ravaged by Long Chen. Zhao Shuiji's divine sense was extremely vast, so she could directly see what had happened here from where she had come out of the Tower of Trials. Therefore, her gaze slid past Jiang Lingwen and finally stared at Long Chen. "Who are you?" Zhao Shuiji's voice was so cold that it made people's hair stand on end. "Eldest senior sister, he is the disciple that Master accepted a few days ago. He is also our 7th junior brother." Qin Feng had a bad premonition and quickly explained. 7th junior brother. Zhao Shuiji was a little surprised, but no matter what, she knew what happened. She also knew that Long Chen didn't care about Yang Yu's begging and cruelly abused him. As for why Jiang Lingwen was injured, she didn't see it. Even if you're new, hurting people like this in the true martial emperor palace is against the sect rules. "Do you want me to bring you to the punishment hall or do you want to go yourself?" Zhao Shuiji frowned as she looked at Yang Yu's injuries. She used some miraculous pills to help Yang Yu recover. Yang Yu was the disciple of the evil dragon palace master. His relationship with Zhao Shuiji was even better than Zhao Shuiji's relationship with Qin Feng and the others. "It was this guy who attacked first and injured my senior. I'm just returning the same punishment to him. If we're going to the punishment hall, it should be this guy going first." Facing the legendary big senior sister, Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. His performance was much more unyielding than Qin Feng and the rest. Zhao Shuiji immediately went against Long Chen. In her heart, this newcomer really didn't know the rules. If she didn't teach him a good lesson, he would continue to be arrogant, and there would be no end to it. What they did was a challenge. Winning or losing is a normal thing, but what you did was rashly sneak attacking them. Zhao Shuiji's voice raised, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Those who were familiar with Zhao Shuiji knew that she was already angry. From Zhao Shuiji's words, Long Chen roughly knew where she stood. She didn't stand on their side just because Jiang Lingwen was her junior brother. Since that was the case, Long Chen wouldn't be polite. He had always dared to take responsibility for what he did. He wouldn't be afraid just because Zhao Shuiji had some power. Long Chen laughed coldly. "What an eye-opener. Sire has some status in the evil dragon palace, yet you can't even tell this little trick. It's clear that Yang Yu used a trick to anger 5th senior brother into challenging him. That's nothing. As for me, I'm just imitating him. If I'm guilty, then this guy took advantage of the sect's loophole and cruelly injured his own people, so he should be even more guilty. There's also one thing I don't understand. Aren't you my master's disciple? Why are you standing on someone else's side? Could it be that you want to deceive your master? Or maybe you want to climb up to someone else? What a good plan. If you want to stand up for Yang Yu, they will naturally be grateful to you. Who knows, they might really treat you as one of them." Long Chen's words made Zhao Shuiji's towering breasts tremble uncontrollably. "Let's cut the crap. We're in a hurry to save our fellow disciples. As for you, an outsider, you should bring Yang Yu back. It'll be easier to please others. Otherwise, with his current condition, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long." Just as Zhao Shuiji was about to explode in anger, Long Chen looked at him with disdain, then turned around and left with Jiang Lingwen on his back. His speed was extremely fast. When Qin Feng and the others saw that Long Chen dared to scold Zhao Shuiji like that, their horizons were already opened. While they were shocked, they also felt refreshed. "Stop." Zhao Shuiji wouldn't let them go just like that. It was definitely the first time that she was so angry. Anger burned in her heart. Seeing that Long Chen was leaving, she was about to attack. She didn't care about injuring Long Chen to vent her anger. But at that moment, something unbelievable happened. Long Chen turned around. In his left and right hands, 2 white sword lights appeared. The sword lights were very weak, but they had a strange aura. Go, Tai Bai Sword Prison. The two white sword lights instantly flew in Zhao Shuaji's direction. The two sword lights didn't attract anyone's attention. But at that moment, the sword lights changed rapidly. One gave birth to two, two gave birth to three, three gave birth to 10,000. Countless white sword lights formed in the air, instantly forming a sword prison, surrounding everyone. This was the grand white sword prison that Long Chen had learned from Chu Tiange. This grand white sword prison was a 6th grade divine skill. Without a divine skill of the same level, it would be very difficult to break through the bindings of the grand white sword prison. Using this move to deal with Zhao Shuaji was enough. Long Chen didn't have time to waste with this woman. Looking back, the Tai Bai sword prison was like a huge egg, completely surrounding them. At this moment, the Tai Bai sword prison was moving again and again. But Long Chen still smiled. Zhao Shuaji's strength was similar to the second-in-command of the Serene Hell Prefecture, Emperor Hades. But to the current Long Chen, she still couldn't break the Tai Bai sword prison for the time being. Old 7, you really? Qin Feng and the others looked back, their eyes were filled with shock. Only a monstrous character like Long Chen could use such a combat skill. Qin Kong and the rest were all staring at Long Chen. In an instant, Long Chen had replaced Qin Feng's position, becoming their pillar of support. Old 7, we've already offended Yang Yu and first senior sister. What should we do next? You saved my brother today, so I'll listen to you in the future, Jiang Lingwu said decisively. Qin Feng and the others were very vexed. After causing such a huge commotion, how were they going to clean up the mess? Long Chen was strong, and they were very satisfied with him injuring Yang Yu. But how were they going to deal with this? Because he had lost too much blood, Jiang Lingwen was now unconscious. Long Chen didn't look back and said directly, let's go back to the River Heart Pavilion first and let him recover. The evil dragon palace should have medicine that can regrow broken arms. It's better to use it as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll cause problems. Qin Feng nodded. Saving Jiang Lingwen first was the most suitable thing to do. We don't have it on hand, but there's a shop in the market that has it. It costs around 5,000 divine crystals. We should have enough if we pool our money. How about this, you guys go back to the River Heart Pavilion first. I'll go to the market and find the pill before going back. How about that? Second brother, I'll go with you, Qin Kong said. Go quickly and come back quickly. Long Chen nodded. Unknowingly, he had become the backbone of the group. After making their decision, Qin Feng and Qin Kong didn't say anything else. They turned and went back to the market. Long Chen, Jiang Lingwu, Jiang Cha, and the others returned to the River Heart Pavilion. With their speed, they arrived in the blink of an eye. After settling Jiang Lingwen down, the three of them waited for Qin Feng and the others to return. Seventh brother, this matter has really blown up. You were indeed rather rash back then. However, I've decided to support you now. You're really great. The spirited Jiang Cha looked at Long Chen with admiration. However, I want to know, are you really not worried about what will happen next? The palace master has many strong disciples. At least 3 of them are even stronger than senior sister Zhao Shuaji. There are also various punishment elders. This was Jiang Cha's doubt. Is Long Chen really not afraid? But you have to understand, there are many times when you have to make a move. This is no longer a matter of life and death. Long Chen didn't explain to Jiang Cha in detail. In fact, Long Chen had his own plans. Clearly, no matter if it was Zhao Shuaji or Yang Yu's disciples, they wouldn't let this matter rest. Hence, the only turning point was Jiang Qing. Long Chen knew what to do. The most important thing now was to let Jiang Lingwen recuperate. The person he liked for so long was actually this kind of girl. Long Chen believed that this guy's heart must be broken. Luckily, his Lingxi wasn't such a person. He hoped that this setback would affect his growth and not cause him to sink into oblivion forever. Jiang Lingwen could already be considered a genius since he could reach the 4th level of the divine martial realm at this age. It was just that he wasn't very eye-catching in the true martial emperor palace. Why aren't they back yet? The market isn't that far away. After a while, Jiang Cha's expression turned ugly. It seemed that half an hour had passed. The two of them should have returned long ago. I'll go and take a look. Jiang Lingwu quickly stood up. He had been sitting beside Jiang Lingwen the whole time. Chapter 1076. Hearing this name, no matter how tough Jiang Lingwu was, he couldn't help but reveal a nervous expression. Is it Jing Dongyang? He's a ruthless character. Although he's not as high profile as Yang Yu, he's extremely ruthless. Relying on his status as the palace master's disciple, he's already crippled quite a few ordinary disciples. There's even a rumor that an elder's female disciple was raped and killed by him. That's right, it should be him. Everyone knows this, but there's no evidence. This is troublesome. Old 7, Jing Dongyang will definitely not rest until he's dead. He's the kind of person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. As long as you don't kill him, he'll definitely haunt you like a ghost until he kills you. What should we do? Old 2 and Old 3 are already in their hands, then I can only kill him. What made Jiang Cha dumbfounded was that after Long Chen said this, he immediately laughed as if he was joking. But when Long Chen said this, it didn't seem like he was joking. Is this still our senior apprentice sister? She's actually helping others and injuring her own junior apprentice brother. Thinking of the scene in his divine sense, Jiang Cha had an urge to cry. At this time, Zhao Shueji and Jing Dongyang, each holding a person, proudly landed on the island of the Jiang Xian Pavilion. Qin Feng and Qin Kong had many injuries on their bodies, especially Qin Feng, who was being controlled by Jing Dongyang. There was a deep wound on his shoulder, and blood was flowing out. He had basically lost all the strength in his arm. If he wanted to recover, he would need to recuperate for some time. Long Chen had Jiang Cha and Jiang Lingwu stand where they were while he walked out of the Jiang Xian Pavilion. His expression was indifferent as he looked at the two of them. This Jing Dongyang was tall and thin, like a cheetah. He wore black tights, and his entire body exuded a murderous aura. His eyes were very wild, like a wild leopard that was currently examining its prey. After seeing Long Chen come out, he suddenly smiled, and licked his lips with his long, scarlet tongue, and said, "You want this thing, right?" As he spoke, a pure white pill appeared in his hand. A rich medicinal aroma wafted out, giving off a feeling of a white lotus. "This is the open-air fragrance pill," Jiang Cha said with some joy behind him. "That's right. I think he spent 3,000 divine crystals to get that claw of Jiang Lingwen's, right? Unfortunately, it ended up in my hands." With that said, Jing Dongyang looked at Long Chen with a provocative look in his eyes. He exerted force in his fingers and crushed the white open incense pill, turning it into dregs that fell to the ground. Jing Dongyang casually stepped on it and it disappeared. "Two pieces of trash, get lost." Jing Dongyang put on a show. He exerted force in his hand and Qin Feng flew towards Long Chen. If no one caught it, Qin Feng would have crashed into the Jiang Xian island. Although Long Chen hadn't known them for a long time, he couldn't be bullied like this. Long Chen reached out and easily caught Qin Feng. Qin Feng was very embarrassed. He endured the pain in his shoulder and said to Long Chen, "I'm sorry, I'm too useless. I didn't do this well. You've worked hard. Go back and rest." He didn't expect Long Chen to say such words. He had already expected that the other party would come, but he didn't expect that it would be in such a way. A good open-air fragrance pill was completely destroyed by the other party. Eldest senior sister. Qin Kong, who was still in Zhao Shuiji's hand, had a bitter expression. "Trash, get lost." Looking at his face, Zhao Shuiji felt very annoyed. Although they were all disciples of Jiang Qing, the gap between him and the others was too big. She had never looked up to these junior brothers and sisters of hers. After releasing Qin Kong, he didn't forget to kick Qin Kang's butt. Immediately, his eyes filled with anger finally stopped on Long Chen. That move from before was really not bad. It took me a lot of effort to break it. I've been staying in the Tower of Tribulations these days and haven't heard of you. I didn't expect that after learning about you. I'm really surprised. You can also be considered a top-notch character. Zhao Shuaji was a conceited person. She had suffered a lot from Long Chen's Tai-Bai sword prison, so she thought that Long Chen was someone worth dealing with. Whether I'm a top-notch character or not isn't up to you to decide. It's up to my 7 malevolent demon saber. Zheng Dongyang continued Zhao Shuaji's words. His only purpose in coming here was undoubtedly Long Chen. After letting Qin Feng go, he walked towards Long Chen with a sinister smile. Newcomer, you're really ruthless. You actually broke my junior brother's arm. This is a challenge to the disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace. If I don't cripple you today, my faction won't be able to raise its head in the Evil Dragon Palace. While talking and walking towards Long Chen, Zheng Dongyang took out a black saber from his storage ring. This saber was very long, about 2 meters long. It was completely black and looked like the teeth of some ferocious beast. At the hilt of the saber was a hideous skull emitting black mist. A fiendish and corrosive aura was emitted from the saber. Long Chen felt a kind of demonic power from the 7 malevolent demon saber. It was cold and evil, cruel and ruthless. This was very similar to Zheng Dongyang's character. Zheng Dongyang's strength was comparable to the old devil Su Zhen. At that time, Long Chen was far from being Su Zhen's opponent. But now, with the Scarlet Blood Heaven Desolation and the second level of the Divine Martial Realm, Zhao Shuaji looked at Long Chen with pity in her eyes. Among the disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace Lord, Zheng Dongyang was not the strongest. He could only be ranked 4th, but his reputation was the most frightening. The other 3 experts were not so ostentatious. Zheng Dongyang was famous for his ruthlessness. Those who were targeted by him basically did not have a good ending. Zheng Dongyang, you dare to behave atrociously in Jiangxin Pavilion? Without my master's permission, no one has the qualifications to act here. You'd better not act recklessly. Otherwise, if my master comes back, you'll be in trouble. Qin Feng was also very anxious. He could see that Zheng Dongyang wanted to kill Long Chen. Lady Jiang? Zheng Dongyang licked his lips, gripping the 7 fiend demon saber in his hand, revealing a sinister smile. By the time Jiang Qing returns, I will have already avenged my junior brother. Zheng Dongyang's words caused Qin Feng and the others to be in complete despair. Clashing with a disciple of the Evil Dragon Palace Lord would not have a good ending. Qin Feng and the others looked at each other in dismay. Just as they were about to attack, Long Chen moved much faster than them. Even if you want to act tough, don't act tough for so long. Zheng Dongyang walked towards Long Chen step by step. Originally, he wanted to give Long Chen some psychological pressure. Who would have thought that Long Chen would directly say that he was acting tough? After saying that, Long Chen took a step forward. Suddenly, a majestic chi wave swept towards Zheng Dongyang. An expert doesn't need any additional means. That blood-red scarlet blood heaven desolation seemed to grow out of Long Chen's palm. The blood-red sword tip slowly extended out of Long Chen's palm. After such a long time, Long Chen finally took out his weapon in the true martial emperor palace. You are a sword martialist. Zheng Dongyang and the others didn't react for a moment. In everyone's opinion, Long Chen's body and speed were top-notch, but no one knew that he actually had another identity, that was, a sword martialist. In fact, this was Long Chen's strongest means. Zheng Dongyang was also a weapon martialist, but he specialized in Dao. At this time, his comprehension of sword Dao had already reached the 3rd level. Although he had just entered the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm, his battle prowess was already very close to Zhao Shuaji, who had crossed the devouring fire tribulation. Jing Dongyang was very confident in his weapon, but after seeing Long Chen's scarlet blood heaven desolation, he suddenly had a feeling of palpitation. It was as if his seven-fiend devil saber paled in comparison to the scarlet blood heaven desolation's bloody and murderous aura. Putting aside this inexplicable emotion, Jing Dongyang's heart was filled with determination. He had already regarded Long Chen as an opponent that needed to be dealt with seriously. Just as he was about to speak, a blood-red light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. His body turned into a golden lightning bolt and instantly shot towards Jing Dongyang. That kind of speed caused the sound of breaking the air to reach a terrifying level. Next to the golden lightning bolt was a blood-red sword blade. It wasn't that Jing Dongyang didn't want to let Long Chen go, but Long Chen had attacked Jing Dongyang first. Although the two ended up fighting each other, the meaning of this was completely different. Jing Dongyang had come to torture and kill Long Chen. Long Chen's performance should have been begging for mercy, but he didn't expect that Long Chen would be much more straightforward and bold than Jing Dongyang had imagined. That pair of blood-red eyes made Jing Dongyang's ruthless heart erupt with a huge amount of energy. "You're still too inexperienced to fight with me." Jing Dongyang grinned, and a huge amount of black demon chi swept over his saber, forming a black tornado, whistling, and pulling the branches and leaves of the trees near the River Heart Pavilion. A destructive force erupted from Jing Dongyang's seven-fiend devil saber. Sky Demon Hell Shattering Saber. A bright black saber aura slashed towards Long Chen as Jing Dongyang rushed forward and slashed down. Suddenly, a gully several meters deep appeared on the ground of the River Heart Pavilion, and the soil splashed towards Long Chen. On top of the black saber aura, a ferocious demonic shadow crawled out of the saber aura, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws towards Long Chen. A black mist instantly submerged Long Chen. Dragon Slayer. In the face of this attack that made others pale, Long Chen's expression remained unchanged. A martial artist who had just crossed the Oblivion Wind Tribulation was just child's play in front of him. Long Chen had not yet reached the second tier of the divine martial realm and had not even absorbed 1/10 of the blood essence, but he had already killed Sumo, who was at the same realm as Jing Dongyang, not to mention now. Chapter 1077. Although he moved very slowly, he still managed to safely avoid Jing Dongyang's black blade aura. At the same time, the blood-red scarlet blood heavenly desolation turned into a waterfall and swept towards Jing Dongyang. The blood-red hardness completely submerged the opponent in the first moment, and a sky-piercing hardness erupted. So fast. Jing Dongyang's body trembled violently. Long Chen's speed was at least many times stronger than his. The advantage in speed made it difficult for Jing Dongyang to hit Long Chen. At the same time, he couldn't grasp Long Chen's position at all. Even with his spiritual sense, Long Chen's speed surpassed the speed of his spiritual sense. "Did someone tell you that your speed is really slow?" When he first heard this sentence, Long Chen's position seemed to be on his left and right, but when he finished speaking, Long Chen was already right next to his ear. Jing Dongyang's entire body was covered in cold sweat. He had no time to think about why Long Chen was so terrifying. Nirvana Blade Light. He swung the Seven Evils demon saber wildly in his hand, forming a black whirlwind that completely surrounded him. "I'd like to see where you can hide." Jing Dongyang's ferocious heart was completely provoked by Long Chen. Everyone looked at the nervous yet ferocious Jing Dongyang and looked at each other in dismay. They had never seen Jing Dongyang in such a crazy state. It could be said that a speed-type opponent was always the most terrifying. "You're afraid of me." Long Chen's voice reached Jing Dongyang's ears from an unknown place. It was a voice that made Jing Dongyang's hair stand on end, because it happened right next to him. Turning around and slashing with his blade, Long Chen instantly appeared in front of Jing Dongyang with his abnormal speed. In the shortest time, Long Chen used his spirit breath technique, making it impossible for his opponent to find his position. As for his eyes, Long Chen's speed was already faster than his eyes. Everyone watched as Long Chen appeared beside Jing Dongyang, in a corner that Jing Dongyang couldn't see. Zhao Xueji wanted to call out to warn Jing Dongyang. Long Chen wouldn't give up this great opportunity. I'm here. This voice simply made Jing Dongyang collapse. He abruptly turned around. The scarlet blood sky desolation quietly passed through his left abdomen. A stabbing pain caused Jing Dongyang to spasm as he stared at Long Chen smiling at him. It was as if he had been struck by lightning, and his mind went blank. Sorry, I made a mistake. It's still 3 centimeters away from your heart. After pulling out the scarlet blood sky desolation, blood spurted out of Jing Dongyang's mouth. Long Chen hastily dodged, while Jing Dongyang's body seemed to have lost all its strength and fell from the sky. Needless to say, Long Chen's relaxed appearance caused everyone present to be in a sluggish state. Only after seeing it with their own eyes did they realize how terrifying Long Chen was. Jing Dongyang, the evil dragon palace's 30,000 disciples, was easily pierced through by Long Chen's sword. This battle wasn't half as intense as everyone had imagined. It could be said that there was no suspense at all. The fearsome Jing Dongyang simply couldn't put up the slightest resistance in the hands of Long Chen. It was as if he was being toyed with like a monkey. Long Chen relied on his absolute speed to suppress Jing Dongyang, coupled with Kitten's divine breath technique, and easily defeated Jing Dongyang. To be honest, in terms of spirit essence, Long Chen couldn't compare to Jing Dongyang. His current spirit essence was already between the early and peak of the 4th level of the divine martial realm. But coupled with the abnormal combat strength of his physical body and the scarlet blood sky desolation's all-conquering lethality, if not for Long Chen's careful planning, he could have easily killed Jing Dongyang. The current Long Chen was no longer the same as when he had just reached the divine martial realm. The sword pierced through Jing Dongyang's body, and at the same time, it also fiercely struck Jing Dongyang's soul. If a proud person was defeated, the consequences would be quite miserable. Zhao Xueji's complexion paled, and she hastily went to assist Jing Dongyang. Looking at the blood flowing out of Jing Dongyang's lower abdomen, Zhao Xueji really panicked. She didn't expect that Long Chen could so easily injure Jing Dongyang. As for the others, they simply worshipped Long Chen to the point of worship. However, everyone still had a headache. This time, not only Yang Yu's arms and legs were broken, but Jing Dongyang's body was also directly pierced. Long Chen had just entered the evil dragon palace a few days ago. How would he end up? Long Chen. Everyone had a worried look on their faces, except for Long Chen. He quietly put away the scarlet blood sky desolation and calmly looked at Jing Dongyang, who was looking at him with a horrified expression. Long Chen raised his head and said, "If you are not convinced and want me, Long Chen, to spar with you, I'm waiting for you at any time. But I'm not sure if I will fail again next time. I also have a way to behead people, maybe you can try it at that time." After hearing Long Chen's words, Jing Dongyang, who made the 30,000 disciples of the evil dragon palace tremble with fear, subconsciously shrank his body, almost shrinking into Zhao Xueji's arms. Long Chen, enough. Zhao Xueji was getting angrier and angrier. She put Jing Dongyang down to stop the bleeding, then stood up with a whoosh. A suffocating power erupted from her icy body. "You're really a self-righteous idiot who doesn't care about the consequences. Do you know who you're fighting? They're all disciples of the evil dragon palace master. You have some strength, but you're such an impulsive person. You'll pay for your recklessness." Zhao Xueji's eyes flashed with a murderous light. Long Chen smiled, he waved his hand and said, "Don't be like this, I have nothing to do with you. Whether I pay the price or not, it's none of your business. You're acting as if you're disappointed in me. I, Long Chen, can't bear your expectations." There had never been a junior who dared to say such words in front of Zhao Xueji. Zhao Xueji could endure it once, she could endure it twice, but she definitely couldn't endure it a third time. A suffocating coldness was released from her body. Seeing this girl about to explode, Long Chen didn't feel any pressure at all. His calmness could be said to be what Zhao Xueji hated the most. She really couldn't understand what this brat was relying on to be so arrogant. What? What? You want to fight me too? That's not bad. After beating up the little one, the big one came, and now you want an even bigger one? Dare I ask you, Zhao Shueji, what relationship do you have with them? Are they your lovers? Only lovers are more important than your own junior brothers. Long Chen's words made Zhao Shueji feel like she was about to explode. What did you say? Zhao Shueji's words were practically roaring out. From the beginning, Long Chen felt disgusted by this pretentious girl from the bottom of his heart. Now that she had asked him what he was talking about, Long Chen of course wouldn't be polite with her. He said, "Did I say anything wrong?" It was clearly Yang Yu who injured Jiang Lingwen. You are Jiang Lingwen's senior sister, yet you stood on the side of others and helped others to bully your own people. You think you're very powerful? From what I see, what's the difference between your actions and building a memorial arch? I think they've called you big senior sister for so many years for nothing. You're not even a person here. Riverheart Pavilion isn't a place you should come to. Now, you can take this guy away as well. Of course, if you're not convinced by my words, let's fight. Long Chen's gaze was full of provocation. That proud expression of his didn't seem to be the least bit intimidated by Zhao Shueji's current appearance. Long Chen's words could be considered to have helped Qin Feng and the others vent their anger. She was clearly their big senior sister, yet she actually helped others to deal with their own people. It was really heartbreaking. When Long Chen scolded her, although Qin Feng and the others didn't say it out loud, they were secretly delighted. Could it be that Long Chen can still fight against big senior sister? From the situation where Long Chen defeated Jing Dongyang, Long Chen should be able to resist Zhao Shueji. There shouldn't be any suspense. At this moment, Qin Feng and the others were no longer so nervous. Instead, they felt very satisfied. One was almost stabbed to death by Long Chen, while the other's chest was heaving up and down, almost angered to death by Long Chen. Don't be angry. My words are very pertinent. Everyone thinks so too. Can you hurry up? I don't have that much time to waste with you here. If you don't make a move, I'll make a move. Long Chen. Zhao Shueji finally experienced something today. This senior sister really had someone who could force her emotions to the brink of death. In her entire life, she had never been so angry. If she didn't kill Long Chen today, she wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Long Chen crossed his arms and looked at her with a contemptuous smile. This expression made Zhao Shueji want to tear his face apart. Seeing that another battle was about to happen, the angry Zhao Shueji suddenly trembled. She turned her head and saw a solemn-looking man wearing a blue robe standing behind her. The anger in Zhao Shueji's heart was completely scared away, because the person standing behind her was none other than her most respected master, Jiang Qing. In her excitement, Zhao Shueji didn't use her divine sense to check, so she didn't know that Jiang Qing had already returned and that Long Chen had seen him appear. In front of Jiang Qing, Zhao Shueji didn't have the chance to make a move against Long Chen. Judging from Jiang Qing's frighteningly quiet face, he seemed to have some confidence in what would happen today. Long Chen was very curious about what he would do next. At this time, Jiang Qing walked over step by step. When he passed by Zhao Shueji, he glanced at Zhao Shueji, who was trying to hide her anger, and then looked at Jing Dongyang. Jing Dongyang was originally very arrogant, but at this time, the pain in his body made him lose his combat strength. Being fought by Long Chen alone was endless humiliation for him. Shueji, take Dongyang back to heal. Jiang Qing said in a flat tone. Chapter 1078. Jiang Qing pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and said, just send Jing Dongyang back, don't worry about anything else. Zhao Shueji was extremely anxious. This was a sign that Jiang Qing wanted to protect Long Chen. Jing Dongyang could also hear it. He endured the pain and hurriedly said, Palace Lord Jiang, Long Chen attacked my junior brother without his consent, causing him to be seriously injured. He lost one of his arms and both of his legs. He won't be able to recover within a year. You can't protect him for such a big crime. Jiang Qing's indifferent gaze landed on Jing Dongyang. He suddenly smiled and said, Dongyang, you can't say it like that. If this is considered a crime, you should have died countless times for what you did in the true martial emperor palace. I will naturally look for the hall master to deal with this matter. Juniors like you don't have the right to cause trouble in my Jiang Heart Pavilion. You! Jing Dongyang angrily pointed at Jiang Qing, but he was powerless to do anything. He gritted his teeth and stood up, staggering. Zhao Shuaji quickly went to support him. At this moment, Zhao Shuaji's expression was very unsightly. She suddenly had an illusion that the master who doted on her twice as much in the past was a little different today. This change made Zhao Shuaji a little flustered. She thought in her heart, could it be that I really did something wrong today and made master angry? Now, she could only send Jing Dongyang back and come back to apologize to master. Thinking of this, Zhao Shuaji fiercely glared at Long Chen, who was intoxicated with success. She supported Jing Dongyang and left. Jing Dongyang was very unhappy, but he could only leave in embarrassment. In front of outsiders, he dared to ridicule Jiang Qing, but in front of a senior, he didn't have the guts. Jiang Qing's position in the Evil Dragon Palace was second only to the hall master. After they left, Jiang Qing didn't say anything and entered the Jiang Heart Pavilion. The others looked at each other in dismay, not daring to say anything. In the Jiang Heart Pavilion, Jiang Qing quickly arrived beside Jiang Lingwen. At this moment, Jiang Lingwen had already struggled to wake up. When he saw Jiang Qing, he wanted to greet her, but Jiang Qing pressed him down on the bed. Truly a waste. I raised you for so many years, but I didn't expect that I raised a complete waste. Jiang Qing's cold eyes made Jiang Lingwen a little afraid. He quickly shook his head and said, Master, wait for me to recover. I will work hard. That's best. Jiang Qing didn't say anything else. She took out a jade box from her storage ring and said, the things inside are enough for you to recover, but you still need some time to recuperate. Thank you, Master. Lingwen's eyes were brimming with tears. Long Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, Jing Dongyang had crushed the open white fragrance pill. Now, Jiang Lingwen could finally recover. After dealing with the matters here, Jiang Qing's gaze finally stopped on Long Chen in the corner. She said, follow me, and then left first. Long Chen knew that he would be called. In fact, the reason why Long Chen dared to be so fearless towards Yang Yu and Jing Dongyang was because he knew that Jiang Qing's position in the Evil Dragon Palace was definitely not low. If the Evil Dragon Palace master did not want to have a conflict with him, he would not dare to touch Long Chen and the others. The position of the palace master's disciple was definitely higher. This was necessary, but other than identity, there was another more important factor that determined one's position, and that was strength. When Long Chen displayed a fighting strength that surprised even Jiang Qing, it was impossible for him to be taught a lesson for injuring Yang Yu and Jing Dongyang. This was the rule of the true martial emperor palace. No matter how many rules there would always be a rule that surpassed all others, and that was the rule of the strongest. Understanding this, Long Chen was able to display such a heaven-defying performance today. I was first surprised by your fighting strength, but now I find that I'm even more surprised by your calmness and wisdom. After walking into a small room, Jiang Qing turned his head, revealing a kind look on his face. Long Chen's yin-yang sword spirit was absolutely invisible. Jiang Qing absolutely didn't know that Long Chen had the will of an old friend. What he was most satisfied with now was that he had inadvertently accepted a disciple with infinite potential. It could be said that Jiang Qing's attitude towards Long Chen was purely a kind of appreciation for the younger generation. The most troublesome thing for geniuses was to compare them with each other. Jiang Qing's most outstanding disciple was Zhao Shuaji. Among his disciples, she was the only one who could make him feel satisfied. Today, when Long Chen and Jing Dongyang fought, Jiang Qing had already used his spiritual consciousness to observe the whole process. From Jiang Qing's performance, it could be said that Long Chen should be on the same level as Zhao Shuaji in terms of fighting strength. However, Long Chen was much younger than Zhao Shuaji, which meant that Long Chen's potential was greater. At the same time, from the dialogue between the two, it could be seen that Long Chen's will was more mature than Zhao Shuaji's. For Jiang Qing, this was the most perfect disciple he had encountered in so many years. Therefore, today, he didn't think about anything else and directly protected Long Chen. What Jiang Qing was thinking, Long Chen actually knew in his heart. You have a lot of mysterious things on you, such as your realm, but these are your personal secrets and also your means. I won't ask too many questions, but this king will ask you a question. Master, please ask. Long Chen said. Jiang Qing liked him even more when she saw his calm demeanor. Can you defeat Zhao Shuaji? Jiang Qing asked directly. Long Chen didn't expect that he would actually ask this question. Long Chen didn't think much about it and directly said, maybe. I can. That's enough. Jiang Qing smiled brightly and said, you can go back now. Today, they should have introduced you to the Tower of Trials. Go there more often, maybe you will have unexpected gains. Long Chen remembered Jiang Qing's words and then said goodbye to Jiang Qing and returned to the original place. Seeing Long Chen go back, the others were relieved and quickly asked Long Chen what to do next. We don't need to worry about the next thing, Master will handle it. Long Chen smiled slightly, which made everyone confused. In their impression, Jiang Qing was a very serious person. How could he be so easy to talk to today? Perhaps only Long Chen knew. Let's not disturb old Five. Let him rest. A group of people walked out of the room, leaving Jiang Lingguo to guard his brother. The others went to busy themselves with their own matters. For Long Chen, today's matter was already over. Jiang Qing would naturally handle it for him. Although Jiang Qing didn't say anything nice, in fact, at this time, he already regarded Long Chen as a treasure. There was a harsh competition among the 3,000 palaces. New genius disciples were the greatest source of vitality in this competition. The Evil Dragon Palace was ranked in the middle among all the palaces. It was neither high nor low, in an extremely awkward position. If the Evil Dragon Palace wanted to revitalize itself and raise its position, it could only rely on young genius disciples. Long Chen was a new continent that Jiang Qing discovered. How could he have known that this newly discovered treasure might also become a fatal killing machine? In the next few days, Jiang Lingwen's injuries gradually improved. Under Jiang Qing's suppression, the commotion of this matter gradually dissipated. However, Long Chen's reputation spread throughout the Evil Dragon Palace. He crippled Yang Yu and pierced Jing Dongyang with a sword. Such a ruthless person was not punished. Yang Yu and Jing Dongyang's reputation in the Evil Dragon Palace was not very good. Therefore, no one had any objections. However, from this, it could be seen that Jiang Qing doted on this new disciple very much. Long Chen's status rose. Among Jiang Qing's disciples, apart from Zhao Shueji, the others were all mediocre. Long Chen's status instantly rose to Zhao Shueji's level. It was said that Long Chen easily defeated Jing Dongyang, who was in the 5th level of the divine martial realm. With this kind of strength, he could easily enter the top 10 of the Evil Dragon Palace's young disciples. However, there were still 3 experts from the Evil Dragon Palace Masters faction who rarely showed themselves. They were in seclusion in the trial tower all day. If they came out of seclusion and heard the news, would they cause trouble for Long Chen? The answer was yes. It was just a matter of time. Long Chen did not care about so many things. Jiang Lingwen's injuries were gradually recovering. Long Chen had already given him some guidance, which was already extremely benevolent. Jiang Lingwen still had to walk his own path. Long Chen's target was not the Evil Dragon Palace. Therefore, they could only be considered to have met by chance. Next, it was time to enter the trial tower. The martial path puppets there were good stuff. Long Chen did not feel comfortable just because he was strong now. He knew that he was still lacking. At least in this small evil dragon palace, he could not be the overlord. In the 3,000 palaces, he was even more of a nobody. With this little strength, not to mention marrying Lingxi openly, he might not even be able to reach the Sword Spirit Emperor region safely. The true martial emperor palace was the place to temper Long Chen. Hence, he hoped to be more high profile. Only then would he be in the limelight. He would be able to go to a higher place and meet stronger opponents. The 3,000 palaces weren't his goal. The martial god palace was his ambition. The true martial emperor palace was the martial god palace. Cultivation. After Jiang Lingwen's matter came to an end, Long Chen wholeheartedly immersed himself in cultivation. Since he was unfamiliar with this place, Long Chen headed to the trial tower. At this moment, Long Chen's name had already spread throughout the evil dragon palace. Along the way, everyone looked at Long Chen with respect. They were ordinary disciples. Even the true inheritors of elders were at most in the 4th layer of the divine martial realm. They were not a match for Long Chen. Furthermore, this youth was so young, everyone realized that because of Long Chen's participation, the structure of the younger generation of the evil dragon palace was changing step by step. I really don't know if the 3 of them will fear this rising star when they come out of the Tower of Trials and see him. Or will they express their goodwill? It shouldn't be a gesture of goodwill. After all, Long Chen has already caused the evil dragon palace's disciples to lose all face. Chapter 1079. Those 3 are probably the 3 powerful disciples of the evil dragon palace lord. They are probably the only ones who can fight against me. Actually, one of them is Lu Qingfeng's second junior brother. He has reached the 6th level of the divine martial realm and has a peerless golden body. I am not his opponent. The other 2 are probably at the 5th level of the divine martial realm and have gone through the 9th heaven lightning tribulation. They are on par with Su Shaodai and the Lord of the Nether God Palace. Long Chen was confident in dealing with Zhao Shuaji, but he wasn't very confident in these 3. After all, their divine origin was many times stronger than Long Chen's. They couldn't be easily defeated by just relying on some external methods. I killed Chu Tiange before. Chu Tiange is much stronger than them. In a short period of time, I have to at least get first place in the evil dragon palace. Otherwise, can I still be considered a dragon warrior? Long Chen was full of confidence in himself. After entering the trial tower, it was dark. Long Chen continued to move forward, and soon, he mysteriously walked into an underground maze. The surroundings were filled with black walls, and they were still moving, making it hard to figure out what was going on. The evil dragon palace had at least 3,000 disciples, and they were currently crazily training in this trial room. They could find any opponent here, and the weather was even denser. They could even choose to fight randomly. The Tower of Trials was a magical place. As Long Chen moved forward, the black walls were like waves, swaying in front of him. Finally, Long Chen saw a black steel door. Without saying anything, he pulled the door with force. Unfortunately, there should be people inside, so he didn't open it. Helpless, Long Chen could only continue to move forward. After about 15 minutes, he encountered another steel door. This door appeared randomly in front of him, and there was no one around. Long Chen grabbed the door handle and pulled it slightly. The metal door suddenly opened and pulled Long Chen in. Long Chen quickly stabilized his body, and felt that everything around him had stabilized. It was no longer as confusing as the maze. This was a room about 200 meters in length and width. It was very spacious, and was completely black. There were no special disciples here. The only thing Long Chen didn't lack was monarch's spiritual qi. It seemed to be compressed into this room, forming a dense white mist that danced in the black room. Long Chen casually inhaled, and a large amount of monarch's spiritual qi was absorbed by his body. However, the monarch's spiritual qi here seemed to be endless. However much monarch's spiritual qi Long Chen absorbed, he could replenish it. After surveying his surroundings, Long Chen walked forward. He discovered that although the walls of the training room were made of extremely precious steel materials, they were still badly damaged. Judging from the densely packed marks on the walls, he could roughly tell how many people had trained in this place. At the same time, there were some words engraved in all the hidden corners. These were probably written by some senior martial artists who had casually written down their thoughts while cultivating here. It could be their understanding of battle skills, martial Dao, or even sword Dao. There was everything that could be found here. Long Chen glanced around and saw a lot of things. His heart was quite touched. Everyone in the God martial realm had different martial arts, but there were also similarities. For example, Nangong Lai's fighting way and Long Chen's killing way still had similarities. From these martial arts insights, he could understand other people's martial arts and summarize them, which would also be helpful to himself. Walking to a corner of the trial room, Long Chen saw a row of black brick-like buttons. On each black brick, there were words written. For example, the first brick had something written on it. Without saying anything, Long Chen stepped on the black brick with his feet. He was a little surprised. This black brick was not easy to step on. He estimated that only the strength of the God martial realm could step on it. In other words, this trial pillar could only be used by the warriors of the God martial realm. So this is how it sets up the restrictions for the level of warriors. Of course, Long Chen could easily step on this black brick. With a rumbling sound, the whole trial room trembled. In the center of the trial room, a piece of land disappeared out of thin air. A black steel pillar with a diameter of about 1 meter and a height of more than 3 meters rose from the ground. The material of this steel pillar was even more solid than the walls of the trial room. It had a kind of shocking power. There were also many traces left by the predecessors on the trial pillar. They were big and small, but not as obvious as those on the walls of the trial room. This trial pillar is an enemy that will not fight back. It is probably used to completely increase one's attack power. Long Chen turned his body and turned into a golden lightning. With a loud bang, he punched the trial pillar. Suddenly, there was a dull sound. Long Chen was lightly shaken back. On the trial pillar, there was a fist mark about 3 centimeters deep. It had already surpassed many people. I don't know if my scarlet blood eternal desolation can break this thing. Long Chen was just thinking about it. Of course, he would not break this trial pillar for no reason. After all, to get such a good thing, it would probably cost a lot of money. After stepping on the black brick once more, the trial pillar went down. Only then did Long Chen turn his attention to the other black bricks. The following bricks were for summoning ferocious beasts, martial arts puppets, and even one that chose to fight against other warriors in the Tower of Trial. The Tower of Trial was like a huge machine. With the internal operation, it could even connect 2 trial rooms. Whether it was against vicious beasts, martial arts puppets, or even against humans, you could choose the level of your opponent. As long as you could step on the brick, it would be over. The trial tower would automatically set a level according to the individual's strength. Of course, Long Chen did not want to choose to fight against humans. As for vicious beasts, it seemed that he had no interest or use. His greatest interest was still martial arts puppets. There was a brick for every level of martial arts puppets. Level 1, Level 2, Level 5, Level 6, Level 7. In this trial room, at most, martial arts puppets of Level 7 could be summoned. Long Chen calculated, which meant that the comprehension of martial arts of Level 7 martial arts puppets was roughly at the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm, which would undoubtedly be of great help to him. Unfortunately, Long Chen definitely could not step on this brick. Then, let's try it with a Level 4 first. Long Chen's gaze fell on the brick of the Level 4 martial arts puppet. The divine spirit on his legs surged, and he stepped on it with all his might. Suddenly, with a bang, that black brick was stepped on by Long Chen. Long Chen roughly felt that he had reached his limit. It was still quite difficult to summon a level 4 martial arts puppet, and level 5 was probably his current limit. Fortunately, Long Chen's realm was only at the second level of the divine martial arts realm. Even if it was a level 3 martial art puppet, it would still be useful to him. Rumble. One of the walls, under the effect of the mechanism, suddenly rose, revealing a spacious void. Endless darkness appeared in front of Long Chen. One of the paths led from the trial room where Long Chen was, to the endless void. A black ball suddenly rolled over from this path. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In a short time, it rushed into the trial room, and then that wall suddenly closed. At the same time, the vibration of the trial room also stopped. Long Chen's gaze shifted to that black ball. This is a martial arts puppet. Long Chen looked at it curiously. At this moment, the black ball suddenly split open. It turned out to be an egg. In this black egg, a cloud of white mist floated up. Perhaps it saw Long Chen, it rapidly changed, and finally turned into the appearance of Long Chen. Long Chen seemed to have returned to the time when he was in the divine kingdom of Yi Wuxiang. At that time, his opponent was also exactly the same as him, but that opponent was even more powerful. This opponent was a martial arts puppet. It just automatically changed into his appearance. From its gray eyes, no expression could be seen. You have 10 breaths of time to prepare. The martial arts puppet suddenly said, with an expressionless face. When Long Chen saw this stiff version of himself, he suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then, his fighting spirit rose. With this martial path puppet, his cultivation level would definitely increase. The desire to become stronger ignited Long Chen's blood, causing him to boil with excitement. Unarmed, Long Chen was already ready. The true martial emperor's spirit slowly opened, and a gray light shone from Long Chen's brow without hesitation on the body of the martial arts puppet. 10 breaths of time passed in an instant. At that moment, the eyes of the martial arts puppet instantly lit up. Its entire body was like a whirlwind, circling in an arc and attacking Long Chen. Every move, every punch, every kick, were incomparably mysterious, displaying the profoundness of martial arts. Every martial arts puppet should be proficient in a different Tao. This martial arts puppet's Tao is broad and righteous, but it will also be of help to me. I need to fight all kinds of martial arts puppets before I can make the final breakthrough. The path of killing was merciless madness. Long Chen didn't have the slightest care about the martial arts puppet. He attacked crazily, punching and kicking, fighting fiercely with the martial arts puppet in the most primitive way. Bang, bang, bang. Such sounds rang out in the trial room. 2 shadows, one red and the other white, were fighting fiercely in this trial room. From time to time, attacks would fall on the walls of the trial room, leaving marks. Long Chen didn't rush to finish off his opponent. The martial arts strength of this martial arts puppet was not enough to hurt Long Chen. What Long Chen could do was to improve himself through each confrontation. He felt that he was close to the completion of the second level of the divine martial realm. When he reached that level, his strength was likely to reach such a level that he would be invincible under the 5th level of the divine martial realm. At that time, his words would probably have more power. 2 hours later, the martial arts puppet disappeared in Long Chen's hands, and Long Chen was in a state of self-destruction. The trial pillar appeared, and Long Chen attacked it crazily, leaving marks on it. Because of the existence of Long Chen, the trial pillar began to be riddled with holes. Chapter 1080. This time, Long Chen stayed in the Tower of Trials for a whole month. Moreover, he had no intention of leaving, unless he reached the consummation of the second tier of the divine martial realm. The real martial emperor's soul could indeed absorb what Long Chen could benefit from the martial path puppet, but the effect was a little worse. The changes in it were relatively fixed, and it didn't have the on-the-spot performance of a real warrior. However, the benefits were endless, and he didn't have to worry about the secret of the real martial emperor's soul being discovered. Long Chen could rest assured that he could be in a state of battle 24 hours a day. If the real martial emperor's soul was tired, he could turn it off and fight directly. After a few battles with the level 4 puppet, Long Chen directly chose the level 5 puppet. The level 5 puppet's combat strength was very strong, and it was very suitable for Long Chen. Although Long Chen could not compete with Long Chen in terms of physical strength and speed, his comprehension of the martial way was much better than Long Chen's. It could be said that Long Chen had to spend a lot of effort to deal with the level 5 martial arts puppet. He did not even take out the Scarlet Blood Sky. At this moment, he directly fought with the level 5 puppet. The intensity of the battle made people's scalps numb. What Long Chen used was basically a suicide method. Long Chen basically did not defend, attacking with all his might. Sometimes, he did not defend or attack, waiting for the martial puppets to hit him. Then, he would comprehend the profoundness of the martial way from the martial puppets' punches and kicks. No one in the entire Evil Dragon Palace could compare to Long Chen in terms of physical endurance. Therefore, the level 5 martial arts puppet could only cause a certain degree of damage to Long Chen. Long Chen gritted his teeth and immediately got up. His body could also recover quickly. As for the level 6 puppet, Long Chen did not dare to summon it for the time being. With his current strength, he probably could not summon a level 6 puppet. The level 5 martial arts puppet was his limit. Long Chen could improve a lot by fighting with the level 5 puppet. The martial way was extremely difficult. Long Chen absorbed a lot of information every day, but he still felt that it was not easy to improve. For others, it was even more difficult to improve without something like the Martial Emperor's Soul. Long Chen knew that if he did not have the Martial Emperor's Soul, he would probably be in the 6th or 7th Sky Martial Realm. It was absolutely impossible for him to stand here and have his current strength. The Martial Emperor's Soul was not easy to come by. Long Chen cherished it even more. The level 5 puppet in front of him was the 10th level 5 puppet that Long Chen had defeated. So far, Long Chen's skill against the level 5 puppet was much stronger. If he could use the God-killing sword formation to kill the opponent instantly. However, he did not choose to do so. Instead, he fought steadily. Sometimes, he even used his own body to withstand the opponent's attacks. Only when he was exhausted and gained a lot did Long Chen completely kill the opponent. Usually, by this time, Long Chen would already be lying on the ground, covered in blood. The torn muscles on his body were wriggling rapidly. He would probably be able to completely recover in a few hours. The level 5 puppet is only a so-so. If I want to break through to perfection, I still need an important opportunity to fight. This might not come from the martial arts puppet, but from real combat. The excitement and exhilaration that appeared when fighting with people was something that the martial arts puppet could not give him. Lying on the ground, Long Chen let out a long breath. He looked at the black ceiling in the sky. This world was like the training room, completely imprisoning him inside. It's already been a month. The more I improve in the God martial arts realm, the more difficult it will be. I have to complete the cultivation of the divine sense realm as soon as possible. After his body recovered, Long Chen walked to the black brick again. He looked at the brick of the level 5 puppet, and then at the brick of the level 6 puppet. He stamped on the brick with all his strength. The black brick of the level 6 puppet did not move. Long Chen smiled bitterly. Indeed, he could not summon the level 6 puppet with his current strength. In the Evil Dragon Palace, there were many experts in the 5th level of the God martial arts realm. Among them, there were more than 200 elders and hall masters. Therefore, there were many level 5 puppets. However, in the 6th level of the God martial arts realm, there were only 10 deputy palace masters and 1 disciple of the palace master. There were not many of them. Presumably, there were not many level 6 puppets. As for the level 7 puppet, he did not know if there were any here. So, it's already been a month. I can try this. Long Chen's gaze shifted to the black brick that was fighting with people. The Tower of Trial was like a huge system. Every training room was an independent unit. As long as Long Chen sent a request to fight, the Tower of Trial would accept his request and connect with other warriors who sent the same request. There were 15 black bricks in this series, from the beginning of the first level of the God Martial Arts realm to the peak of the 7th level of the God Martial Arts realm. Of course, the last few definitely could not find someone to fight with. Among the 3,000 disciples in the Tower of Trial, probably less than 1,000 would choose to fight with people. Most of the people were cultivating in silence. At this moment, Long Chen had completely recovered. He was thinking about which level of opponent he should choose to fight with. He was not interested in low-level opponents. Therefore, his gaze stopped at the 5th level of the God Martial Arts realm, the realm that had passed the devouring fire tribulation. It seems that there are not many people in this realm in the Evil Dragon Palace. However, some elders and palace masters would also be in the Tower of Trial. It would be more interesting to fight with warriors of this level. Moreover, the person who sent the request to fight is probably someone like me, someone who likes to fight. Thinking of this, Long Chen did not hesitate. This random battle was indeed interesting. Before choosing, he did not know who his opponent would be. Generally speaking, only people above the 5th level of the God Martial Arts realm had the strength to step on the black brick. Therefore, there would not be a situation where warriors of lower levels would randomly choose their opponents. The black brick was easily stepped on by Long Chen. Who will my opponent be? Long Chen was looking forward to it. After stepping on the brick, the whole trial room shook. Long Chen could not even stand steadily. He realized that the whole trial room was moving. It was moving in the Tower of Trial, as if it was looking for its opponent. What a miraculous place. This is only the trial tower of one of the palaces. I wonder if there is a trial tower of the 3,000 palaces that allows the geniuses and experts of the 3,000 palaces to fight against each other and choose their opponents at random. This was just a guess of Long Chen. Actually, he did not know that there was such a Tower of Trial in the 3,000 palaces. In less than a quarter of an hour, there was a loud explosion, as if the training room had crashed into another training room. There was a huge tremor, and there was the sound of machinery connecting. Long Chen's eyes became serious. He had already realized that the Tower of Trial had probably found him an opponent at the 5th level of the Divine Martial Arts realm, who had passed the devouring fire tribulation. Who is it? While Long Chen was confused, the wall of the trial room on the left rose rapidly. Through the gap, Long Chen saw that on the other side, another wall was disappearing. The two huge trial rooms were connected together. This was the mode of random battles. No one knew who their opponent was. When the wall rose gradually, Long Chen saw a familiar lower body and an ice-cold upper body standing in the trial room on the opposite side. At this moment, Long Chen's expression was very interesting, because he actually knew this random opponent. It's you. On the opposite side, the person was even more surprised than Long Chen. She was Zhao Shuaji. At this moment, Zhao Shuaji was wearing a sky-blue tight-fitting outfit, which revealed her graceful figure. Her pretty face was covered with a disgusting coldness. It seemed that she could not believe her own eyes. She stared at Long Chen. Long Chen also did not expect that it would be such a coincidence. His first time choosing random battles, he had unexpectedly chosen Zhao Shuaji. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. At this moment, the two trial rooms were connected together perfectly. It was as if the size of the trial room had doubled. In fact, it was reasonable for them to meet each other. Among the disciples of the trial tower, there were basically less than 10 hall masters and elders. Those at the 5th level of the divine martial arts realm who had passed the devouring fire tribulation were even fewer. Among them, there were even fewer who would choose to fight randomly. They were all people with high status, so they would not choose this mode to improve their strength. If they became enemies with their opponents or lost face to their opponents, it would be very difficult for them. Zhao Shuaji was proud and arrogant. Generally speaking, in the trial tower, she would press the black brick that would randomly fight every once in a while, waiting for someone to choose. It just so happened that Long Chen chose someone with her strength. Therefore, the two of them naturally met in this place. When enemies met, their eyes were especially red. Seeing Long Chen, Zhao Shuaji smiled. It was the kind of feeling where one could wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, and find what they were looking for without even looking for it. Last time, you injured Yang Yu and Jing Dongyang, but Master didn't punish you. Instead, he flattered you. Maybe it made you so lawless that you don't take me, your big sister, seriously, right? Zhao Shuaji walked toward Long Chen step by step. Today was a great opportunity. Even if she did not kill Long Chen, she would not let Long Chen have an easy time. In particular, the insulting words that Long Chen had said to her in the River Heart Pavilion. Every time she thought of these words, and thought that the person who had angered her was still living on her big sister's body, Zhao Shuaji felt uncomfortable and extremely irritated. She was eager to teach this young man a painful lesson, so that she could get rid of the hatred in her heart. Chapter 1081. As long as he stepped on the black brick again, the battle would end and the two training rooms would be separated. Long Chen's words made Zhao Shuaji realize that Long Chen was afraid of her, and she was overjoyed. Zhao Shuaji took a few steps forward and entered the range of Long Chen's training tower. In this way, even if Long Chen turned off the random battle, she would still be able to stay in Long Chen's training room. Her intention to severely punish Long Chen was very obvious. Since you've chosen the random battle and chose an opponent of my level, why are you still afraid? Don't worry, I know your true strength is very strong. Defeating Jing Dongyang with that kind of advantage, even I can't do it. Zhao Shuaji already had Long Chen in her grasp. Such a good opportunity was delivered to her door, she would never waste it in vain. It could be said that she had been waiting for this day for a month. She still clearly remembered the lesson that Jiang Qing had taught her. Long Chen smiled, and a trace of indifference was gradually released from his eyes. After laughing for a while, he said, I'm just joking with you. I know that you hate me to the bone, and you blame me for robbing your place in Jiang Qing's heart. Zhao Shuaji, Jiang Qing has never made a mistake. All of this only shows one thing, that is, you, Zhao Shuaji, are far inferior to me. Even Jiang Qing looks down on you because of this. This woman had a poisonous snake hidden in her heart. Long Chen didn't like such a person. What he hated the most in his life was those who betrayed their companions. As the eldest senior sister, she had never done anything for Jiang Lingguan and the others. After the incident, she even stood on the other side. In Long Chen's mind, Zhao Shuaji wasn't even as good as Li Ying, who had fallen in love with someone else. You've finally revealed your tale. Zhao Shuaji didn't get angry, instead she laughed. Zhao Shuaji didn't get angry, instead, she laughed. Her impression of Long Chen should be like this. At this moment, she looked like she was ready to fight. She stared at Long Chen with her venomous eyes and said cruelly, Ever since you came to the evil dragon palace, Master's attitude towards me has changed. He even scolded me. In the past, this was something unimaginable. It's all because of you. The battles in the Tower of Trials are not limited to life and death. I think if I kill you, then everything will return to normal. Is that so? Long Chen came to a sudden realization and said, You changed my decision. Originally, I just wanted to make you feel defeated, but since you want me to disappear, I can only make you disappear. From start to finish, I, Long Chen, am not inferior to others when it comes to ruthlessness. Whatever you want to give me, I will give it to you. Just like what happened to Yang Yu. Zhao Shuaji didn't dare to look down on Long Chen. He was someone that even Jiang Qing had to look up to. If they really fought, Zhao Shuaji only had 70 to 80% confidence. The two of them looked at each other. There was nothing more to say. This was a battle of life and death. Only the living could walk out. This was also a battle that Long Chen was looking forward to. It was a battle that would help him break through his limits and reach the peak of the second level of the divine martial realm. Sword warrior, take out your weapon. Zhao Xueji looked at Long Chen with contempt. She knew that Long Chen's weapon was very powerful. It wasn't just powerful. Back then, Long Chen used the Blood Desolation sword and directly broke the Clear Sky sword. The Clear Sky sword was an 8th grade divine weapon. I don't need it to deal with you. The real reason was that Long Chen regarded Zhao Xueji as an opportunity for her to break through. In fact, the strength of the level 5 puppet was similar to Zhao Xueji. The difference was in fighting skills and fighting style. Therefore, for Long Chen, who didn't use a sword, Zhao Xueji would be much more troublesome than the level 5 puppet. Zhao Xueji was really angry. She smiled coldly and said, "You asked for it. Don't blame me." Dense Emperor spiritual qi gathered around her. Zhao Xueji's strength surged and formed a white whirlpool around her. Clear void technique. A clear breeze circled around Zhao Xueji's body, gradually forming a fairy-like feeling. A white swirling mist completely surrounded Zhao Xueji. A huge aura spread out from her body like waves, sweeping towards Long Chen to a certain extent. Fight. During a battle, using the divine breath technique in battle could reap unexpected results. At least in such a situation, it was difficult for Zhao Xueji to use her divine sense to grasp Long Chen's position. She could only rely on her eyes, but she also understood that the speed of her eyes might not be able to catch up with Long Chen's heaven-defying speed. Fighting with martial arts puppets was boring and tasteless, but the battle with Zhao Xueji was different. Long Chen's blood was boiling. Zhao Xueji was much stronger than Jing Dongyang. About 7 months had passed, and Long Chen hadn't fought with an opponent who could really match him. This feeling of excitement made his blood boil. A golden thunder dragon shuttled through the muscles of his body, bursting out bursts of strong thunder and lightning. Zhao Xueji was stunned. That flash just now seemed to be the legendary existence above the gods. Pitter-patter. Long Chen's muscles and bones issued a violent friction sound. At this time, Long Chen's face was distorted. In Zhao Xueji's eyes, he looked exceptionally fierce and ferocious, just like the legendary dragon. A disdainful aura directly broke out from Long Chen's body, suppressing Zhao Xueji's aura of the 5th level of the divine martial realm. Playing tricks. Zhao Xueji cautiously looked at Long Chen, not daring to act rashly. At this time, Long Chen, whose whole body was wrapped in golden lightning, issued a terrifying roar, and his figure instantly disappeared in front of Zhao Xueji. How is this possible? It's like the god martial spirit has disappeared. My divine sense can't even sense his existence. At this time, Long Chen truly launched his divine breath. It had to be said that Kitten's divine breath was also a heaven-defying combat skill. Under Long Chen's speed, Zhao Xueji seemed to be blinded. This kid's speed is even faster than when he fought against Jing Dongyang. Has his speed reached the peak of the 5th level of the divine martial realm? Zhao Xueji was shocked. In her opinion, the most frightening thing about Long Chen was his speed and his body, which had reached a monstrous level. However, just relying on these 2 points of strength is not enough to make him truly strong. A warrior's heart had a strong power, and Zhao Xueji was also unyielding. She wouldn't be easily disturbed. In a situation where she couldn't completely grasp Long Chen's position, she could still take advantage of the situation to deal with him. Because she relied too much on her divine sense, at this time, she could only use her eyes and ears to perceive the existence of Long Chen. Here. To Zhao Xueji's surprise, Long Chen just flew around her at high speed and didn't attack. In that case, Zhao Xueji wouldn't be polite at all. Clear void technique, 18 fingers of cloud smashing. At this time, Zhao Xueji had transformed countless arms, as if she had turned into 1,000-armed guanyin. A white strong wind, which was actually a finger spear, pierced in all directions. There was always a direction that pierced through Long Chen. Although this combat skill was called 18 fingers of cloud smashing, it had more than 100 fingers. Every finger could break a hole in the clouds in the sky, which showed how strong the piercing ability of this finger technique was. Long Chen was also within the attack range of 18 fingers of cloud smashing. With a whistling sound, he unexpectedly didn't look back, but directly rushed towards the white finger spear. "You're courting death." Zhao Shuiji found Long Chen's position. Her 18 cloud-shattering fingers stabbed at Long Chen in a frenzy. Even Zhao Shuiji herself was moved by the power contained in each move. She didn't believe that she couldn't kill Long Chen like this. "Don't you realize that you're too slow?" The real martial emperor's soul slowly opened, and a familiar gray light appeared in the gray eyes of Zhao Shuiji. However, she didn't know what the thing between Long Chen's eyebrows was. Under the decomposition of the real martial emperor's soul, Zhao Shuiji's every move, situation, and detail were clearly transmitted to Long Chen's real martial emperor's soul, which had countless benefits for Long Chen. It wasn't easy to drag this woman here, so Long Chen wouldn't let her go easily. At least before she died, he had to completely squeeze out her value. The 18 cloud-shattering fingers transformed into gusts of strong wind that directly hit the wall of the great trial room, leaving behind a hole that was almost 5 centimeters deep. However, even though there were so many finger guns, none of them managed to hit Long Chen. With his superhuman speed, Long Chen was able to deal with his opponent's attacks with ease. In an instant, Long Chen rushed in front of Zhao Shuiji, and his fist rushed towards Zhao Shuiji like a beast. However, Zhao Shuiji used the clear void technique to form a shield of Emperor spiritual qi. Long Chen found that when his fist rushed into the shield, it was a bit like entering a quagmire, and his attack power was greatly reduced. "You've fallen into a trap." Zhao Shuiji laughed, and the last 18 finger techniques pierced towards Long Chen's lower abdomen. If he was hit, even though Long Chen had such a strong body, the consequences would still be unimaginable. One punch was stuck by the opponent's clear void technique, and Long Chen's combat power was greatly reduced. "That's it?" The trapped Long Chen revealed a disdainful smile. At this time, his left fist had grown into a palm. Zhao Shuiji was astonished to see that in the center of Long Chen's palm, there was a dragon-shaped pattern. It was a golden divine dragon that spat out lightning. Its body was completely composed of lightning. "Xiao Jin, go." Chapter 1082. This time, it was Long Chen's mistake. He did not expect the clear void technique to have such an effect, and the golden thunder dragon could consume some energy to break free from the opponent's restraint. Otherwise, he would have to use the blood-red sky desolation. "What is that?" The golden thunder divine dragon shocked Zhao Shuiji. Long Chen did not answer her. Without saying anything, he directly used the method of fighting to the death with his fists and feet. Boom! Boom! A red figure and a blue figure kept changing in the trial room, making ear-piercing sounds of battle. With the martial emperor's soul, although Long Chen was in a disadvantageous position because he did not use any combat skills or weapons, and he was even hit by Zhao Shuiji several times, the exciting feeling of death and the explosive knowledge in the martial emperor's soul kept Long Chen in a state of extreme excitement. Even if he was knocked down, he could immediately stand up and burst out with the combat strength that would make Zhao Shuiji collapse. Crazy, this man is absolutely crazy. Zhao Shuiji's killing intent was extremely strong. She had never seen such a person. She had directly beaten him to the point of vomiting blood, but he could immediately rush up and madly attack again and again. His hands were like an executioner, cruelly wanting to reap Zhao Shuiji's life. If Zhao Shuiji had not been so final, it was very likely that she would have been killed by Long Chen. She knew that she could not go on like this. In the 5th level of the divine martial arts realm, 3 calamities will descend. For countless warriors, this is a hurdle that is very difficult to overcome. However, if they can overcome it, it will be very beneficial for them. Just like my innate body, ice-sealing blood, I have awakened. The ice-sealing bloodline was Zhao Shuiji's most powerful weapon. She would only use it when she encountered an opponent that really made her feel difficult. Long Chen was such an opponent. At this time, Long Chen was slightly relieved. Although the opponent's combat skills made him very embarrassed in the battle, Long Chen also gained a lot. The martial emperor's soul had absorbed a lot of martial arts knowledge and instilled it into Long Chen's god martial soul. Long Chen's god martial soul was actually evolving at this time. Even without the following battle, Long Chen could successfully transform into the second level of the great divine martial realm. All this was thanks to Zhao Shuiji. Because of the battle with Zhao Shuiji, Long Chen did not use the blood desolation. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was not really injured. In this situation, Long Chen was like a thief, stealing many things from Zhao Shuiji. Until this moment, Long Chen's god martial soul was transforming. All this was also achieved by his own efforts. Not everyone, when their combat strength surpassed the opponent, did not use what they were good at, and was chased by Zhao Shuiji. Long Chen did it. Of course, Zhao Shuiji did not know this. She really thought that Long Chen was almost there. At this time, it could be considered as giving Long Chen a chance to die honorably. In order to speed up the battle, Zhao Shuiji used her bloodline that had transformed after she reached the 5th level of the divine martial realm and experienced the Oblivion Wind Tribulation and the Devouring Fire Tribulation. After this bloodline was used, suddenly, pieces of ice appeared on her body, and at this moment, she was completely frozen inside. At the same time, the majestic cold air swept through the whole trial room. In a very short period of time, the walls of the trial room were covered with a layer of ice. The blue ice emitted a fatal cold air, turning the place into a world of ice and snow. And Zhao Shuiji, who was in the center of this world, seemed to be covered with a mysterious veil. She became an ice and snow goddess. Every move of hers was a flow of fatal cold air. In this cold air, even Long Chen felt that the flow of his dragon blood divine origin had slowed down. Of course, in such an environment, his attack speed and so on would also be restricted to a certain extent. Before, Long Chen had looked down on Zhao Shuiji. Now, it seemed that her ice-sealing bloodline was really unique, especially in such an environment. At this time, Zhao Shuiji's situation was different from before. When she opened her eyes, a pair of blue eyes that looked like ice crystals appeared. They were incomparably magnificent. Long Chen even felt that Zhao Shuiji's eyes were even more beautiful than her whole body. Long Chen, you are dead. Not many people have seen me like this. Zhao Shuiji knew that before, she had completely suppressed Long Chen. Now that the ice-sealing bloodline had been used, Long Chen was even less of a match for her. 1,000-mile ice seal. Under Zhao Shuiji's control, the deadly cold air was released from her body again. It formed a whirlwind that rolled up countless sharp ice shards. It swept through the not particularly large training room. Even if Long Chen ran here, he would not be able to escape from Zhao Shuiji's pursuit. The wind surged. When the ice shards pierced Long Chen's body, he actually felt a stabbing pain. Long Chen was a little stunned. If it had been anyone else, their body would probably have been pierced by the ice shards. What entered his eyes was a blue world. But now, Long Chen no longer needed Zhao Shuiji. He quietly closed the true martial emperor's soul and allowed his god martial soul to quickly grow. He slowly closed his eyes and a blood-red long sword appeared directly in front of Long Chen. Zhao Shuiji did not care so much. She was full of confidence in her current strength. Everything was under her control. Her hands moved quickly and the white cold air revolved around her, turning her into the center of everything. A kind of power emerged from Zhao Shuiji's body that made the training room tremble slightly. Only the ice-sealing bloodline can use this 6th-grade divine level move, Zhao Shuiji seemed to be muttering to herself. Her voice brought great shock to Long Chen. Are you going to beg for mercy? In Zhao Shuiji's hands, a rune made of snowflakes rapidly pulsated, and a destructive power burst out from it. Zhao Shuiji believed that this move would definitely be able to shatter Long Chen's body. She had already figured out Long Chen's strength. Out of Zhao Shuiji's expectation, Long Chen was not as panicked as she had imagined. He just looked at Zhao Shuiji with cold eyes and suddenly said a few words, "You are the most stupid person in this generation." After Zhao Shuiji understood what he meant, her face turned red. She really could not stand Long Chen. Under such circumstances, he still had no intention of begging for mercy. Then go to hell. She really wanted to kill Long Chen. Only by killing Long Chen could she regain her position in Jiang Qing's heart. Ice Sealing Absolute Kill Seal. The snowflake symbol, at this moment, turned into a fatal light and shot towards Long Chen. In a moment, the cold air in the whole training room whistled towards Long Chen along with the Ice Sealing Absolute Kill Seal. Long Chen would never show mercy to someone who wanted to kill him. I've already reached the exceptional second level of the divine martial arts realm. I could have had a chance to get along with you. What a pity. The majestic cold air was like the water of the whole ocean, rushing up to the sky and then pressing down on Long Chen. Long Chen was expressionless. A blood-red light flashed in his eyes. Ever since he had reached this level, he had never really used his true strength. 2/10 of the ancestral dragon's essence blood was not a joke. God-killing sword formation, beast tide. A blood-red formation suddenly appeared in the training tower. When Zhao Shuiji saw the sword formation, she saw that the ice-sealing absolute kill seal had already swallowed Long Chen. Finally dead. Zhao Shuiji's face showed a cruel smile. But was it really so? A terrifying beast roar from the desolate antiquity burst out in the small training room. It was like a huge explosion, deafening Zhao Shuiji. What's going on? Zhao Shuiji was stunned. In front of her, a blood-red divine dragon suddenly appeared. This was a divine dragon formed from sword chi, and at that moment, the dragon's head rose high into the air. A true dragon's might caused Zhao Shuiji to feel helpless. Then, this creature that stood at the top of the food chain roared at Zhao Shuiji. Zhao Shuiji's mind trembled, and she lost all of her senses. Terror grew in her heart like vines, and then it crazily grew. The branches and leaves pierced through her organs and muscles, causing her to cry out in heart-wrenching pain. Dragon, and Long Chen, in Zhao Shuiji's last sight, the divine dragon made entirely of sword chi opened its mouth and swallowed the icebound absolute killing seal that she was most proud of. Then, it surged towards her. In an instant, Zhao Shuiji's world turned blood-red. The blood-red sword chi completely swallowed her up. At the last moment, Zhao Shuiji, who was in despair, saw a strange figure. It was definitely Long Chen. He was right in front of her. She felt a pain in her forehead and realized that her consciousness was fading. Drops of blood dripped onto her eyes from her forehead. In her blurry vision, the only thing that existed was Long Chen's cold gaze. He hung high up in the sky, examining her weak soul. At the last moment, Zhao Shuiji finally regretted it. She realized that dealing with Long Chen was a joke, but she still did it. There was no turning back. In the end, she only heard the sound of her body heavily falling to the ground, and then the entire world stopped. Long Chen put away the scarlet blood tenhuang and looked at the woman he had pierced between her eyebrows. The world was cruel. Long Chen did not hesitate to kill a woman. When countless people had died at the hands of this woman, it was impossible for this woman to feel sad. Chapter 1083. You're really a pervert. Such a delicate beauty, how could you ruin a flower? You're going to be punished by the gods. How nice would it be if you gave her to me? Kitten grumbled on the side. Don't you like dye, Long Chen teased. Damn, that little thing that hasn't grown up yet wants to steal my heart. No way, Kitten said with a face full of disgust. Speaking of which, What on earth is that die? While Long Chen was advancing toward the consummation of the second level of the divine martial arts realm, he asked Cat, by the way. 9 Hell Fantasy Butterfly. It's a kind of ancient beast, almost from my time. It's a miracle that it has been passed down until now. The 9 Hell Fantasy Butterfly has 9 abilities. Transformation is just one of them. It doesn't have a fixed grade, some are strong and some are weak. This kind of beast can sometimes be very terrifying, if it's trained well. It turned out that it was something from Kitten's time. That was a long time ago. Maybe Lingxi didn't know that much. When they met again, Long Chen would study the 9 Hell Fantasy Butterfly carefully. When they were together before, his attention was all on Lingxi. With the nourishment of a large number of divine gems and demon beast essence blood, Long Chen's strength had successfully transformed to the second level of the divine martial realm. The divine spirit in his body had almost increased by 10 times. Just now, Long Chen didn't feel any pressure when he killed Zhao Shuaji. Now, he should be invincible under the 5th level of the divine martial realm. Elders and hall masters were basically no match for Long Chen. In the Evil Dragon Palace, people who were stronger than Long Chen were probably at the level of hall master and deputy hall master. There was also a legendary disciple who represented the Evil Dragon Palace, but he didn't know his name. As for the Evil Dragon Palace master and the other 2 disciples, they should have passed the 9th Heaven Thunder Tribulation. Their specific battle strength might be comparable to Long Chen's, but that would be known after the battle. In order to advance this time, Long Chen could be said to have saved for half a year. Next time, he would break through to the 3rd level of the divine martial realm, the celestial being realm. At that time, he would be able to control the Emperor's spiritual qi and form his own domain. If used well, the domain would also be a powerful force. Zhao Shuaji must have had an element of ice domain. In this domain, Long Chen's battle strength was greatly reduced, while Zhao Shuaji was like a fish in water. Of course, this was a story for later. As for Zhao Shuaji's death, even if others knew that he was the one who killed her, it didn't matter. To be honest, to the strong, the sex rules were just decorations. The true martial Emperor Palace's rules were based on one word: martial strength was supreme. The true martial Emperor Palace didn't lack geniuses. What they lacked were geniuses who could kill their opponents one by one. Those who were killed would be eliminated. There was no need to punish the real strong for her. Sometimes, those pinnacle experts could support the true martial Emperor Palace alone. Just as Long Chen was preparing to stabilize his newfound strength, he was suddenly startled awake. He felt that someone was approaching the training room. He abruptly opened his eyes and saw that the metal door of the training room, which should have been impossible to open, was slowly opening. Jiang Qing walked in. Long Chen took a deep breath. Qin Feng once said that as long as someone was in the training room, others couldn't enter. But obviously, Jiang Qing's appearance was not within common sense. Especially when Long Chen thought of many things, his whole body tensed up, and he became very cautious. "Greetings, Master." Long Chen stood up. Jiang Qing smiled as he surveyed the surroundings. He then looked at Long Chen and couldn't see anything wrong. At this moment, he said, "Are you very surprised that I can come in?" Long Chen nodded. Jiang Qing continued smiling. "The reason why this seat can come in is because this month, it's my turn to supervise the training tower. The entire tower is under my control, including how many 5th-grade puppets you summoned and who you fought with earlier. I know all of it. The only thing I can't see are the details." Long Chen was drenched in cold sweat. So this was the case. In that case, Jiang Qing knew everything. He knew that Long Chen had just killed his eldest disciple and even more secrets about Long Chen. Long Chen felt like he was suffocating. If Jiang Qing wanted to kill him now, Long Chen could only use a blood sacrifice to survive. After all, this was the training room, blood escape wouldn't work. Moreover, this was the true Martial Emperor Palace. The true Martial Emperor Palace was located on the Imperial Star. It wasn't an easy place to leave. However, Long Chen still had a trace of confidence. That was Jiang Qing's current performance. If he really wanted to kill Long Chen, he could have acted the moment he entered. There was no need for him to fake a smile at Long Chen. Thinking of this, Long Chen's emotions calmed down. However, he didn't say anything. It wouldn't be beneficial for him to say too much at this time. I really didn't expect that you actually killed Xueji. Jiang Qing looked at Long Chen with some emotions. His long black beard fluttered in the wind. Seeing Long Chen's nervous expression, he smiled again and said, "You don't need to be nervous. I also didn't want to do anything to you. This is the rule of survival. Xueji lost to you. That's her fate. I can't do anything about it." From these words, Long Chen had a general idea of what the other party meant. Indeed, strength was the only standard to be favored. In front of strength and potential, Jiang Qing directly regarded Xueji as one of the 5 treasures. This was because he had an even more important disciple, and that was Long Chen. Jiang Qing's eyes were filled with satisfaction and admiration for Long Chen. But Long Chen still sucked in a breath of cold air. He suddenly felt that Xueji was very pitiful. There was no doubt that Jiang Qing was actually a very cold person. Long Chen expected that when a disciple of Jiang Qing appeared that surpassed Long Chen, it was very likely that he would become the Xueji of today. Even if he fell, no one would look at him. But Long Chen didn't express his thoughts. He and Jiang Qing had a feud since a long time ago. That was the feud of Feng Yangzi. Right now, this feud could only be suppressed in Long Chen's heart. Speaking of this, Jiang Qing patted Long Chen's shoulder and said, "The reason why I came here at this time is because I have something to tell you. You don't have to worry about the consequences of killing Xueji. I will help you deal with the consequences. But now that Xueji is dead, a good thing will fall on your head." Long Chen had a general idea of Jiang Qing's thoughts. From Jiang Qing's current performance, it seemed that he only knew that Long Chen had killed Xueji. The deepest secret that Long Chen had revealed here was the true martial emperor soul. If there was a pair of invisible eyes that had been watching Long Chen for 2 months, the true martial emperor's soul would definitely be able to see it. But Jiang Qing didn't seem to have discovered the true martial emperor's soul, so Long Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that even if Jiang Qing knew about the true martial emperor's soul, he would also be jealous. This was not an ordinary treasure, and it was inextricably linked to the true martial emperor palace. "Master, please speak." Putting aside other emotions, Long Chen turned his attention to the good thing that Jiang Qing was talking about. There is competition in the 3,000 palaces, and it is intense. These days, I and the palace master have been busy with the trial battle that is held once every 50 years. This is a newcomer, so you don't know much about the trial battle. I will explain it to you in detail. Jiang Qing paused and saw that Long Chen was listening. He was very satisfied with this disciple. He didn't talk much, but he did a lot. He was very practical, so he continued speaking. The 3,000 palaces are ranked once every 50 years. The ranking is based on the performance of the disciples in the trial battle. Our evil dragon palace is neither strong nor weak. In the previous ranking battle, we were ranked outside the top 1,000. Of course, everyone wants to be in the top 1,000, or even the top 100, or even the top 10. The higher the ranking, the greater the reward from the martial god palace. There are also countless benefits. It can be said that the trial battle is very important. Speaking of the trial battle, Jiang Qing was clearly excited. The trial battle is a very interesting experiential training for my true martial palace's disciples. At that time, the martial god palace will assign 3,000 missions. We will randomly pick these missions that are about the same rank. Then, the attendants from the martial god palace will follow us and give us a score based on the completion of the missions, the disciple's performance, the outstanding individual, and so on. Originally, only Zhao Xueji could participate, and her name has already been reported. Since you defeated her, you will participate. Don't worry. Being able to participate in the trial battle is the glory of every disciple of the 3,000 palaces. If you perform well, you will have a chance to be rewarded. You might even be accepted into the martial god palace due to your outstanding performance. What kind of rewards are there? Long Chen was indeed tempted, especially the last reward, the chance to enter the martial god palace. This was the dream of all the disciples of the 3,000 palaces. The exact rewards will only be known 10 days from now. The exact reward will only be known 10 days from now. The palace master will receive a mission from the martial god palace. Our evil dragon palace has roughly 15 slots for this trial battle. Every vice palace master has roughly 1 slot, and the palace master has 5 slots. After receiving the mission 10 days from now, we will probably start gathering and setting off. Let me tell you a very good piece of news. The leader of this mission should be me. Jiang Qing smiled somewhat proudly. Leader. Jiang Qing knew that Long Chen had just arrived at the true martial emperor palace and wasn't familiar with the rules here. She patiently explained, every team has a leader and a supervisor from the martial god palace. However, neither of us can make a move, especially the supervisor. It's even more impossible for him to make a move. In the past, there was a team that was completely annihilated and the supervisor didn't make a move. As the leader, I can't make a move. However, when you encounter some external factors that you can't resist, I can help you eliminate these external factors and guide you. This is the responsibility of the leader. The trial battle is a competition with the other 3,000 palaces, and at the same time, it is also a competition with your own people. Whoever's performance is more outstanding will have the opportunity to obtain rewards. As the disciple of the leader, you have a natural advantage. Chapter 1084. Since Jiang Qing had come looking for him, and Long Chen had even killed his proud disciple, of course he could not refuse. So he nodded and said, Master, just let me know when the time comes. I will definitely complete the mission and receive the reward. Jiang Qing liked disciples like Long Chen, who talked a lot but did things with confidence. He nodded with a smile and said, since your strength has increased, you should consolidate it. I'll leave first. 10 days later, you can go to the cloud ascending platform to welcome the hall master back with us. Long Chen nodded. Just like that, Jiang Qing walked out of the training room. The moment the steel door closed, Jiang Qing's face suddenly became extremely fanatical and twisted, even trembling. What is that thing between his eyebrows? How can it have such a magical effect? With excitement, Jiang Qing walked out of the trial tower step by step. After watching his figure disappear, Long Chen started to think. From Jiang Qing's behavior just now, he should not have known about the existence of the true martial emperor soul. This was what Long Chen was most worried about. Now it was all good. He killed Zhao Shuaji and did not receive any punishment. He even got a chance to participate in the trial battle. After adjusting his thoughts, Long Chen was a little curious. What mission was the evil dragon palace going to carry out? Would it be carried out in the 3,000 palaces or outside? There were a total of 3,000 missions. There were obviously not that many things to do in the Imperial Star, so he would probably have to go out of the true martial emperor palace. Long Chen was the first person to participate in the trial battle after coming in. As long as martial strength is supreme, there is no need to worry about anything else. Long Chen calmed himself down, sat down cross-legged, and began to consolidate his current cultivation. In these 10 days, he had stopped cultivating, and instead pondered over the battle skills he had learned. That mysterious 9-dragon scripture, because he did not have the dragon scale, could not be used at the moment. Currently, his strongest moves were the 3 great 6th grade divine skills, and when used together, they would have an extraordinary effect. That was the god-murdering sword formation, Tai-Bai sword prison, and indestructible sword body. Long Chen did not even use his undying sword body, but he could already directly exterminate Zhao Shuaji. The god-murdering sword formation was a pure attack, while the Tai-Bai sword prison was only used to trap disciples. Long Chen had tried the power of the undying sword body before, and it was extremely powerful. It could even allow Long Chen to replicate a Long Chen with an attack power that was on par with his own for a short period of time. Long Chen had spent a lot of effort to deal with Chu Tiange's invincible sword body, and had almost died in the process. After reaching the consummation of the second LV of the divine martial arts realm, his strength had been improved in all aspects. Long Chen could now compete with warriors at Su Xiaodia's level. He slowly stood up. 10 days had passed, and the divine light in his eyes was surging. It was obvious that he had reached a higher realm. In fact, he had become even more ferocious. As long as he had strength, he had nothing to fear. Cloud Ascension Platform. This was the place where Long Chen had first come to the Evil Dragon Palace. After walking out of the Tower of Trials, he found that Qin Feng was waiting for him, so he hurried over to greet him. Old 7, Master told me to wait for you here, and then bring you to the Cloud Ascension Platform, Qin Feng said with a smile. Many thanks. Long Chen hurried towards the Cloud Ascension Platform with him. On the way, Qin Feng's expression suddenly became very strange. He asked, Old 7, let me ask you something. Please speak. Long Chen continued to look forward. Do you know where first seen your sister went? I heard that she entered the Tower of Trials, but she did not come back. Also, how did the spot for her to participate in the Tower of Trials fall into your hands? Qin Feng asked curiously. Doesn't the outside world know about this? Long Chen roughly knew that Jiang Qin was keeping it a secret for him. He said honestly, in the Tower of Trials, I chose to fight randomly and encountered Zhao Xueji. We fought to the death and I killed her. Long Chen's casual words caused Qin Feng to be stunned. He looked at Long Chen in shock and thought about the series of events. Evidently, what Long Chen said was the truth. This was too exaggerated. Your battle prowess has already reached such a level? Qin Feng said with incomparable envy. Long Chen nodded. Qin Feng was very satisfied with him. He did not have a good impression of Zhao Xueji, so he did not blame Long Chen. Sometimes, people had no choice in life. If you did not kill others, others would kill you. Qin Feng was also not a naive person. I remember that Master has been guarding the Tower of Trials recently. He must know about this matter and gave you the spot for the Tower of Trials. He has doted on Zhao Xueji for so many years, but in the blink of an eye, he turned his back on her. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's face was filled with lingering fear. He solemnly looked at Long Chen and said, I will help you keep the matter of you killing Zhao Xueji a secret. Long Chen, I can see that you are a very hot-blooded and powerful person. However, I still have to give you a warning. Be careful of Jiang Qin. Why? Long Chen lifted his head and asked. Qin Feng was a little helpless and said, I can't say it clearly. In any case, his reputation in the true Martial Emperor Palace isn't that good. Just be careful. Although this place was still far from the Cloud Ascension Platform, Qin Feng was also worried that Jiang Qin's powerful divine sense would suddenly sweep in this direction. Long Chen understood. He smiled and patted Qin Feng's shoulder, saying, Let's go, I will remember what you said. Qin Feng smiled in satisfaction. It was always good to be careful. Very soon, the two of them arrived at the foot of the Cloud Ascension Platform. The Cloud Ascension Platform soared into the sky and touched the clouds. I won't be going up. Only the disciples who are participating in the trial are qualified to go up. Master is waiting for you up there, I will go back first. Qin Feng said. Long Chen nodded. After bidding farewell to Qin Feng, he followed the path of rocks and trees, all the way to the peak of the Cloud Ascension Platform. There were already many people gathered at the peak, but compared to the previous time, the people here were much stronger. Basically, the 10 Vice Palace Masters, as well as the disciples they were most proud of, were all here. The 10 deputy palace masters were basically all at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm, which was comparable to Jiang Qing, who was at the peak of the divine martial arts realm. Including Jiang Qing, there were 3 deputy palace masters in total, while the other 7 had just entered the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. Each of them had brought their own disciples, and now, only Long Chen was left. Before Long Chen arrived, the deputy palace masters were discussing about Zhao Xueji. At this time, Long Chen arrived on the stage, and everyone's eyes focused on him. Where did this little brat come from? How dare he rush to the cloud ascension platform at this time? Get lost. A rough-looking vice palace lord scolded. Wait. Jiang Qing waved his hand and said, this isn't a little brat. Long Chen, come over here. Among all the vice palace lords, only his disciple didn't come. Long Chen slightly bowed and greeted the vice palace lords. Then, he stood behind Jiang Qing and didn't say anything. Palace Lord Jiang, this is. Many vice palace lords looked at Long Chen in confusion. Their disciples were also curiously looking at Long Chen. 2 of them knew Long Chen, Chen Yuantong and Li Bijiang. Chen Yuantong's voice was louder. As soon as Long Chen stood still, he asked, Brother Jiang, what do you mean? He just came to the Evil Dragon Palace for a month and you want him to replace Zhao Xueji and participate in the trial. From this sentence, everyone finally understood who this person was. It turned out to be the ruthless person who had recently crippled Yang Yu and seriously injured Jing Dongyang. Although they had never seen Long Chen, but his name was like a thunderclap piercing their ears. Moreover, in order to protect him, Jiang Qing did not hesitate to offend the temple master's disciple. From this, it could be seen how much Jiang Qing valued Long Chen. Jiang Qing patted Long Chen's shoulder and said, I thought about it again and again. Long Chen is the best candidate to represent me in the trial. That's why he is here today. Long Chen has only been in the Evil Dragon Palace for a month. Senior brothers and sisters, please take care of him. Jiang Qing had a smile on his face the whole time. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, scratching their heads in confusion. But then they remembered that Long Chen was able to defeat even Jing Dongyang, so he should have some ability. Otherwise, he would be too much of an idiot and would only drag the team down if he participated in the trial. However, it was clear that everyone had more faith in Zhao Xueji's battle prowess. Senior sister Xueji is obviously stronger and can cooperate better with us. Why do you want to replace him? Yeah, what is the relationship between Long Chen and Palace Lord Jiang? All the disciples were at least in the 5th level of the divine martial realm. At this moment, they were gathered in 2s and 3s, whispering to Long Chen. Their faces were full of disgust and dissatisfaction. They believed that Zhao Xueji was definitely more suitable than Long Chen. However, Jiang Qing didn't explain. It was up to him to decide who would participate in the trial battle. Clearly, the disciples of the Temple Lord's faction had not arrived yet. Everyone chatted for a while, and finally, after 15 minutes, a group of 5 people arrived from the east. A powerful aura descended, and the group of 5 landed on the cloud ascension platform. They just stood at the side and didn't come over to greet the Temple Lords. From this, one could see how arrogant they were. Among this group of people, there was Lu Qingfeng, whom Long Chen was familiar with. Lu Qingfeng didn't expect that Long Chen would cause so much trouble after coming in, and even hurt his junior brother. Of course, he didn't have a good impression of his junior brother. At this moment, he didn't know which side he should stand on, so he smiled awkwardly at Long Chen. Next to Lu Qingfeng was Jing Dongyang, who was looking at Long Chen with anger and hatred. Of course, Long Chen had pierced a hole in his lower abdomen. After more than a month, he should have recovered. At this moment, Jing Dongyang was whispering in the ears of the other 3 warriors. Those 3 warriors were probably the 3 strongest disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace Lord. They rarely showed their faces, but they were very famous. Long Chen's gaze landed on the 3 disciples. The most eye-catching ones were the man and woman who looked similar to each other. They were obviously brother and sister. Their appearances were very outstanding. The man had an imposing appearance, and his body was full of a strong aura. The woman was gentle like water, and her clear eyes seemed to be able to speak. And the one that Long Chen was most afraid of was the skinny man in the middle, wearing a gray robe. Chapter 1085. This skinny man was only as tall as Long Chen's chest. He wore a simple gray gown and coarse trousers. He did not fit in with the two handsome men and beautiful women around him. If one did not know his identity, they would have thought that he was a beggar who had snuck into the evil dragon palace. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see the difference between this guy and the others. There was a gray aura surrounding his body, forming a thin layer on his body. He gave off a mysterious and undetectable feeling. Especially this man's eyes. His eyes were lifeless, and there was a mysterious gray aura surging in them. If one looked closely at his eyes, they would feel very terrifying. Long Chen understood that this man was the #1 disciple of the evil dragon palace, the second junior brother that Lu Qingfeng had mentioned. The arrival of the evil dragon palace master's disciples attracted the attention of the vice palace masters and their disciples. They were the most arrogant group of people in the evil dragon palace. Other than the three who kept a low profile, the others like Xing Dongyang and Yang Yu were arrogant and despotic. Lu Qingfeng was with them. Although he was the oldest, his strength was about the same. He really did not fit in. Therefore, although he was the eldest senior brother, he did not have the dominant position. At this moment, Jiang Qing was in front of Long Chen. He touched Long Chen's elbow and slightly lowered his head to introduce them to Long Chen. You don't get along with Xing Dongyang and the others. There have been conflicts before. Let me introduce them to you. Long Chen nodded as he looked at the outstanding disciples. He could sense a murderous aura from the gray-robed man in the middle. Unlike Long Chen's violent murderous aura, the gray-robed man's murderous aura was gray. It was a murderous aura that made people feel death and stillness. In comparison, it was quite terrifying. That gray-cloaked man is the second disciple of the palace master. He is also the strongest disciple of the evil dragon palace. He has just reached the 6th level of the divine martial realm and has already cultivated a peerless golden body. None of the disciples of the evil dragon palace is a match for him. He also has another identity. The palace master brought him back from the Azura sword prison. The Azura sword prison is one of the 9 realms, just like the sword spirit imperial palace. It is a world of soldiers and cultivators. The people of the Azura sword prison generally cultivate the Azura killing path. They are cold and emotionless. The people of the Azura sword prison. Azura killing path. Long Chen secretly memorized this information. In this way, he not only had to be careful of Jiang Qing, but he also had to be careful of the second disciple who cultivated the Azura killing path. His name is Yi Zheng. Although I am the leader of this trial, I am also responsible for bringing all of you to the trial grounds. After that, I will more or less disappear. If you encounter any danger outside of the plan, only then will I have the authority to appear. As for Yi Zheng, he is your leader. In the trial battles, you will basically have to listen to him when it comes to battle arrangements, Jiang Qing added in the end. Him? Long Chen didn't really care about this. Everything he did was to become stronger. This trial was also an opportunity for him to come in contact with the Martial God Palace. The Martial God Palace was surrounded by the 99 golden demon suppressing columns. If he didn't go in, he wouldn't have the face to see Lingxi. One had to know that in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, Lingxi was already a peak-level disciple. Only by becoming a peak-level disciple would he be qualified to be with her. However, Long Chen believed that a decision-maker must first have an analytical mind. At the very least, he should be able to say a few words. Looking at Yi Zheng, he should be a man of few words. He could really be a good team leader. Let me introduce you to the next two. While Long Chen was thinking, Jiang Qing looked at the other two young geniuses, the extremely attractive man and beauty. Wu Yang and Wu Yu are brother and sister. They have the same father but different mothers. Wu Yang is 10 years older than Wu Yu. Although they are brother and sister, their constitutions are opposite. Wu Yang has the sacred fire body, which has the attribute of yang and raging fire. Wu Yu, on the other hand, has the attribute of gui water body, which has the attribute of yin and water. Wu Yang has the attribute of yin and water, which has the attribute of yin and water. Wu Yu has the attribute of gui water body, which has the attribute of yin and water. Wu Yang has the attribute of gui water body, which has the attribute of yin and water. Wu Yu has the attribute of gui water body, which has the attribute of yin and water. Both of them are at the 5th level of the divine martial realm and have passed the 9th heaven thunder tribulation. Yi Zheng, Wu Yang, and Wu Yu were the 3 great disciples of the evil dragon palace lord. Long Chen did not dare to be careless when facing them. After all, Wu Yang and Wu Yu were at the level of a palace lord in the Eastern Emperor region, and here, they were just a small disciple. Their strength surpassed most of the hall masters and elders, and their attributes could even allow them to have super strong battle prowess when they joined hands. As for Yi Zheng, there was no need to talk about it. In a short period of time, Jiang Qing had already finished introducing Long Chen. As for the disciples of the Vice Palace Lord, he did not introduce them. The disciples of the Vice Palace Lord were usually people who had at least passed through the Oblivion Wind Tribulation, and there were also a few who had passed through the Devouring Fire Tribulation like Zhao Xueji. They were all experts of the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm, the Wind Fire Thunder Tribulation. When Long Chen was at the perfection of the 2nd level of the Divine Martial Realm, he was already able to keep pace with these warriors. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the ancestral dragon blood in his body was. The others also thought that Long Chen had some kind of miraculous method. The disciples of the evil dragon palace lord were obviously here to wait for the return of the evil dragon palace lord. However, when Jiang Qing introduced them to Long Chen, Jing Dongyang also saw Long Chen, the person who had almost pierced his heart with a sword, and even now, Yang Yu was still lying in bed recuperating. Zheng Dongyang remembered such a deep hatred at all times, and when he saw Long Chen, he did not walk towards Yi Zheng, who was at the side. Instead, he went to the side of the extremely handsome Wu Yang, and whispered a few words into his ear while looking in the direction of Long Chen. Actually, he thought that the one who came was Zhao Xueji, so the arrival of Long Chen made him feel very excited. This was a chance for revenge. Wu Yang must have known that Jing Dongyang and the others were bullied by Long Chen. He and his sister Wu Yu looked at each other, and then walked towards Long Chen step by step. Jing Dongyang and Wu Yu hurriedly followed. Lu Qingfeng looked left and right, and could only follow helplessly. The only one who did not follow was Yi Zheng, who had his arms crossed and was silent. Even when they approached Long Chen, Yi Zheng did not have any expression. The group of 4 came in front of Jiang Qing. Deputy Palace Lord Jiang. Wu Yang first slightly cupped his hands to Jiang Qing, and then said, "When Martial Nephew was in seclusion, I heard that you accepted a young disciple called Long Chen. His cultivation is very outstanding, it must be him." Jiang Qing was an old fox, how could this kind of situation scare him? He smiled lightly and said, "Yes, he is indeed a talent. If it wasn't for the fact that we are about to participate in the trial and can't have any losses, you can spar with him and test his strength." Jiang Qing's words were exactly what Wu Yang wanted. He awkwardly smiled and said, "Compared to him, I can be considered a senior. How can I fight with him? It's not easy to cultivate to this level. If I get crippled, it would not be worth it. Don't you think so?" After saying that, he looked at Jing Dongyang and Wu Yu. Wu Yu seemed to be a gentle woman. At this time, she smiled slightly, and a kind of tranquil temperament spontaneously appeared. She said, "Brother has cultivated for many years, it is indeed not suitable to fight with juniors. The trial is just around the corner. How much strength you have can be displayed at that time." Wu Yang laughed loudly. "All right, then wait until the trial." If we are fated, then we will exchange pointers again. Speaking of me, Wu Yang bid farewell to the deputy temple masters and returned to Yi Zhang's side. They were accustomed to Yi Zhang's inaction. In their minds, Yi Zhang was such a person, but when it was time to act, he absolutely wouldn't be careless. Wu Yang was clearly dissatisfied with Long Chen injuring Jing Dongyang and the others. This was also a provocation to Jiang Qing and Long Chen. They knew that Jiang Qing was the leader of the team this time, and it wouldn't be easy to kill Long Chen under her eyes. However, no one knew what would happen next. Perhaps, they could really kill Long Chen unknowingly. In this trial, Long Chen could be said to be surrounded by enemies, but he wasn't afraid. As long as he left the Imperial Star, with the help of the Blood Escape, no one present would be able to catch him. This was his undefeatable capital. Back then, even Chu Tiange hadn't been able to kill Long Chen, let alone them. This demonstration was just child's play to Jiang Qing. He didn't care at all and continued to smile, waiting for the evil Dragon Palace Master to return. Very soon, he smiled, because within the range of his divine sense, the evil Dragon Palace Master had already appeared. Welcome, Palace Master. Following Jiang Qing, everyone bowed to the legendary Palace Master. Long Chen was the same. He raised his head slightly, and in the distant sky, a figure was rapidly approaching. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he directly arrived at the Cloud Ascension platform. In front of everyone, you're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.